Welcome to the Lowdown podcast number 25 with your hosts Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about The Man from Tallahassee, one of the best episodes of the season, hands down, right?
Oh yeah, definitely.
And I don't know why our hands are down, but this episode deserves hands down.
Seems like hands up would be better.
Hands up should be better, I think.
Yeah. Those expressions are weird, man. I don't know.
Maybe
down.
Maybe it's hands down because no one's objecting. You know, if you object, you'd put your hand up.
Oh, okay.
And it's hands down because it's unanimous that no one objects or something.
Yeah, seems like the hands up would be for yes, but okay.
Well, usually they go all opposed first. Right? All opposed and all. What is the other one? All against? No, wait, same thing. All opposed,
in favor.
All in favor, all opposed. Yeah, they do all in favor first.
Yeah.
So everyone's in favor, so they keep their hands down. Let's just go with that.
Okay.
All right. So, this is the kind of episode where or at least I realize, and I'll speak for everyone, actually, in the entire world, where we all collectively realized, for those of us that thought otherwise, that the writers actually know what they're doing, and that they have a master plan, and that they're, it's like, to use a Lost thing, it's like a chess game. They're planning out their move, and in the beginning, some of these episodes, it seems like they don't know what their end game is, but I think this episode, at least for me, okay, I'll take that back. I'll speak for everyone again. I think for all of us in the world, we realize that they know what's going on, and that they're on track to whatever the end of these plot lines are. That they're still on track. Did you get that feeling?
I did, but I didn't not have that feeling for the past few episodes. So.
Oh, okay.
So I didn't need to have an episode to give me that feeling again, because I felt like we got back on track more, within the last couple episodes. Maybe Enter 77 or something like that. Started to kind of get back on track. But I know what you mean, sort of. The way they've been settling, like the way they settled the cable mystery, certain really old things, bringing them up again and making them relevant and saying, well, we didn't forget about this, and I see what you mean, though. Even though I wasn't necessarily in doubt, I think. Well,
I just spoke for you, so, and everyone else in the world, so.
Well, I don't think it's that far from the truth in the sense that it confirms that, at least. To some extent, that there is a plan that they're actually going with. There are certain things that they probably have had to change over time due to various things that aren't under their control.
Yeah.
But I definitely think whatever the general plan is working, and they are carrying it out, even though it doesn't look like that sometimes.
Yeah, I never thought they were just sort of making it up as they go, but I was just really getting. I just really was starting to lose faith that there was a really solid end to what's going on here, and I feel like they knew a large portion of what's going on, but now I feel like they really know what's going on. And you're right, the last couple episodes sort of got back to normal, but this episode for me was like, okay, they're settling really old mysteries. One of the biggest mysteries ever on Lost. We found out, and the episode was really well written and well done and well everything, and I was happy. This was a good episode. Like I said, I think one of the best of the season, one of the best ever probably, at least in terms of what we find out, and some of the other mysteries that are brought up, which we're going to get into, right?
Oh yeah,
that's what we
do.
Are we talking about Lost today?
Yeah. Well, no, wait. This is the Grey's Anatomy podcast, right?
This is the Grey's Anatomy podcast.
That's what I showed up for.
Well, when McDreamy came and said, "Look, Addison, I'm in love with Meredith," I was like, "What?"
It broke my heart.
Yeah, it broke my heart too. But and the whole thing with Christina, and I just, jeez,
I know. It's never going to work, Christina. Give it up.
It's not going to work, and that's the thing. They keep trying to make it work. Burke is great. He's a top surgeon, and I know she's attracted to that, but there has to be more there. And that's the thing. You can't have two emotionally bereft people trying to make a relationship,
Yeah. Oh, God, I know.
Yeah. Oh. So, all right. Good Grey's Anatomy podcast.
All right. So thank you, and...
How about that's like every episode of Grey's Anatomy?
I've never actually seen it, but I felt like I get the spirit of it anyway.
Yeah, well, I've seen it, which I'm not proud of.
Well, you gotta watch something.
You do have to watch something, and I watch everything.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to do a Battlestar Galactica podcast. I
never seen that either.
Really like that show. But let's go on to Lost.
All right.
Since that's the title of our podcast.
Indeed.
Gotta find my notes here. All right, so first episode, and by first episode I mean first scene.
Okay.
I did that thing again.
Wow.
I don't know why I do that. Before we get into the first scene, I sort of want to talk about the last time on Lost. Thing because we in this episode we see the last time on Lost we see last week where Mickey basically says they brought me on the submarine, and one of the things I noticed, and I actually went back to the episode to double check, was that right after he says that they brought me on the submarine, the camera cuts to Locke and Kate, and in the shot Locke is in focus and Kate is sort of blurred in the foreground, and you see Locke saying, thinking, oh, submarine, very interesting. So I just wanted to point out for those that missed it that they definitely were laying the groundwork for this whole Locke submarine plot line. And they basically showed us, hey, he's noticing this whole thing with the submarine here. Right. So I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
So the first scene, we've got Locke at the disability office, and he is reapplying for his government-aided benefits. And I'm sure a lot of people have tried to look at that form that the lady was filling out. There's a couple of bits of information I got from it. The biggest thing was his address is apparently 108 San Juan Street. And San Juan being St. John.
Ah, yes.
John Locke. Tustin, California, which we knew that's where he worked and lived when he was working at the box company.
Right.
And the zip code 92780. And I actually looked that up on the handy-dandy Google Maps, and that is actually a real address with the zip code matching. I don't know where, if that's a business or residence. I'd hate if that's somebody's house, because I just might send them a letter. Addressed to Jonathan Locke.
Yikes.
I just might.
I don't know if he should be there or not. It's 2007, and
yeah.
I was gonna say he shouldn't be there, but
well, he might be off the island by now.
That's a good point. He may very well be. Although it doesn't seem like he wants to leave, but
I don't know if he'll have a choice in the end.
Yeah, maybe not.
And that's the other thing I wanted to mention was just his full name, Jonathan, was written on there. I haven't seen that before. I don't know. I mean, obviously his name probably should be Jonathan since it's not Jon.
Right.
But thought that was interesting. A couple of other things we learned from this little question session. Single, no girlfriend. So this is obviously after his Katie Seagal romance.
Right.
With, what was her name?
Helen.
Helen, of course. And we learned, of course, that he was in foster care, didn't know his parents, something we knew before. And he hasn't really seeked out his real parents, but that's what he says. But, of course, we know that to be untrue. I guess he doesn't say he hasn't. He just says he doesn't see how it is relevant.
Right.
His appetite.
And actually, his mom approached him. He didn't
that's
go
true.
looking for them.
That's true.
So.
Well, when you're immaculately concepted, you're very important.
Indeed.
We find out that his appetite is fine, which was a relief to me. and he stopped going to therapy because he thought it was a waste of time.
Yeah.
Now, of course, after hearing that, the question session's over. His disability payments are suspended because, Locke, why would you think they would continue to give you money for therapy when you're not going to therapy?
Mm-hmm.
So that was weird. I don't know why he thought that they would continue to give him money, or I don't know if he was there to continue his benefits or if it was a routine thing and he didn't sort of care either way. I don't know. What did you think about that?
It seemed like he didn't care either way. He just sort of left without a big to-do.
Mm-hmm.
But I got the sense he was up for getting, because she said something like, "You didn't submit your
reimbursements."
Your
reimbursements, right?
Therapy. What did she call it? Was it therapy? I don't know. She named what it was that he was submitting for reimbursement. It was something like therapy, or I didn't write it down.
Rehabilitation, something
like that.
Yeah.
Of course, they're kind of trying to trick us into thinking he's in a wheelchair in this scene.
Yeah.
And that's what the deal is. But she mentions that he didn't submit those for reimbursement, and then he says he stopped going. But it made me think that he's getting money besides reimbursement for the therapy,
mm-hmm.
and that they denied him for that as well. Like he still wanted the money, that he was getting besides being reimbursed.
Oh, that makes sense.
Therapy bills, yeah. And that's what, but since he wasn't going, it's sort of like with unemployment or something. Like if you're not trying to look for a job and they don't want to.
Yeah,
pay you,
he's not actively trying to get better, so.
Right. So they're like, yeah, if you're okay, then why are we going to pay you? So that was sort of what she said, and so I sense that he did sort of want the money, but then she said no, and he just said, oh well, whatever, I don't know.
Yeah.
This is a sad sack anyway, so.
Yeah, he was a sad panda.
He just sort of, yeah.
And plus it was temporary, she said.
Mm-hmm.
One of my little bitty questions was, you would think that most of that information they would have already. So I don't know if that was just sort of a routine thing or what, but a lot of those questions, like, they should already know, because this isn't obviously his first time sort of going through this process. Definitely. But obviously it was more the benefit for us than her, because she's just a character.
Right.
Yeah, the whole thing with them sort of insinuating that Locke was in the wheelchair was really nice. The whole, your therapy. Oh, you think I'm only temporarily disabled? And then she goes, well, depression can be temporary. And I'm like, what? And then he stands up and gets up, and it's like, oh, okay, nice. This is really interesting. Which makes sense, because this whole plot line is about how he got into the wheelchair in the first place.
Yeah, I know. And if I'd been thinking about that, it would have occurred to me, earlier. And actually, while I was watching this whole flashback, I kind of forgot that was what the flashback was going to be about. And
yeah, me
so
too.
It actually set me up to be really surprised. Even
Yeah.
though I shouldn't have been when the event actually occurs. So, yeah.
So even by the time the event occurs, you forgot what it was about?
Well, no, but I was still surprised by it. I'll try to explain later.
Okay. I was surprised when it happened, but yeah. So here's a question, a general question. Why is the government paying him disability? Is it a simple case of, the issue with his dad and all that, and he just sort of applies for disability on the grounds of depression?
I guess so. I don't know. I mean, yeah, it appears so.
Now, where was he working? Do you have any idea what he might? I mean, obviously he's sort of not working in this part of his flashback, but what jobs did he have around this time? This is obviously before the box company.
I guess it is. Okay, so I guess at this point he's just sitting at home collecting disability.
He was working at the toy store before when his mom came and found him.
Yeah.
So this is after the toy store job. Do we know of any other jobs that he could have been doing at this time? I mean, there's the home inspection with Nadia, but that must have been
that around the time his dad faked his death. Right when Helen left him.
Okay.
That was when he got that job.
So it must have been toy store job, then the whole dad thing, the
Right.
kidney thing, then he goes and gets the home inspection thing,
Right.
and then dad fakes his death.
Right.
Some around that.
And then there's the pot commune.
Then there's the pot commune. That must have been... Oh, wow. So that must mean after the bust at the commune, he comes back down to... It seemed like they were in L.A. Do you know where they were?
In this?
Yeah.
No.
I just sort of assumed L.A., but I couldn't really tell where it was supposed to be.
Well, if his address is in Tustin, then that's where he should be.
Yeah, that's true. So that means he was in Tustin before he worked at the box company.
Or he is, I mean, yeah, perhaps. Perhaps he was just there, and then maybe after this, he got that job.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, Tustin is sort of southeast of L.A. It's a suburb of L.A.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I'm one who didn't know.
I'm actually probably 30 minutes away from Tustin. I could go to this address and knock on the door and say, John Locke, how many kidneys do you have? Go away, kid. All right, sir. Sorry to bother you. Listen to my podcast. That'd be weird. I already do listen.
Lost.
The Claude experience. Okay, enough about Tustin. What was my point? Maybe my point was the next scene.
Perhaps.
Because the next scene, we have Kate, Saeed, Locke, and Rousseau continuing from where we left off last episode. They're watching Jack and Tom toss around the old football, and Rousseau leaves, and then Juliet comes and starts to sort of play a little bit with Jack and Tom, and then she whispers something to Jack.
There was like a girl, by the way.
Who, Jack? Oh, Juliet? No, she throws really like a girl.
Yeah, it was a really kind of.
How do you throw a ball? I'm a blonde. Oh, Juliet.
Yeah.
Taking the women's lib movement back 1 decade at a time. I don't know what that means.
I don't either.
I think it's true, though. So Saeed sees that Danielle left, and Locke goes to see what Jack and Juliet are up to. And then, lo and behold, Ben wheels himself out of his little humble abode there, and he shakes hands with Jack. And that was one of those scenes where it's like, ooh, not only he's playing with the enemy, he's shaking hands with the enemy.
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, what's going on there? And then we get that great Locke line, this is going to be more complicated than we thought. And I'm thinking, Locke, I think you know how complicated it's going to be because you got some tricks up your sleeve.
That almost seemed like a parody line.
Didn't it? Yeah,
it was really weird.
It seemed like it was supposed to be really impactful, but it came off sort of like wimpy and comical.
This is going to be more complicated than we thought.
Yeah.
Like,
I was surprised he didn't go, yowza.
Yeah. Yeah, it was, it didn't quite work. And actually now, after this episode, I feel really silly for not guessing what the deal was with Jack. Like, I should have known, but somehow it never occurred to me.
Well, I didn't think Ben was going to let him go this soon.
I guess I didn't either.
Yeah, I mean, because a couple episodes ago it was like, yeah, aren't you going to let me go? And there was no plan at the time, what was going on with that. I mean, I sort of assumed Jack was sort of going along with everything, but I didn't know he was kind of sort of going along because he's about to be, let go.
Yeah. I just feel like I should have thought of that. But
well, you should have.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Do better next time.
Or I'll try.
I'll find a replacement, buddy.
Oh, no. Can't have that.
Yeah, you seem really scared.
Maybe I am.
All right, long pause. The next scene, we got Kate loading her rifle. She is about to go kick some other's butt. Quick question, Kate. Why isn't your rifle already loaded? Did you not think you might need to shoot it at some point? I don't know. Just a little question. Mm-hmm. Kate wants to go in and rescue Jack, but Saeed doesn't know if it's a good idea. He's thinking Jack might have been swayed to the other's side. Locke has a brilliant idea. Let's wait till dark, get Jack alone, and ask him if he wants to be rescued or not. Instead of just assuming that he does, because we all know what happens when you assume.
Right.
You give people a chance to say that tired cliche.
Mm-hmm.
Next scene is a flashback.
That is not Jack.
That is oh god, Kate. The next scene is a flashback. We got Locke eating in a really small, crappy apartment, and he's really, really sort of sad and depressing. He gets a knock at the door, and it's Peter Talbot. And I love Locke is no solicitors. I have a sign. Oh, because if you have a sign, they gotta listen to you.
He's such a crotchety old man.
Yeah, I just love that whole thing. I got a sign!
Having a no soliciting sign on your door is something you can only do when you've reached a certain level of crotchetiness.
And it's like, how many solicitors is he really getting, like, in an old little apartment, you know? Like, how many people are really coming by door to door, you know? But, yeah, because I saw that when he said no solicitors, I'm like, he's got a sign, and Locke's like, I got a sign. I'm like, wow, he actually... He actually said he had a sign. But of course, Peter's not there to solicit. He's come in regards to his mother, who he thinks might be in trouble. And then Locke tries to blow him off, and then Peter says, how many kidneys do you have? Mm-hmm. Which is not a question you get to ask very often.
No.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that they got to use that line.
And get, something
and to be relevant.
Yeah,
2, thank you very much. So the next scene, Locke is making coffee for Peter, and they talk, and Peter says that his mom met this guy 2 months ago, and he was really charming and sweet and funny. He claims his name is Adam Seward, retired computer entrepreneur from Ontario. Of course, he's Canadian. And he agreed that the mom agreed to marry him only after 2 months. So Peter's here because he wants to know about this Adam Seward guy, and he found out that Locke gave him a kidney. So could he really be that bad if someone donated a kidney? Mm-hmm. And of course, Locke lies and says it was an anonymous donation. He never met the guy. So this is continuing that long saga of Locke saying things that always disappoints us fans. Right. 'Cause I'm like, Locke, why lie? Why can't you just tell him this Anthony Seward guy who Peter shows him a picture. We know it's Anthony Cooper. Just tell him he's a bad guy. He stole your kidney. He's a con man. But no, we need a whole plot line, so he can't just end it here.
He still feels the need to protect him and to lie for him, and it's pretty ridiculous. But I think he's just, I don't know, he's very emotionally immature here, and he just still feels the need for acceptance even after all he's done to him.
Yeah, which is really strange. At this point, definitely by the end of this episode, by the end of his backstory in this episode, you really wonder, what is it that this guy has over him? And I guess it's acceptance that he really wants, even though he should know by now he's not going to get it. But of course, in these situations, people aren't exactly rational. Yeah. But I guess my point of contention with this whole thing and the believability of Locke being this attached to Anthony Cooper is that we didn't really get the sense that he was longing for, any of this attention from his dad or anything like that before the dad came into the picture. They didn't sort of. I don't know if you got that, but I didn't sort of get the idea from his childhood or anything like that that this was such a big deal to him. So do you think it was really just? Do you think this is all really stemming from, the relationship they had when they first met, or do you think he's always really wanted this sort of longing for his dad and all that?
I think it's possible that he always wanted it, but I think it's also possible that that he didn't. I mean, if he grew up in foster care, like he may never have known what that sort of relationship is like, and I think maybe when he first contacted him and they were going out hunting and having fun, I think maybe he sort of realized what he missed and sort of desperately or just really enjoyed it and realized what most people have and I think he clung to that really to the point where he's willing to give the guy a kidney even though they hadn't really known each other that long. And so I think he might have just clung to the idea once he got sort of a sense of what that was like. He thought, man, this is great, and I feel like maybe he's still clinging to that idea, even though he may never have known what he was missing before, so he may not have missed it, originally.
Well, why do you think he still protects him? Because he knows that, I think he at least knows at this point he's not ever going to have that relationship with Cooper again. And is he just sort of protecting him, or at least trying to protect him, just because of that relationship? Because he can't be doing it because he thinks he's going to get that relationship again, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, again, I don't think it's rational what he's doing, because he really shouldn't think that. And he probably doesn't rationally, but I think on some level he is still trying to get some sort of approval from this guy.
Interesting.
Even though, it's completely ridiculous. And I mean, once he puts him in the wheelchair, if he keeps doing it, he's just borderline insane.
Yeah, I mean, I think, oh, geez, yeah. I really am sort of captivated by this whole relationship they have, because it's sort of verging on insane for Locke to keep doing what he's doing for Cooper. After all this time, I mean, I think it was verging on insane back, when Cooper had him get the money for him. It was like, what? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
And so it's really interesting to see the depths that Locke will go to for this guy, for almost no reason,
Yeah.
But yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I do too. Even though it is really strange.
Next scene. We're back on the island. It's nighttime. The gang is watching as Juliet walks Jack to his hut. I guess it's not a hut, but it's something. And house something, yeah. So Locke sends Kate in to go talk to Jack, and he and Saeed are going to cover her with the idea. Locke says that it's better if you're the first one he sees, and I'm like, that's a weird rationale, Locke. But I guess that's true. I don't know.
I guess.
Yeah, I mean, is he really going to be up in arms if Saeed walks in?
It doesn't seem like in the end it matters. I mean, maybe if Locke walked in, he'd be pissed off or something. But,
yeah.
But I agree. Honestly, I don't feel like if Saeed walked in, it would have been that different in the long run. In terms of the way this episode played out. You know?
Probably
whatever.
Probably less like emotional tension.
Right.
Saeed walks in. Hello, Jack. Saeed, I've been waiting for
obviously they wouldn't have that emotional tension, but in terms of the way the plot played out, I could see basically the same things happening.
Yeah, definitely.
So whatever.
Kate comes in and Jack is like a little Schroeder playing on the piano, and it was really sad. Nice little performance there by Matthew Fox, and Kate says a soft hi. And he's like, get out of here! What are you doing? And we find out that they are watching him, which was a nice little twist. I didn't expect that.
I didn't either.
Makes sense. That they
I was like, they're going to have a nice little conversation.
Yeah. Now that there's cameras in there. Of course there's cameras in there.
Of course.
I guess the question would be, where's the camera room? But
and who's watching?
Obviously not Ben at this point.
Not anymore.
Somebody else was. I mean, I guess Ryan was watching.
Perhaps. Who's Ryan? That guy?
Ryan's the guy who comes in. He's the new Pickett, apparently.
Oh, okay.
He is exactly like Pickett. They kind of look alike, they sound alike, and they fulfill the same function. And I'm like, wow, that's really crazy.
Yeah.
You kill Pickett, and here's another one.
Mm-hmm.
The clone theory is true.
We still need a Pickett type. So,
yeah.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing. You've got the nice bad guy in Tom, you know, and now you need the bad guy. So.
Yeah.
So yeah, the new Pickett comes in. He's got a gun, and Kate gets on the floor, and Kate keeps calling out to Jack for help, and I don't know what she thinks he's gonna do, but then they bring.
They all have guns, and he's unarmed.
Yeah, Jack.
Help me, Jack.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess she's just saying, tell them to leave me alone or something like that. I don't know what he expects him to do. And they have Saeed at this point too, and they ask if it's just the two of them, and she says yes, which is a good call on Kate's part.
Oh yeah.
Because now we get the next scene.
Yay!
Interior Ben's room. Ben hears something and he turns on the light, and there's Locke with a gun. Yay!
At last they meet again.
At last they meet again. That's a weird phrase. We meet at last again. So Ben is like, "Hey, Locke, I can tell you where Jack is. You don't have to point a gun at me." And then Locke gives that great line, "I'm not looking for Jack. I'm looking for the submarine." Commercial. On to the diaper
That line
commercials.
that they really ruined gave away in the Canadian preview.
Yeah, if anybody watched the Canadian preview, they totally gave away that line. Luckily, I didn't watch it, so I was somewhat surprised. But Justin and I played a very long, fun guess what he says game off podcast. Really wish we would have recorded that because I could not figure out, because Justin was like, he says, "I'm not looking for Jack, I'm looking for blank." And how long did it take? Like 30 minutes for me to figure out that he was talking about the submarine?
Yeah,
it was a
probably.
long time. I thought of everything.
The problem was, at first you assumed it was a person.
Yeah. At first I thought it was a person. I'm like, he's looking for his dad. He's looking for Helen. He's looking for, Nadia. He's looking for, like, all these random people. And then I'm like, okay, I guess it's not a person.
Yeah.
Because I named
and then once
everyone.
you figured that out, even still, it took a long time to get around to the submarine.
Yeah, because I was like, were they ever, what did I say? Was it, are they alive or dead or something?
Mm-hmm.
And you're like, well.
I know. It was a hard one to answer.
Technically neither.
Yeah, exactly. And then you were saying maybe the list. And
I'm not looking for Jack. I'm looking for the list, which I thought would be really interesting.
I agree.
But he didn't say that either.
No.
So anyway, one of the little things I want to mention in this scene is Ben has a painting on his wall above his bed that sort of looks like a painting of the island, which I thought was kind of interesting.
Oh, really? I didn't really notice.
The next scene is a continuation of this scene. Ben's playing dumb. He says, "What submarine? I don't know what you're talking about."
Huh?
Why would we have a submarine on the island? That's really ridiculous. You couldn't write that in a TV show. And then Locke says, the sub your man Mikhail told me about right before I killed him.
Ooh.
Which, twisting the knife. And, which I thought was weird, because it's like, well, now he's going to be pissed at you, Locke, for killing one of his guys. You know how they feel about killing one of their guys.
Not good.
Not good, exactly. And then Alex comes in to check on Ben because she hears him sort of talking.
Alex.
Alex. Yeah, right? I didn't think she was in the building.
I didn't either.
But of course she was. So she comes in, Locke grabs her, and then Tom knocks on the door, and Locke takes Alex and they go hide in the closet. Tom comes in, he's like, "Hey Ben, I'm coming in. I hope you have pants on." I don't know, that's why that was the subtext, I thought. "I'm coming in 5 seconds. Be decent." That was my best Tom voice, by the way.
Nice.
Yeah, not too good. He tells Ben that Austin and Gerard are there, and somehow they found us. And Ben says, "Separate them. I want to know how they found us."
Mm-hmm.
And then Ben tells Richard to wait a second and to bring him the man from Tallahassee.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as we all remember, Richard is Richard Alpert is the guy who recruited Juliet from Middle Los,
right?
Back in Not in Portland,
right?
And I didn't catch the name Richard or that Richard was in the scene because Locke is the camera sort of peering from Locke's point of view through the door.
Right. You don't see his face.
You don't see his face, but you can tell it's him.
Yeah, definitely.
He's got that really square head,
Mm-hmm.
and voice.
Right.
And so, one of the things I know people specifically mentioned on the comment section, and I'm sure people in general have wondered, who is the man from Tallahassee? And I heard people, and I sort of thought for a second that maybe, when we see Richard later, he's there, and you wonder, oh, is he the man from Tallahassee? But he shows up in this scene, and Ben asks him to get the man from Tallahassee, so he's obviously not the man from Tallahassee.
Right.
Because that would make no sense to say, bring me the man from Tallahassee, and he's the man from Tallahassee.
All right, I will.
All right, I will bring me to you. Matter of fact, I'm already here. Somehow I knew you would ask me to bring me here. Yeah.
I wanted to mention here that off podcast, right before the episode came on, we had a conversation where I said, so who do you think the man from Tallahassee is? And you responded with, I don't care. And and because I think you were assuming maybe, like I was, which was that the man from Tallahassee was a flashback thing.
Yeah.
Not an island thing.
Exactly.
That's what I assumed. It would be like some person in Locke's flashback.
Yeah.
And I said, I think it's Locke's dad, and you pretty much agreed. And I thought it was going to be that because of the flashback.
Mm-hmm.
But when he said that in the episode, I'm like, oh, I guess the man from Tallahassee isn't Locke's dad. But I was wrong about that, obviously.
I still thought it might be Locke's dad, even when they said it, sort of the present. I didn't know how they were going to do that, but I did know who else the man from Tallahassee was going to be, because since they weren't going to bring him up, in the flashback, I was like, well, this is not going to be a person that we haven't seen before that they'll introduce in the flashback. This is somebody, that we should probably know.
Mm-hmm.
So I still pretty much thought it was his dad. I just didn't know how they were going to pull that off.
Yeah.
And I still don't know how they pulled it off.
Still don't. Indeed.
We'll talk about that.
Indeed, that's a big thing to talk about. But I was surprised that somehow I was still right, even though I was not right in the way I thought I would be.
Yeah, no, we were pretty convinced that it was, like Not in Portland was a flashback thing,
right?
And so we thought Man from Tallahassee was going to be a flashback thing.
Yeah, it just seemed like a reference. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's like. It's a reference like that you don't think will come up on the island.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't make sense. And then he said that, I'm like, oh god, it's an island mystery. So it can't be Locke's dad. But anyway, it was nice to be right, sort of, even for the wrong reason. And also, I want to mention New Year's Justin never doubted who it was, because I feel like the way it was set up, it should be the big reveal at the end, not like the minor reveal to the people who pay attention to Lost,
Mm-hmm.
that there's the guy from Middle, which was cool to see. I mean, to me, it sort of, says a couple things that maybe we can talk about later, but it didn't seem big enough for them to spend the time to make it a mystery, if that's all it was.
Yeah.
So,
well, I mean, to me, the mystery would have been when he said, "Bring me the man from Tallahassee," and like I think some people in the comment section thought that he had the power to bring Locke's dad to the island. That's what that's sort of what I thought when I saw Richard at the end, and then we see Locke's dad. You think, oh, well, Richard, Alfred is the man from Tallahassee, and he's got this really crazy, he's the box sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
He can manifest these powers. So that's what I thought. Not that, oh, he's the man from Tallahassee, and okay, well, that's not a big deal. But I was tying that to the box thing, which would have made it more of a big mystery, big reveal.
Mm-hmm.
And it's completely wrong.
Yes.
So Richard leaves, and Locke comes out of the closet, as it were, and Locke asks if the man from Tallahassee was some sort of secret code, and of course Ben wittily retorts, they don't have a code for what's going on in that situation, but of course they should. And I'm like, oh, Ben, you're so droll. He never wastes, that's the thing, he never wastes a moment being humorous.
Yeah.
I'm really curious on why why the writers are doing that. Several times in this episode, and pretty much in any Ben episode, he always has a funny little line or two. Like when back when in the first episode when he and Kate are eating the breakfast and she's like, if I don't put on the handcuffs, then you don't get any coffee.
You don't get any coffee.
Yeah, and it's and I guess they're doing that so we don't completely hate him or something. Yeah, that's the only reason I can think. Because it's sort of I mean, I like it, but it's just sort of pointless to have him be, that entertaining all the time. Mm-hmm. But I like it. It's nice. But sometimes I guess it's getting almost like the Sawyer nickname thing. It's like, okay, Ben, you don't always have to make a little joke. Every scene he's got at least one joke. Mm-hmm.
Fair enough. I think the way he does it, it's more natural, at least so far, than some of Sawyer's nicknames have been. But I agree. I think if they took it too far, it could turn into that.
Yeah.
If he gets to the point where he's making the jokes and it's like, man, that didn't even fit at all. Shut up. So, but I think so far it's okay.
Yeah, I think it's venturing towards that point.
It's like, treading the line between character building and just like ridiculous, overuse of that device. But anyway.
So basically, Locke wants Alex to go get Saeed's pack, obviously because there's C4 in there. Right. And Ben warns John that Alex hates him, a little plot thread from earlier in the season. And which I guess she still hates him, which makes me believe that Carl is not back there yet.
I don't think he is.
Which I guess I shouldn't necessarily believe that. I mean, this isn't evident. Because I was originally thinking that Carl's not back, and they haven't sort of solved that, and she thinks that Carl has been exiled, but. Ben could technically have captured him by now, and that's really why she hates him, because he's still captured. But I don't think he's back though. I think that
I'm thinking he's still out there.
Yeah, I mean, because he doesn't have any real way to get to the mini island. Oh, he's not going to the mini island. No, he's going to the main island. I mean, to the main camp. So okay. So Ben warns, like I said, Ben warns John that Alex hates him, but then Alex agrees to go get the bag. We flash back. John enters a flower shop. I think it's kind of interesting. Obviously, Anthony Cooper calls John Locke John, but I think most people on the island call him Locke, except for Ben.
And Jack.
Yeah, Jack calls him John too.
And Saeed.
Okay, well.
And Echo used to also.
All right. Anybody else?
No, I think that's about it.
Okay, that's enough.
Okay.
So he sees Cooper with his fiance in there flower shopping. Oh, the happy family. And I don't know. You think someone worth like $200 million they could, they would not be shopping in a little florist shop, but I don't know.
Oh, they found it charming.
It is charming. Who couldn't find that charming? I said charming 5 times. So Cooper comes over to John. He sees him, and he comes over, and he's like, "What are you doing here?" Wait, hold on. "What are you doing here, John?" No, it's bad. Sorry.
What's that supposed to be?
I was trying to do Cooper. I can't.
What are you doing? It's sort of gravelly.
What are you doing here, John?
Hey. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how to do it.
You're immaculately concepted, John.
He didn't say that.
I know he didn't.
Okay. You wanted a kidney, and I wanted a...
That was the mom's voice. John, you're immaculately concepted. I'm your mother. She's a smoker.
Yeah.
So John tells him that Peter came looking for answers, and that he's on to him. And John sort of puts 2 and 2 together that Cooper is trying to con the woman out of her money. He's going to marry her. Specifically for her money, and then he's like, "What do you want, John? Why are you here?" Which is a question we're all asking ourselves.
Of course.
It's nice that John wants to be, not a hero, but he wants to sort of protect someone from getting hurt, like he got hurt. But you really wonder, like, what's going on? What does he really want? And he wants him to call off the wedding and to agree that he's gonna leave town and sort of not go through with this. He goes, "You're going to call off your engagement, or I'm going to tell her the truth." And he makes Cooper promise to leave, but he didn't really promise to leave so much as he said, "Okay, John, you got it," which isn't a promise to leave. He's just, "Okay, John, you got it," which is sort of what Ben does later in the episode. That sort of fake promise thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think, real quick? Why do you think? I mean, that's the problem with asking these questions because obviously it's a plot thing. But it would have made more sense for John just to go ahead and tell the Cooper's fiance, right? But I guess the idea is he's still trying to win a little favor with his dad and not hurt his dad, and
he doesn't want these people to be victimized, but he also doesn't want to rat out his dad.
Yeah.
So he's trying to just get away with both not happening.
Because if he hated his dad, he would just tell the woman.
Absolutely, or he would have told the kid in the first place.
Or he would have told the kid in the first place. There you go.
Yeah, that was his easy opportunity. But yeah, I agree. He's just he can't just let him do his thing while he stands back. But he doesn't. He just can't quite give him away either.
Yeah.
So he's but there's something weird about this scene that I don't. It's not true. I don't think, but it made me think that maybe Cooper isn't really Locke's dad. Like that, he has that line about you make people think you're their family, and you get their trust and something like that. I didn't write it down, but it made me think that like the whole "I'm your dad" thing was some sort of con, and he's not really his dad. I don't think that's true, but it made it seem that way.
No, I think he was meaning, when he said you make people think you're their family and then you hurt them or whatever. He's just saying, he made Locke think that he was, part of Cooper's family, that they were family, just in the general sense, not in sort of the biological sense. And then he ran off and conned him and all that. I think that's what he means. He's not saying that. He conned him that he was his dad, but conned him that he was, his father, if that makes any sense.
Ah, okay.
Or would be like a father to him in the long run or something like
right.
that. Because it would be the same thing he was going to do to this woman, pretend that he loves her and that, that the mom and the son, all one big happy family, and then he was just going to sort of run off with the money.
Right.
Which I really wonder, what is he spending his money on? Because didn't he just recently have how many millions, or how much was it, like 700,000 or something that he had, or was this afterwards when he left Locke? Now this was before, right? During the hotel scene when he has Locke get the money for him and he gives Locke like 700,000 or something.
That was before this, but Locke didn't take it.
Yeah, but I mean Cooper had like how much money?
A lot.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
I'm just wondering what is he spending his money on?
Some number of hundred thousands, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, he had that huge house.
Yeah. I just, he said he does this con all the time, or he's done it before, and is it just, I guess he's at a certain point just conning for conning's sake? Because he's got to have a fair amount of money by now.
Yeah. I mean, I think he might just like to spend money a lot, or he just... or he just does it for its own sake. I don't know. But maybe he just blows through money really fast, like travels the world or something.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, if you're getting millions of dollars, it's it's hard to blow through that really quickly. You ever seen that movie Brewster's Millions?
No.
Yeah, that's what that movie's about. It's really hard to spend $1 million, especially in the '80s, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
Good movie though. Let's see. All right, this next scene, we are back at Ben's place. Ben asks Locke to help him get into his wheelchair, for a little dignity, which Locke knows something about, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
I think at this point, this came to my attention that there's this interesting parallel here with Locke, who used to be in a wheelchair, and Ben, who is now in a wheelchair, and they sort of have that connection, which I think is part of what's going on here. Obviously, is why can Locke walk, and he seemingly healed instantly. He got on the island, and Ben not only has not been healing as quick as he'd like, but got sick in the first place.
Right.
Which I think, huh?
it was really nice that they brought that up to me.
Yeah, it was really nice.
Because it's something that people were asking, way back when we first found out about Ben's little problem. So he's got this cancer, and yet it heals other people. What's the deal with that? And the show acknowledging that that's strange or is an issue is good for me to hear. So at least they know, there's something odd about that. But it just doesn't work indiscriminately, and for some reason it's really not working for old Ben.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting that Ben obviously knew that too. Before this whole thing with Locke, he knew that the island had healing powers. It's interesting that so it's just like it's not like a new thing or anything like that. Which I guess at some point we should talk about. I mean, we've talked about that before. I think why can the island heal, and what's the whole deal with that? And like you said, the island is sort of healing specific people, it seems, or not healing specific people, maybe. And and
it's all about perspective.
It's all about perspective, and you got to wonder why.
You do, and I do.
Good, because you have to.
I do.
So then Ben says, John, how do you expect to pilot our sub? And Locke says, for all you know, I was a commander in the Navy. And, which I sort of hope is true. I don't think it is true, but, I don't know. That whole thing with Locke and, well, like in the beginning, in the first scene when he's getting these government benefits, I was thinking, oh man, like, did he get hurt with some, like, government thing? That's how he got in the wheelchair with some, like, he was in the army or something, some big government thing he was doing. And, I guess I just want Locke to have this great non-pathetic backstory.
Oh, but he does.
But he does, it's kind of
sad. It reminds me of the very first Locke flashback scene where he's on the phone and the guy on the phone's like, Colonel Locke, we'll rendezvous at the blah, 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 0400 hours, okay. Yeah. And then Randy comes up and, Colonel, finish these reports.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it was. It was really cool. But I think he fantasizes about having that kind of life, but I don't think he did.
Yeah.
I think he's trying to live that sort of adventurous life on the island now that he never got to do.
It seems like Locke would have been, if Dharma was actively recruiting at this point, it seems like Locke would have been a good candidate. Or at least it seems like he would have wanted to join something like that, join this organization with this bigger cause and this, secret society, so like the reason he joined the commune thing, like this big organization, and I guess it's all, trying to get some semblance of family. I guess that's what his real goal is, but, so anyway, at this point, Ben realizes that Locke wants to blow up the sub. He doesn't want to use it to escape. And I know you, John Locke. Gotta love those lines, man. And then he goes and he sort of proves my point about you can't really know someone just by knowing details of their lives. At least in my opinion, that's not knowing them. But he says, I know you, and then he starts to list these things, which he's seemingly trying to prove this, prove that he knows them, and list these, you were born in California, you're raised in foster care, you wasted a big part of your life in Tustin, working at a box company. I know you spent the last 4 years of your life before coming to the island in a wheelchair, and I know how you ended up in it. Tell me, John, did it hurt? And then John says, he felt his back break. What do you think? So again, we get this idea that the reason that the others know these losties is because they know these details about them. And do you think that means you know somebody?
Of course not. Of course not. And I feel like they keep proving it wrong. And you can't predict what someone's going to do based on reading the details of their life. It's silly to think that. And also, you can't know their sort of personality or anything like that. I mean, maybe you could get a rudimentary understanding of them, but it would be pretty, it wouldn't be very very detailed. I mean, you can only get the vaguest sense of a person based on the details of their life.
Yeah, I mean, like, he says you wasted a big part of your life at working at this box company. I'm like, how does he know that Locke didn't love working at that box company?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it is a box company, but still, like, how do you know? I mean, it's like he knows the fact that Locke worked at the company, but the fact that he says, you wasted a big part of your life there, that's obviously a subjective opinion that obviously Locke seems to share, because he didn't like his job. But I don't know, it's little details like that it's like he's transcending these facts. He's putting these other things with the facts. And it's like, well, how do you know he wasted a big part of his life? How do you know he didn't love that job? Because that's not the kind of thing you can get in a report, When you look up someone's job history, it doesn't say, oh, they loved this job and they hated this job and they whatever this job. And I don't know. The next scene, we've got Kate. She's in the game room. Seems like a game room. There's a big pool table and stuff. She's trying to free herself, and then Tom comes in and says hi. And he lets Jack in and warns him about the sound surveillance that's going on in the room, which I thought was interesting that they don't have a video camera in there. It seems like they would just have a camera everywhere, right? If they were going to have cameras. I
mean, do they necessarily not? I just thought he was warning him that they have sound also, and watch what you say, because that's not going to come across in video.
Well, the whole thing to me about the video cameras, I feel like is, usually these days video cameras have microphones too. So if you've got a camera, you're going to have a mic. Now, from what we've seen of their cameras, well, they have audio. Yeah, they had audio too, right? I think I remember.
Well, I don't think we really know how the audio is acquired, but it could be.
Okay.
It could be that they're in the cameras.
Yeah, I guess there could be a camera in there, but he specifically, it seems like he would have pointed out if there was a camera too. But I guess your point is he's just reminding him about the sound, which I guess is important.
Yeah.
Although they seem to forget. I don't know. I don't know what he thought they were going to say anyway.
I don't either.
Jack tells Kate that all the people that the others took are safe, which is a word that she questions. And she goes, "Oh, so you're with them now?" And he goes, "Well, I'm not with anyone." And what did they do to you? Oh, then he sort of tries to say there's no way he could sort of explain to her and what's going on. That whole line again.
I know. Like, come on, Jack.
Yeah.
You didn't buy it when Cindy said it.
Exactly. But now he gets it.
Yeah, of
it's
course.
complicated.
It is. It's so complicated. And then he explains.
Then Jack says, "I told you not to come back." And then Kate says, "I didn't think you meant it." Even though you were screaming it. Which I thought was a fair point. If someone's in that situation and they say, "Don't come back," I could see that, she's a little, not only does she want to come back, but she's not sure if he means it, so.
Right.
And then they share a little bit of a moment there, and she asks him, what did they do to you, Jack? And he says that he made a deal with them, that they're going to let him go, and that he's going to let them go home. I should say, they're going to let him go home. And first thing in the morning, which is apparently in an hour.
Yeah.
We'll find out very soon.
It must be the very early morning.
Yeah, which makes me think, like, they waited a long time for it to be night. I mean, like, night came, and they kept waiting. And they kept waiting, because, like, if it's morning in an hour, then it's like 5 or 6 o'clock or something. Maybe 4 at the earliest. So they must have waited until, like, 2 or 3 in the morning just to go talk to Jack.
Well, maybe once they were captured, they sat in there for a while before this scene happened.
It couldn't have been too long. I mean, I gave it like an hour in my estimate. It couldn't have been too long, though.
Why couldn't it have been?
Well, because the whole thing with John, I mean, you can use his whole plot line as a time frame. Because he comes in, talks to Ben, Alex comes in, Alex goes get the bag, and then right after that he leaves to the submarine. And so within that time, Kate has talked to Jack, Kate has gotten captured, Kate is talk to Jack in the game room, and then Jack goes to the submarine when it blows up. So
how about this? Let's say these aren't told like in time sequence, and Kate and Saeed get captured, and then Locke waits for like 2 or 3 hours before he goes in to talk to Ben.
That doesn't make any sense. Why would he wait that long?
I don't know. It's the only way I can make it work.
Yeah, I don't think it makes any sense that he would wait 2 or 3 hours to go talk to Ben, because he's really anxious to get this over with. So I don't buy that. And by this time, like Jack should have talked to. I mean, in 2 or 3 hours, Jack should have gone to talk to Kate by then. I don't know. I think it's just a weird time thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why they said in an hour. I don't know. Or first thing, I don't know. Anyway, Jack's plan is that he's going to go on the submarine, go home, and try to bring help. It's his best chance. Which you got to wonder, what help is he going to bring, or could he bring? I mean, if he goes, to Australia or wherever, or LA or wherever, and he, tells the authorities, my friends are being held captive on this mysterious island, and, I mean, can you imagine the hurdles he'd have to go through for them to actually send someone to this island? And, it would be a big ordeal. But I guess we don't have to worry about that since it's not going to happen.
No. You don't think they'd do anything?
No, it's not that I don't think they would do anything.
Especially with a witness there to tell them what happened?
I just think that there would be a lot of hurdles in not only in getting a good amount of people to come back with him to this island. I mean, obviously he would have a lot of trouble finding it and potentially never
I feel like that
find
would
it.
be the main hurdle. I feel like they could get someone to look, but it might be hard to find it.
Yeah, I mean, I just think they might be like, oh, he's crazy, especially if he starts telling them some of the stuff that's happened. Oh, he's just crazy. He's got post-traumatic stress syndrome. I mean, I think obviously they would try to send a rescue party in terms of, the survivors of the crew. Would they necessarily send people who are capable of attacking the others and rescuing Kate and Saeed and, everybody else? That's the thing I think he would have trouble with. Is saying, hey, these people are armed and they've got whatever. I think they would definitely.
I think if they found
party.
the island and they had an unsuccessful rescue attempt, then they could, send a real crew who could really get them.
Yeah, and what are the odds of finding the island twice?
Well, I feel like if they find it once, hopefully whoever finds it can communicate that and they can find it again. I think finding it once is the biggest obstacle.
I think if you find it once, the odds are really high against that, and then finding it again is even worse.
I mean, yeah, finding something twice should be... The second time should be easier because you found it.
Yeah, but it's how did you find it? Was it luck that you found it? Because there's no real way to find it. They don't know where it is.
True, but if they did, it seems like they could transmit, coordinates or something and then find it again, no problem.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm under the idea that the island is, you couldn't really get coordinates, that would work. Like if you had coordinates, they really wouldn't tell you where the island was.
Oh, well, okay.
Because otherwise the others could use that coordinate for themselves and not have to use the sonar.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah. So that's what I was just saying. It's by chance if you find the island the first time. And so if you leave, I mean, they've already said if you leave, you can't, there's no way to find it again. So.
It depends on if it's in a fixed location or not. But yeah, I don't really understand why they couldn't find the island with the submarine if they could just use some coordinates. But it's got to be somewhere. I don't know. It's very curious. Very curious. Because the plane just ended up there. It seems like anything could just end up there.
Yeah, several things ended up there.
Theoretically. Assuming it has a fixed location, it seems like it should be possible to give coordinates and get there. But then why is the submarine thing an issue? I don't know. Point to ponder.
Point to ponder. P to P. Another point to ponder is this next thing I'm going to talk about. Alrighty. Kate asks, why do you think you can trust them? And Jack gives gives this really strange sort of response that he said, you asked me to trust them when you asked me to save Sawyer's life, which I didn't really get what he meant by that. What do you think he meant by that?
Well, when they had that conversation, he said to her, like, or she said, you got to do the surgery or they're going to kill Sawyer, and then he's like, and you believe them? And she's like, I don't have a choice, or something like that. There was some dialogue about trusting them, and she basically said that they have to, and
Oh, I see.
I think that's what he's referring to.
So not that, like, you put me in a weird position when I had to save Sawyer's life, and that position made me have to trust the others. It was that specifically you told me to trust them because you trusted them with the Sawyer thing.
Right. And the thing that's weird about that is, doing the surgery on Ben did not save Sawyer's life. Like, the only reason Sawyer's life was saved is because Jack did the whole, holding Ben hostage thing.
Yeah.
Because as soon as the surgery started, Pickett went to kill Sawyer. It's almost like the surgery made him kill Sawyer.
Yeah, it was like, oh no, Ben is in surgery, they're trying to save his life. But yeah, because that's what he said. He's like, they're the reasons Ben. Didn't they say something? No, they didn't say that. That didn't make any sense. Didn't he say something like that though? Like, they're the reason that Ben is. No, they couldn't have said that. That's
he said he put his life in the hands of one of them.
Oh, that's what he said. Oh, okay.
And Shepard wasn't even on Jacob's list, the infamous line.
Yeah, okay.
Like, not only is he one of them, but he's not one of the chosen one of them. So, screw him or whatever. It just seems like if he hadn't done the surgery, then, Ben, he wouldn't have killed Sawyer. I don't know.
Well, I think he was looking for any excuse to kill Sawyer, and I think the point was, he was saying, Ben isn't even thinking rationally because he's letting one of them work on him, and that person isn't even on the list. Yeah. He shouldn't even be here because he's not on the list.
Right.
Which I guess means Sawyer and Kate are on the list?
I don't think so, since it seemed like Mikey implied to Kate that she... No, not only implied, he specifically said she wasn't on the list.
Forgot about that.
And I have serious doubts that Sawyer is.
Then what's the point of saying he's not even on the list if no one there is on the list?
I think it was just that he wasn't on the list.
He wasn't on the list.
Not these people are, but, he's not even on the list, as in, if you're going to put your life in the hands of one of them, they should at least be on the list.
Well, it makes me feel like none of the other losties are on the list. None of the ones who haven't been captured are on the list. And either only the ones that were taken from the plane crash are on the list, or the ones who were on the plane crash or the others are on the list. Because that's a new idea, I think. At least I haven't thought about that before, that maybe it's the others that are on the list. Like Juliet was on the list, and, Miss Clue was on the list, and Mikhail was on the list, and that's why they were recruited, because they were on Jacob's list. That's kind of interesting.
Could be. I don't know. I wonder. It does seem like whoever is left that's not on the list should have been that is on the list should have been captured by now. What are they doing? They got a list person out there. You got to get them.
Go get them.
Guys. Get it together. But I think it's possible that someone is still on the list, even if it seems odd. But it could be that this list is like a general list, not a list of just crash survivors who are worthy, but of everyone who's worthy, including the others themselves.
Yeah, that would make sense, I think.
Because according to this episode, at some point they were recruited, so that could have come from a list, definitely.
Yeah.
So that's interesting point.
Then Kate.
But I guess what I wanted to say was, doing the surgery, whether not doing the surgery he would have killed him anyway. Doing the surgery certainly didn't save him. It was really Jack's extra, doings that really saved him in the end.
Well, and that's the thing. Like, the surgery really had nothing to do with Sawyer. I mean,
Yeah.
Sawyer and Kate were there for some other random reason we've yet to find out. I guess ostensibly to help with that little project, what little help they did give.
Oh boy.
Which I'd love if someone would ask. Which I mean, I feel pretty confident we'll find out at some point what that project was about.
I do too. It might be a while.
It might be a while, but as long as we sit tight, we'll find out.
Yeah, even if it's just like, oh, we were rebuilding the whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I could see. I think we will find out, but yeah, I don't know. I have no idea.
So then Kate basically says, what did they tell you? Which I think she's referring to the whole sex scene.
Oh yeah.
When Jack saw them get it on,
mm-hmm.
as it were. And then Juliet comes in right on time, and she basically says it's time to go.
Hope I'm not interrupting anything.
Am I interrupting something?
Would it matter if you were?
Would it matter if you were? Oh, God. Oh, Colleen, the only good thing she ever did.
Mm-hmm.
Except for die.
Oh.
Oh, jeez. I'm sorry, Pickett.
But now you're dead, too. Everybody's happy.
Then Jack tells Kate, I wish you hadn't come back for me, but I will come back here for you.
Mm-hmm.
And, then the scene ends. I thought it was a pretty nice scene. It had that little emotion. It had a little information about what's going on. Nice little scene.
Oh, yeah.
The next scene is a flashback. John comes home and he's stopped by the homicide detectives, Detective Mason and Detective Reed. And they question him about Peter Talbot, and he tries to lie again, badly as usual. Oh, he is a solicitor. And, they basically say, well, he's worth $200 million. I don't think he's really selling you anything. And then
he tries to go with, well, I didn't know him.
I didn't know him. Well, why was his name in your pocket? Why are you going through his pockets? And because he's dead.
Oh.
So
it made me wonder, what did he do after that? Like, he looks really bad after that.
He just looks, oh God.
'Cause he's lying his ass off, and this guy's dead, and it all looks very suspicious. But somehow, I guess they just left or something. I don't know. It was a weird place to end the scene, I thought. Or maybe an okay place to end the scene, but it was weird that it wasn't clear what exactly happened after that.
I mean, I guess they all they really could do was just tell him, Peter's dead, and do you have any idea of who could have done it or whatever? And they probably maybe gave him a little bit more details about his death. But probably not, because he didn't seem to know how. And I think that's pretty much it. They probably said, hey, if you have any other information, here's our business card, and just left. I mean, they couldn't really do much. Because I'm sure Locke said, I don't really know anything, basically.
Even though he deliberately lied to them about this guy who ended up dead, I mean, wouldn't that arouse their suspicion a little bit? I
mean, he didn't know him. I mean, at first he said, I don't know this guy, and then he said, oh, he's a solicitor, and then he still didn't really know him. I mean, the only thing he could tell them is that he came, wondering about his, his future stepdad,
that guy's my dad, and
but that's the thing. He wouldn't tell them that. That's what I'm saying. The only thing he could possibly tell them is that he came asking about whatever his fake name was, Anthony Cooper's fake name.
Mm-hmm.
But he obviously didn't tell him that.
Right.
So the point is, there's only a little bit he could have possibly told them, and he probably didn't tell them. So they couldn't do much. So that's why that scene ended.
Mm-hmm.
But I was really taken aback when Peter was found dead, because I'm like, whoa, Cooper has no limits. Yeah. Wow, like, you were really intense, mister.
Yeah, it really changed my view. This episode really changed my view on him.
Yeah.
I never thought that he was that sort of violent. I guess I just, in the Sawyer story, he, which, many people believe he's the real Sawyer,
mm-hmm.
including me.
Including me?
He he conned this, Sawyer's parents, that is James Ford's parents, and then when he left, that's when James Ford's dad, killed his mom and himself.
Mm-hmm.
So they did sort of the violent part. He just came in to con them. So I assumed, and Sawyer sort of has been the same way. I mean, it didn't seem like he really killed anybody. He would just sort of con people and run away if there was a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So I assume this guy was like that. I was kind of surprised.
That he did kill the fake real Sawyer, but not.
He
part
did,
of the con.
But that was personal revenge. That wasn't part of a con.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make that point clear.
Are
you're seemingly suggesting that maybe Anthony Cooper killed Sawyer's parents, and Sawyer maybe is remembering it wrong.
I didn't mean to suggest that.
Oh, okay.
All I was saying was, based on what I knew about him, I didn't think he would do the stuff he does in this episode.
I think it's an interesting suggestion, by the way.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think it's true, but I think it's an interesting suggestion that maybe he had something to do with his parents' death, like specifically. I don't buy that, but it's an interesting suggestion.
Okay.
That you didn't mean to make.
Right.
So the next scene, we're back to Ben's place again. Ben basically is talking to Locke about those early days when he was known as Henry, which I was hoping Locke was going to say, "Why did you say your name was Henry Gale?"
Oh, God.
I was so hoping for that. But
or how about, why did you say you didn't press the button?
Oh, God.
Hey, man, I saw what happens, and it ain't good.
We find out a lot about the whole button situation, though, in this episode. So,
yeah.
Oh no, maybe I'm thinking about the official podcast. They talk about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's not this episode.
What?
What? That's a different thing.
Okay.
So Ben basically says, it wasn't easy seeing you able to walk around and not being able to talk to you about how you recovered from your paralysis.
Oh, and you know what else he could have asked? Why were you there? What were you doing?
Yeah, that would be the first big question. And what were you doing? And like I sort of hinted at, I think the official podcast talked about the recent official podcast talked about what Ben was really doing there. Right?
Yes, I guess they did.
They did. I remember something about that. And then he starts to ask some questions, was it immediate? Right at the crash that day? And Locke goes, that's what immediate means. Because that is what it means. And then Locke figures out, as we talked earlier, that Ben should be recovering faster, and he shouldn't have gotten sick in the first place. And then Ben wonders if Locke wants to destroy the sub because he knows that if he leaves the island, he will be back in the chair.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you think that's true?
I think it's fair to be worried about it. I would be worried about it if I were him.
Good non-answer.
Well, I feel like it's worth saying, it's reasonable that he would be worried about that. Whether I think it's true or not, let me think. I'm going to go with...
Well, I know what New Year's Justin would say.
What would New Year's... I don't know what New Year's Justin would say.
New Year's Justin would believe what Ben said.
Oh, okay. That's the thing, though. New Year's Justin just believes what he thinks is obvious, since Ben lies all the time and just says stuff to manipulate people, New Year's Justin doesn't necessarily trust things Ben says, unless he thinks, they seem to be true. And that's, I can see that he might be right about Locke, but as far as whether that would really... The thing is, I don't know why Locke was cured. What was it? Is it this thing that's like some kind of field that sort of hits him and gives him the feeling, and and then there's also the Deus Ex Machina episode where he kind of loses his ability to walk again,
mm-hmm.
Which was pretty weird, and I still don't really understand what was going on there. it depends on if it was like, boom, it's repaired, or some kind of continuous thing that's hitting him and keeping those nerves working. And if you take it away, then, he'll go back to what he was before. But it seems like it should last after he's off the island, to me, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. It seems it's really obviously dependent on what is repairing him or how he was repaired. Make him sound like a robot. But I guess repaired is I don't know what other term to use. Fixed.
Fixed, please.
Yeah, as they like to use. The island fixed him, which makes him sound like a cat. Little Lockie the cat. I guess it wouldn't be as interesting if Locke was able to leave and still walk, right? It wouldn't make the island power seem that great. Well, they obviously still great because they fixed him.
Yeah.
But I think it would make the island more important if you have to be on the island.
It would make the stakes sort of lower for him, I guess. So I think it's a possibility that that's true. So yeah, but it just seems like the way it would work if it repairs those nerves. How are they gonna not work anymore all of a sudden?
Mm-hmm.
How is that even possible physically? But then again, with the stuff that happens in this show, especially lately, who knows? Maybe that really would be the case, and some field is keeping those nerves working that would go away if he left.
Or maybe not like a continuous field or something, but when the island sort of gave Locke, like fixed him, and the island sort of being conscious or whatever, whatever ability it had to give, to choose Locke to be fixed. If Locke tried to leave, it would just take it away before he left.
Fair enough, yeah. And I guess maybe the Deus Ex Machina episode where he loses the ability to walk, maybe that's the island doing that also.
Mm-hmm.
And if the island can do that, then maybe it's reasonable to say it would do it if you left.
Yeah.
You can't leave me, or I'll take away your... Yeah.
Yeah, I think that might work. So the very last part of this scene, Locke says, "Got anything to eat?" Because he's hungry.
Mm-hmm.
The next scene, they're at the playground. Saeed is tied to a swing set, looking very despondent.
Mm-hmm.
He was like, "I did not sign up for this." Bad Saeed accent. And Alex comes over to get the pack, and Ryan starts to question, why do you want this? And he's like, "Hey, Ben just told me to get it." So he gives her the pack. And then Saeed starts to talk to Alex, and he says, "You look like your mother." And she goes, "But my mother is dead." "I'm sure that's what they told you." And then Ryan comes up and hits Saeed.
Yes.
And this is not how I thought Alex would first hear of Russo. I really thought there was going to be some other way that they would start on this topic of Alex and Russo.
Mm-hmm.
I did not expect Saeed to just sort of make a comment about it.
Yeah,
but it was nice.
It was. This is a pretty momentous occasion. This episode has the first time she hears about Russo and the first time Russo sees her.
Yeah.
Both in the same episode, which is a pretty big deal. Like, finally, someone says this. It seems like this guy Ryan sort of knew what he was talking about by how agitated he got.
Oh, is that what you think?
Yeah, I got the impression that he knew what he was saying.
I will sort of buy that. I just thought, Saeed's a prisoner. He doesn't need to be talking, especially to Alex, who's this like young girl or whatever. Like, you don't need to be talking to her. Shut up.
Yeah,
that's what I got from it. I don't know.
I think that was a part of it.
Yeah, I feel like maybe because this is the first time we've seen him, but I just feel like Ryan is on the low end of the totem pole. And I feel like he would know something like that. I just don't think Ben would have told that many people. Or that many people would have found out, because it seems like a big deal. Should be a big deal.
Well, I don't think they're that concerned about people being kidnapped and stuff. I don't feel like it's a big deal to tell people because I think they're all okay with that, or at least most of them are.
Well, I mean, the fact that what I'm saying is I don't think it should be public knowledge that Ben kidnapped Alex and raised her as his own, because if it is public knowledge, then it's really easy for her to find that out, and obviously she doesn't know that. So I feel like it should be a big secret about how if that's his real daughter or not. That's my point. I mean,
yeah, but people who were there would know,
Yeah, but
I don't know that he didn't father a child.
Yeah, exactly, and I don't think a lot of those people were there 16 years ago.
I think they were. I think most of them were. I think there are a few exceptions, but I'd say most of them were there then.
Well, I mean,
because I feel like there was like a big initial recruitment, and most of the people who are there are from that time. So, yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Well, I sort of thought they just got people a little bit over time, not necessarily a big initial recruitment. I mean, he said he's been there all his life. And then 16 years ago was when Rousseau got there. I mean, I would say a fair number of those people were there. But, I mean, obviously they were doing recruitment after that, too.
Right.
So, I don't know. I don't personally believe Ryan knows about that. But I see your point. It definitely comes off like that's sort of what's going on. It seemed like he would have been a little more fervent in his attempts to shut Saeed up, if that's what he was going for. Because he let him say it quite a bit before he got up and did anything. He
did, but I feel like that could just be, for the sake of him being able to say it. Because he still did sort of respond. I don't know. I got the sense he responded more strongly because of what he was saying. Whereas otherwise, he might not have responded so strongly. But yeah, it's a fair point. Who knows? I guess we'll find out maybe at some point how this all went down. And who was there and all that. Well, probably not a checklist, but maybe we'll get a better idea of how that all worked.
Yeah.
Because, whoever was there at the time, I think, has to know. How can you hide it? There's no woman there who gave birth to this kid. How can you say, this is my daughter? You know what I mean? I don't think he could pull that off.
He could have, claimed that... that maybe his wife or whatever woman he was with back somewhere else, not on the island, had a baby, and that the mother died.
But he was born on the island.
But that's not to say he never left the island. And that's not to say some woman came to the island and they were going to have a baby and she left. You know what I'm saying?
He said he's been on the island his entire life too, previous to this.
Does that mean he's never left?
Well, to me it does, yeah. Literally, sure.
Huh. I didn't get that meaning from that. He said, I've been on this island my entire life?
Yeah, and not in this episode. He said that to Jack way back in The Glass Ballerina.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, at the time, there was a lot of discussion of whether that meant that he was born there. And this episode clears that up.
Yeah.
Pretty explicitly,
yeah, that's right.
I think.
I still think there's some way where the baby, they could have brought Alex to the island under the guise that was his child. Or said that they brought her to the island.
And I don't think he's ever left. So I think that's his main obstacle, is bringing in a child from somewhere and saying this is mine. Because I think they would know. Especially this dialogue that occurs later seems to indicate that he doesn't want to leave, and other people do, and he's got this like connection with the island somehow, or wants to, because he was born there and he feels like this is his place to be. And so I don't see him leaving and having a baby, and it doesn't seem, I don't know.
I mean, obviously he didn't leave to have a baby, but I could see that being his story.
Yeah.
And I could see him leaving at some point to do something. I mean, obviously he doesn't want to leave the island forever, like some of those people sort of want to do. But I could see him needing to leave at some point. I mean, obviously it depends on what role he's really playing here, but... That said, the next scene, We're back at Ben's again. Locke is getting some food. He asked a very interesting question about where do they get their electricity. And
I think we've asked that before.
We have asked that before, and apparently the answer is 2 giant hamsters running in a wheel at their secret facility. Which I'm thinking, that's really not that crazy for this island. That's really pretty plausible.
Why not?
Why not? They've got everything else. And then Ben apologizes for eating most of the dark meat. Sorry. Which is another little Ben quip. So then he tells him, pretty flat out, if you blow up my sub, I'm going to have a big problem with my people. I was born here. Did you write this part down?
Yes, yeah. I wrote down this entire monologue, so...
All right, regale us.
The time to read it. What?
I said regale us, please.
I shall. Here we go. I was born on this island. Not many of my people can say that. Most of them were recruited and brought here. And as much as they love this place, as much as they would do anything to defend it, they need to know they can leave if they want to. The sub maintains that illusion. Locke interjects, so you're lying to them. Ben says, no. They're here because they want to be here. Some of them are just not ready to make a full commitment yet. But you, John, you've already made that commitment. And now you have a choice. Because if you stop and if you think, I can show you things I know you want to see very badly. Let me put it to you. Let me put it so you'll understand. Picture a box. You know something about boxes, don't you, John? Oh, boy.
Jeez.
What if I told you that somewhere on this island there's a very large box, and whatever you imagined, whatever you wanted to be in it, when you open that box, there it would be. What would you say about that, John?
What would you say?
And of course he says, well, I hope you can get big enough to get a new submarine. Or whatever. I didn't write that part down because whatever. But, yeah, so that's it.
All right. Well, there's a lot going on there.
Definitely. Number one reveal, which you've already noted, is that he explicitly says he was born on the island.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what does that mean? Does that mean that he was a child of one of these, maybe Jacob recruited others, something like that? I guess that's what I'm imagining. Although, yeah, I guess we don't know exactly when that happened, but I guess that would be, he's about 40-something, probably the 60s, I guess is when that would have had to happen.
Mm-hmm.
So is that what you are imagining, or what do you think about him being born on the island?
I feel like, does that predate Dharma? It doesn't necessarily predate Dharma, right?
Well, it should. It really should. We're talking 2004 here. Dharma didn't show up until the 70s, and of course 1970 is only 34 years away from 2004. So he'd have to be pretty young, younger than he appears to be born when Dharma was there. Of course, Dharma didn't come until later.
How do we know when Dharma got there?
I think it's indicated in the orientation films.
By what?
Well, by various dates, and I think there's somewhere there's an indication.
I know that the film has a date on it, has like a year or something.
Yeah.
I don't think that's necessarily an indication of the beginning of Dharma.
But there is somewhere there's an indication that it was the late 70s, even if it's lost experience. So somewhere that's confirmed. And also, I think there's dates given when he's talking about. Maybe I need to look this up. Let me see here. What episode would that be? Something like season 2. Orientation.
And my point behind this question is I was wondering if he could be a child of some Dharma members.
Here we go. The Dharma Initiative was created in 1970, and it is the brainchild of Gerald and Karen DeGroot. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, and following the footsteps of visionaries such as B.F. Skinner, imagined a large-scale communal research compound where scientists and freethinkers could pursue research, etc., etc. Alvar Hanso financed. So anyway, it was started in 1970.
Okay. So there's pretty much no way that Ben could be affiliated with Dharma.
No way.
At least
unless his affiliation was post birth.
Okay.
As far as
which it should be.
Well,
he can't be affiliated while he's a fetus or not born at all. Not.
No, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, unless like he was born and then Dharma came and then he became affiliated with them.
Yeah.
Like he couldn't have been affiliated with them from birth. He couldn't have come there with Dharma.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying, I guess. He's not a Dharma kid. Because it's about 10 years on.
I guess I don't really know what to think when Ben says he was born on the island. Was Jacob really recruiting people before, this recruitment, of Juliet and all that stuff? I mean, I guess I really haven't formulated my theories on that, on what was really going on there. I guess the best I can come up with is that Ben is a part of the original island, members, whatever that really means. Maybe the people who built the statue. That's all I can really come up with. I don't really know how that relates in terms of Jacob and all that stuff.
Okay. Well, for now, I'm going to say he's a child of people that were recruited by Jacob or by proxy from Jacob. And that this was before Dharma, but not that far before Dharma, maybe 10 years before Dharma, something like that.
Well, then I have to know, I mean, I feel like you should give some sort of theory as to why Jacob was recruiting people.
Oh boy. Wow. It's a great question, first of all. As I'm stalling
Thank
here.
you.
I have no idea. It's so clear what Dharma was doing, but I have no idea what the others were trying to do there.
Yeah. I mean, do you think Jacob was recruiting and with to the same plans that the others were currently recruiting? Or do you think it was something else and then the others, with this whole Juliet thing and all that stuff, picked up another topic?
I think it could go either way. I think Juliet could be another in a line of people who are recruited the same way, or it's just some new development, or even, maybe even Ben is responsible for Juliet. I don't know. Mm-hmm. It could be one of those things. He's clearly sort of going outside the boundaries of Jacob's plan here.
Yeah.
At least with that surgery issue and Jack and Kate and Sawyer, that didn't have anything to do with Jacob's plan, I don't think.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's really interesting too to think about this idea that Ben has this tenuous grasp on his people. Any points for tenuous?
I'd love to say tenuous.
So not that many points.
No, not too many.
All right, no problem.
It's a 3.
Okay, well, I'll add it to the list. I've got 5 points now. Yeah, I thought it was really interesting. I mean, I guess they hinted at that before, but now we sort of know if he's telling the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to have him be very explicit about, I was born, most of my people were not.
Yeah, but just the idea that some of them, don't want to be there, and that, he could easily lose his grasp as leader.
Yeah, it's interesting that most of them don't seem to want to be there totally. Like they're like and the way he says, like, it maintains this illusion. It's like he's sort of trapping them there. Mm-hmm. Like like everybody's being held in some sense, like Juliet.
Well, and it's definitely an illusion at this point because, well, I guess I was thinking it was an illusion because he knows that they can't come back, but the illusion is that they can. What did he say? that it's an illusion that they can leave?
They need to know they can leave if they want to. The sub maintains that illusion.
But it seems like the illusion should be that they can leave and come back if they want to. Because the point is now they can't come back. They can leave. So that's not.
Well, I think the point is like it served that function before the whole sky turning purple thing. And the idea is the sub's there so people can think, oh, I can leave whenever I want. But if it comes to them actually wanting to leave, he's not going to let them.
Oh, I see. So that's the illusion. They can leave, but the illusion is that they will be able to leave.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's a lot going on here. It's, geez. There's a lot going on with just this small facet of the show.
I agree, yeah.
In terms of Ben, I guess at this point, I still believe, when we saw Echo in the cave with the bear, that whole crap, and we saw the little truck or whatever that thing was. I'm going to contend that was Ben's. It was Ben's little toy truck.
Did that truck have a Dharma logo on it?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay.
Even if it did.
If it did, I'm going to say it's not.
Oh, but could they really have any other kids there? Do you think Dharma brought kids there?
No.
I mean, they could have. They were doing the utopian society thing.
Yeah, they could have. I just don't.
I mean,
doesn't.
You can't have a utopian society without kids because kids are awesome. No, I like kids.
Of course you do.
I do.
How could you not?
You're making people think I don't like kids.
No, kids. What is it? The children are our future.
Yeah, light of my life.
Okay, so yeah, maybe they did have kids. I mean, they've got these barracks, which is a very nice sort of suburban recreation here, which seems like a decent place to have kids, relatively. I mean, I don't know about school and stuff, but...
I just thought of a big question.
Yeah?
Maybe it's obvious. I look to you for all my facts.
Okay.
How do we know that this is these are Dharma barracks?
Well, they were on the map, the Dharma map.
Yeah, besides the map.
From the book.
I'm just going to totally discount the map, okay?
I mean, that's...
And they mentioned it they mentioned the barracks in the orientation film.
They mentioned the barracks in the Pearl orientation.
All right. I was just wondering if there's any way that this was not Dharma barracks and these were like the others barracks and
that's what's confusing.
Yeah.
And that's why I really want to know, what were the others doing before Dharma showed up? Where are they living? How are they living? What were they doing? All those things, I think, are interesting questions. Because it seems like this is their home or whatever, but it's a Dharma building. I mean, it seems pretty clear to me.
Here's an answer.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
I'm fast. What if, instead of bringing their own people for the utopian part of their experiment, the utopian socialist experiment thing, they use the inhabitants already on the island? So they recruited the others to be the people in this experiment. They gave them, like, I can't answer where the others were living before.
Or what they were doing there before.
I'd have to believe that. Well, I feel like what they were doing there was sort of has something to do with this box analogy and all the mysticism with the island. That's sort of why they were there.
Okay.
Where they were living, I would have to say some sort of hut type thing, some very, very rudimentary living situation. But what if they said, hey, we want to create this society, and they basically would study the others in this place. And of course, some Dharma members would live with them because in the orientation film they said when you're done you go back to the barracks. I don't know. I just thought that might be interesting. That might give them a reason for being there in the first place, for being in the barracks in the first place.
Right. I mean, I got the impression that in this war that occurred after they triumphed, they just sort of took over all the Dharma stuff. They sort of inhabit the various hatches that they know about.
Yeah.
periodically, and that these barracks seemed like a nice place to live, so they just sort of took them over. Like that's what I imagine, not necessarily that they were there, but I mean it's possible that's what happened, and something happened, during the experimentation on the others that caused the conflict. That's certainly possible, because then that's another question is what was the conflict there. Whether it was just a simple this is our island and get off or whatever. Or if they were doing something that the other specifically didn't like, some sort of, actual issue besides just being there, period.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting because, if Dharma, during this war, if the majority of the Dharma workers or whatever are in the barracks, presumably, not under this theory I just made up, but,
right.
in this other theory, if they're in the barracks during the war, how did the others cross the line, cross the sonic field to attack them? Like did they disable it somehow? Did they crawl over it, perhaps? Which seems to be a logical idea. But I mean, obviously, there's a lot of questions there on who. First of all, does the field keep people in or out? Because it could have been to keep people in if the people are the others. To keep them in there, and maybe they didn't really know that they were trapped at first, and then they figure out they were trapped and what's really going on, and that's when the war started. Sure. Or it was Dharma people who were in the barracks, and they had the field to keep the others out, but somehow the others ended up getting them and killing them or whatever.
Right. Now, I think this is a good time to bring up another thing real quick. In the official podcast, Damon Crothan tells us that we can pretty much believe everything Mikey said about the Dharma others conflict and all that, besides the fact that he was a member of Dharma, that was his only deception. Everything else, he was not intentionally deceiving them. But then, of course, they throw in, but it's relative to how he sees it, I guess. So it made me wonder if maybe he's, because he painted it as Dharma started this. And they purged or whatever. It made me wonder if it wasn't maybe the other way around. Like who started it in general?
Yeah.
Who was the first person who decided to attack the other? Because it does seem implausible in a sense that the scientists would attack.
Yeah, and I feel like it would be if anything, it would be attack in quotes. Obviously there would be some sort of transgression, but I don't think the scientists would be taking up arms against the others. But it could have been something where the scientists were doing something to the others didn't like. And so for them it seems like an attack, but for the scientists it's just their work. I mean that's what's interesting about this show is it's all about perspective. This whole thing about good people, bad people, and from what we seem to have found out, the others basically killed all the Dharma people. Which how good can you be if you just kill the whole group of people?
Right.
And so it's all about perspective, and I think it'll lend itself to specifically about the purge too, what happened and who did what. All very interesting topics.
Indeed.
But back to Ben being born on the island. I guess, like I said, I don't really have much to go on there.
Yeah, there isn't much to go on.
Yeah.
Except to note that it's true, and wonder.
Wait, do we know that it's true?
Oh yeah. New Year's me knows it's true.
Oh, New Year's you knows it's true. When New Year's you gets wrong sometimes.
Hey, not this time.
Not this time? All right. Let's talk next week. Let's talk after next episode.
Oh man. Okay, so that's big topic number one. I think, and we sort of talked about the fact that some of the others need to know that they can leave.
I'm looking at you, Juliet.
And yeah, right. Even though I think she sort of resigned herself that she wasn't going to be able to leave, and maybe that's why she was planning this coup with Ben. But nonetheless, somehow most people think, well, if I really wanted to leave, I could, but I won't right now.
Well, I don't want to. I know you're going on a topic here, but I want to talk about this idea of being able to leave, and why would you want to be able to leave, and obviously if they brought you there for some purpose, if you stop doing your job, why would they want to keep you there? Because it doesn't look like Juliet's doing a lot these days. Mm-hmm. Outside of all this drama with the Losties. But, do you really think that she's actively working on whatever thing that they brought her there for? It doesn't seem like she is. So it seems like, well, if you're not going to do the thing we need you to do, then you should be able to leave. But since Ben seems to want people to stay, there seems to be some other reason why he would want them to stay.
Yeah, you got a good point. He brought her in to help out with that whole thing. I guess in general he just doesn't want people to leave. But yeah, the thing is, I don't know what they're doing,
mm-hmm.
so it's hard for me to say. It doesn't seem to me like anybody's really doing anything. Aside from kidnapping people in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like they're all just sort of hanging around, having schemes and stuff.
Scheming up schemes. I think we're supposed to believe they're working on projects, and they've got, besides the book clubs and the baking muffins, they're obviously some, but my point is, if they're not doing anything, why can't they leave? And if they want to leave, it seems like they would just actively refuse to do whatever they're there to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's what we need to find out from Ben at some point, or from someone, is not only what are they doing, but why doesn't Ben want them to leave?
Right. Yeah, it's a good point. And I think hopefully if we understand what the others are actually doing, maybe that'll somehow make sense why he feels the need to keep everyone there.
Mm-hmm.
And why letting a few go would be... Obviously now, to let someone go, he has to give up the sub. So I can understand why he wouldn't want people to go in that case.
Why?
Because he has to give up the sub.
So what? He doesn't need it.
What?
He doesn't need it.
So what? Wow. All right.
No, I say so
Moving
what?
on.
Okay, why would you... Why is that incredulous? He didn't mind that Locke would blow up the sub, so why would he mind if someone took the sub?
He didn't mind because of the specific situation. It was a necessary sacrifice. But in general, if you have a sub, why would you not care about giving it up?
He shouldn't... I think it's the same reason. He doesn't want anyone to leave. He's sure as hell not trying to leave. So why would he care if someone took the sub? Obviously he was going to let Jack and Juliet go with the sub, and the sub was never coming back. So why do you think he would care about the sub?
Because the sub's useful in general. It's just nice to have a sub. They got the boat because of the sub.
What are you going to do with the sub?
You can travel around very,
Well, but you can't come back to the island, so where are you going to go?
You can go around the island in different areas, You can sneak up on boats and steal them, or you can go around and, sneak up and kill Scott or whatever. I think having a sub, just to go around the island seems useful to me.
But they have a boat, though.
Nice piece of tech. But a boat, a submarine, you can sneak around. No one's going to see it.
Yeah, I get that. I just don't think he cares about the sub. I think at this point, to me, the big deal with the sub is, we've never got any evidence that they used that sub to do anything else but leave the island, right?
Well, I believe they used the sub to get the boat.
To get what boat?
To get Desmond's boat in the Glass Ballerina.
To get Desmond's boat.
Yeah, that's
when they were on the boat and
yeah.
Oh, I see.
I think Saeed even has a line where he said that's how they snuck around my whatever to get the boat. They used the sub.
Oh, I see. But even if they didn't have it, they'd still be able to use to attack people and stuff. I see the point. It's nice to have a sub, but I just don't think Ben cares that much about it. And I think he'd rather not have a sub than have a sub, based on his evidence here.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, he says they need to know they can leave if they want to. The sub maintains that illusion. It seems like he likes having the sub around.
But obviously, he wanted John to blow up the sub for him. So he would rather. I mean, obviously, if he wanted the sub, he would have tried hard to talk Locke out of blowing it up. If he didn't want the sub, he would have done what he did.
Well,
he doesn't want people to leave.
He's put in a situation where he can give up the sub, or in his eyes, lose his people. And so he chooses to give up the sub as like a necessary sacrifice. But I feel like if it doesn't come down to that, he'd rather have a sub than not have one.
But you don't think in the long run, I think what he was sort of intimating is that, people are sort of, wanting to leave and they haven't made a commitment, and at some point they might ask to leave. So, and I think that's why he was like, well, this is a good opportunity to get rid of that, so that, maybe now no one wants to leave, but in the future I can make sure that they can't leave.
Yeah, but I mean, what he's saying about needing to know they can leave, I mean, they're not going to have that illusion anymore.
Yeah, and that's the point. He doesn't care if they have that illusion. I mean, he only cares they have that illusion in the sense that it helps to keep them in line. But if they don't have any way to get off the island, he still gets what he wants, which is them on the island.
Yeah, but I don't know.
I mean, it's a weird situation. It's a whole big seesaw with that whole thing about his people and maintaining control. Obviously, there's a fine line there. Like, he talks later about the whole thing with the promise and letting Jack go and all that.
I think if there was a way that Jack and Juliet could not leave and he could still keep the sub, I think he'd rather have that than not. But I think he just felt like that was the best course of action.
I think he'd rather have Jack and Juliet not to leave and no one else ever able to leave. I think that's his ultimate goal. And if that means not having a sub, I think he would like that.
Yeah.
Or maybe his ultimate goal is to have the sub, and maybe no one knows he has it or something.
Right. I mean, I think what he really prefers is to have the sub and have no one want to leave.
Yeah, that's probably the best, but that's never going to happen. Someone's going to want to leave, whether it's the others or the Losties.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's go back to the episode. I think we had a really long tangent there. About, obviously, about the episode, but...
It was on topic.
It was on topic. It was just not episode plot.
Not specifically.
Where are we? Jeez. So, here we go. He talks about, like we said, his people not being fully committed. And one of my little questions here was, does killing and murdering and kidnapping people not show their level of commitment?
Apparently not.
Apparently not.
Because they do it and they still want to leave.
I know. We'll kidnap and steal for you, but we might want to go home later.
Yeah. Oh, you're just not committed enough.
Oh, you're not committed. You don't have enough commitments. What does that mean?
Your commitment isn't... Yeah, never mind.
You're not fully committed.
There you go. When you say it first, it ruins it. Your commitment is huge. Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's the wrong way to do it. So he starts to talk to Locke about this box, the infamous box. And I got to tell you, in the history of storytelling, I think the box is the most mysterious object there is. All the way from Pandora's box to this box. Boxes have regaled us and mystified us through the ages. I feel like I'm doing a PBS special.
Boxes.
Masterpiece Theater presents The Box. Our in-depth look at the box.
The myths, the legends.
The box. Yes. Oh, Virgil wrote that the box is like the human heart, full of mystery and wonder. Oh, wow. Okay, sorry. Just freaked myself out with that. But no, seriously, boxes, man. You talk about a box, David Lynch boxes, you talk about a box and it's mysterious. You never heard of a mysterious plate, or like a pencil. You know, like, no, it's all about the box, because what's in there?
Yeah.
You know, it's
And
great.
wasn't there another thing, like, you open the box? Wasn't that a line?
Where?
Like, oh god, I suck. I don't even know what I'm talking about.
So my answer
All right.
is no.
Guys, if I'm right about this, just please, there's some line like, you open the box. Something like that. That's bad. You open the box. There's something in Lost where that happened, but I feel like I'm remembering that.
Where somebody said something about a box.
Yeah. Yeah, you open the box.
Oh, you think you're sort of right. Something about... It wasn't Walt, was it?
I want to say it was Walt, too. That's what I was thinking. Maybe one of his backwards tirades? I don't know.
Well, let's see. You know... you open the box.
I know one of them was... Oh! Okay, no, that's not it. One of them was don't push the button's bad. But he appeared twice, and I wonder, maybe it was the other time.
Oh, was it, I got Lenny saying, well, you shouldn't have done that. You opened the box.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Lenny. It was Lenny in the institution
Yeah.
with the numbers. He was referring to the numbers and saying you opened the box. Yeah, okay. Anyway.
I wonder if that's connected. I wonder if the numbers have some... I mean, I feel like this box is a metaphor, obviously.
I do, too.
I
don't think there's a literal box.
Yeah. But,
especially because he says, let me put it so you'll understand.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if what the numbers might have to do with the box.
It's a good question. I guess I tend to think that's not really related. Just because, I don't know, it seems very, very obscure.
Well, and I think, to me, that's sort of makes me think it is related. Because it is sort of a little thing, and then it might come back around, you know, somehow.
Yeah.
They'll bring that up, and we'll be like, oh, we should have known.
Right.
And I guess the big thing is he's saying box because Locke used to work at a box company. And you know a little thing about boxes, right, Locke?
Right.
Okay, anyway, he talks about this box, and he says wherever you want it to be in the box, it would be in the box. Which is very scary.
Very scary. And okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, he says, you know, what if I told you that somewhere on this island there's a very large box, and whatever you imagine, whatever you want it to be in it, when you open that box, there would be. What would you say about that, John? I'd say I hope that box is big enough to imagine yourself up a new submarine, which I think is a very valid point.
I agree. It's not just a joke. It's like, yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not? Why can't you... just if that's true, why can't you just get another submarine? Maybe that's how you got the submarine in the first place.
Of course, your point is he doesn't even want a submarine. So.
Yeah, I don't exactly. But that might be something that his people might ask him. Well, the submarine's blown up. Can't you just use the box to create a new one?
Yeah, I mean, if they have a box, it's like, hey, give me a magic ride home.
See, and I'm sort of torn with this whole box idea. Part of me feels like that's not how the box works, and it's more complicated than that, to use that phrase.
Yeah.
It's more mystical, and like it doesn't really sort of. It's not like a replicator from Star Trek. Mm-hmm. You know, you can't just say I want tea, Earl Grey hot, and it sort of gives you that. I watch Star Trek.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, no one. But then another part of me wants to believe that it is sort of like that it can just sort of give you what you want. How that happens, obviously, is a big point to question.
Yeah, so, let me put it so you'll understand, like, what does he mean by this? Is there, like, okay, it's not a literal box, but is there some kind of thing or place or something that you can go to and actually imagine something and there it would be? Or is it just like some kind of thing where the island does this, and it's not, I don't know, like some kind of metaphor, I guess.
part of me thinks the box has something to do with Smokey, and we know that Smokey has the ability to read minds, and potentially has the ability to change shape. And like I sort of believe Smokey might be Vincent. People have suggested Smokey, was Dave or Christian when Christian was on the island. All these sort of apparitions were really Smokey, and that it has the ability to change shape. Yimmy. I sort of think Smokey might be related to the box in that, if you find Smokey and you can control it or whatever, or if you're one of the others, that it can sort of, give you something the same way it can change shape. It can sort of manifest other things. But or maybe there's something else like Smokey on the island, I don't know. There's really not a lot to go on with this whole box thing.
Now, my worry is, if it's real, it seems a little too powerful. It's too good. The what you could do with this thing, it seems like the others could have just said, I don't know, I want all these people here now. I don't know, And the other question is, they say at the end, oh God, I'm getting ahead of myself. He says at the end that Cooper came out of the box, which makes me wonder, if you said, I want blah 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 person here,
Adolf Hitler,
or someone alive, which is what I'm thinking. Would that person be transported there, or would it create a new version of them? How would that work?
Yeah, maybe we should talk about this at the end, because I have a theory on the whole Cooper showing up thing.
Okay.
But to answer your question, I will do that later.
Now, do you think there's any chance he's just lying and this thing just doesn't exist at all in any sense?
No, I don't believe he's lying, because that would be lame. Because lying is lame. He's a big lame-o if he lies. No, but it is lame, because I want to believe that there's something more going on here than what we've been hinted at before, or what they have hinted at before. Because this is the first time we've ever heard of this box thing. So I believe that there's something like the box there. I don't believe it's as powerful as it seems, because, I agree, not only is that sort of crappy writing-wise, because, you can sort of imagine whatever, but I think there should be some sort of limit. Maybe, you could create whatever you want, but maybe there's some limit to how long it will exist, and maybe you can only create, one thing. So that if you say, give me, a 75 Buick, you'll get a 75 Buick, but if you wish for something else, that Buick goes away. So
you get one thing at a time?
Yeah, it could be you just get one thing at a time, which would sort of limit the box's power.
It makes me wonder, what would happen, if you wish for a car, and then you wanted to wish for something else, but what if someone were in the car? I mean, would the car just spontaneously disappear? That's not an important thing to ask.
Yeah, I don't know. Depends on how much hope you have, right?
I was just... Of course, cars and hope.
Cars and hope.
A match made in hell. I think what I was thinking was, if he wished for a submarine, which he won't do, but if he did, I'm imagining someone riding around a submarine and he wants something else, and they're just all in the water all of a sudden. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, and I mean that's the other thing is, can you even can the things that this Bach manifests, can it even leave the island? Is there a range of its influence, as it were? Yeah.
Fair point. How real is it? Is it sort of some kind of, I don't know, to continue the Star Trek thing, is it something like the holodeck, where it's there in a sense, but it has a limited, place where it can appear, or is it a real thing that you could just take anywhere?
Yeah.
More like what you're saying, the food maker.
Replicator.
Replicator, thank you. Where it's sort of portable, I guess.
Yeah, and that's always what we're weird about the replicator is that, replication technology and the holodeck technology, is very similar. I think the holodeck technology uses replicator technology, so how. Okay, never mind. I think I'm going on a different tangent there.
Star Trek podcast.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later on the next generation podcast. Which is sort of sad in the world of podcasts that all those old great shows will never get a podcast because no one sort of cares about them anymore.
Oh, Yeah, you can't do a week to week new thing. It just doesn't. Yeah, it is sad.
So, let's talk about more about the box later.
Okay.
I think it comes back up.
Certainly.
So, and about the last thing about this box is that in this scene, John really isn't taken by the box idea, although I think he should be. I think he should be damn intrigued about this box thing.
I agree.
But he's not. I mean, understandably, he's sort of more focused on this sort of hostage situation he's got going on. Plus he's hungry, and plus he's trying to go blow up the sub, so he's a little preoccupied. But I thought he would be a little more curious about this box thing than he seemed to be at this point.
Me too. I think Olok would have been.
Olok would have jumped all over that.
But yeah. And it's weird because this episode indicates that Locke does have some kind of connection with the island, and it just seems like he's squandering it these days. He doesn't appreciate it like he did originally, but it's still there. I don't know what's going to happen with that.
Can I throw out a quick question?
Sure.
That you don't have to answer, but I just think it's worth thinking about. We, the royal we, have theorized that one of the reasons that, or the main reason that Locke, back in season 1 when Locke's ability to walk was getting taken away, that it was this idea that Locke was going off of the path that the island wanted him to be on. And so I think it's worth mentioning that, that maybe the island wants Locke to blow up this submarine since, he's still able to walk. He's doing all these things, and there seems to be no real consequences from the island. So maybe this is what the island sort of wants him to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a question, but I wanted to bring that up.
No, it's not a question. It makes you wonder. I mean, it's let him walk through all kinds of stuff. I can't imagine the island wanted him to do everything he's done. Although maybe it did.
Well, I mean, I think it might just have a long-term goal. Like the goal is to, make sure no one can leave, which is pretty lame of the island. But maybe there's some end goal, and it knows he's going to have to do all these other little things in between.
It's interesting. It seems like the island is an independent character with its own agenda.
Yeah.
You have the others, the Dharma, the island, and the plane crash survivors.
Yeah.
And the island seems to want what it wants, and it's not in league with anybody. I don't know.
It could be that the island is. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Oh wow. Okay, Wow, I really like that idea. I should mention that. But before I mention that idea, I was going to say it seems like the island may be displeased with the others. Maybe the island isn't happy that they waged war against Dharma or something like that, and so that's sort of one of the reasons the island isn't healing Ben. What I was going to say is, what if the sonic field was specifically built to keep Smokey out? Because I could sort of see a sonic field having a big effect upon that sort of whatever Smokey is. I could see it maybe dissipating its molecules or something. I don't know. Can Smokey? I mean, how high can Smokey go? I guess we don't know that.
I don't know.
I don't really believe it can fly around really high.
I don't know what Smokey is.
Yeah.
So.
But I thought it might be interesting that maybe that field was there to keep Smokey out. I mean, maybe obviously Dharma built it, but potentially just to keep Smokey out.
Yeah, which makes me wonder if that's true. It makes me wonder if Smokey was what its deal was.
Yeah.
I think my standing position right now is that it's been there all along. But there are those who would believe that it's a Dharma creation. And I don't know.
Yeah, I just, I used to believe that. I just don't believe with 1970s technology you could build Smokey. I mean, we did go to the moon, but,
Yeah, that's this Smokey thing. Would be quite an achievement. I guess it seems like it should be clunkier. It seems very supernatural to me. I guess that's why I get the sense that it's not technology.
Yeah, I don't buy that it's technology unless it's from the future or something.
Mm-hmm.
I would buy that it's more a manifestation of the island trying to protect itself, somehow protect a certain area. And, it could be that this place that he's talking about, where this box is, could be what Smokey is guarding. That could be a thing too.
Fair point. Yeah, definitely.
Because Rousseau says that Smokey was a security perimeter too.
Mm-hmm.
Or what did she say? A security system or something
security,
like that?
Yeah,
something.
Security system. God, Rousseau. Oh boy. Gotta bring up something about Rousseau.
She's the weirdest character because she just comes in and out, but she's, has all these things that relate her to the bigger stories, but she's crazy. She's weird.
Yeah, I want to bring up something about her before the end. Let me actually write that down before I forget.
Please, because I'm sure it's interesting.
Let's see.
Everything you say is very interesting. I'm not being sarcastic.
Sorry for the typing.
Yeah, we love to wait for you to type.
Okay, I'm done.
Okay, we'd love for you to be done.
Good.
So,
okay.
Should we move on now?
Yes.
Okay.
About this scene, I have a couple more things.
Oh, I have a couple more things too.
Oh, okay. Well, let me throw out this real quick. 9 points to John Locke for saying Pharisee.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to get to that part. He says, Ben asks him, why are you so angry? And Locke says, well, because you're cheating. Communicating with the outside world, coming and going as you please. Using electricity and guns, and keeping it. The whole chicken in the freezer thing. And that's when Locke says, you guys are hypocrites, a Pharisee, which, as you say, he definitely deserves a lot of points for that word.
Mm-hmm. Very good. I looked it up just in case you didn't know. Like I didn't. It means self-righteous or sanctimonious person. So, and it's descended from a word for a certain group of Jewish people. It was created at some point, and you can read about it on Wikipedia. But apparently, in the New Testament, the Pharisees are referred to in this negative way, and I think that's where this new meaning of this word comes from, which is the New Testament referring to them as being sort of self-righteous or sanctimonious. So anyway, that's the way he's using it. He's not saying you're a member of this Jewish group, but rather that he's self-righteous or sanctimonious. So anyway, that was a really cool word to use. I was impressed. It always seemed to me that Saeed has the best command of the language among the survivors, but I think Locke did well with throwing that word out there.
Yeah, I think I don't want to read too much into it, but I think there might be something to be said about why he would use a word like that.
Okay.
I don't know what that thing to be said is, but I think it's really interesting. This whole time he hasn't really done anything like that, and he throws up this really sort of esoteric word. I don't know what to do with that. But he said if you had any idea what this place really was, you wouldn't be putting a chicken in the refrigerator. And then Ben contests him, and he says, you've been here 80 days. I've been here all my life. How is it you think you know this island better than I do? Because you're in a wheelchair and I'm not. Zing! Zing of the day.
First time I heard that, I thought that was a horrible comeback. It was only later when Ben said it again that I got it.
Yeah, they were setting it up. They bookmarked it.
And I was like, oh, right.
Yeah.
The reason he's not in a wheelchair and the reason Ben is in a wheelchair is sort of what he's referring to. Like, I just thought, like, because I'm standing up here and that makes me right.
Yeah, no, it was a nice bookmark. I mean, bookend. One of those bookend lines that they get to use. But, I know the island better because I'm healed and you're not.
Yeah, exactly. And I was thinking it was just like, because I'm standing up and I can kick your ass. Or something like that.
That's funny. Oh, that'd be a really weird point. How do I know that? Because I can beat you up. That's how I know that.
Yeah, I agree.
That's something Sawyer would say. That's something Sawyer would say.
I guess. Oh God.
I
can beat you up.
I can beat you up. With my ponytail.
Old Benny No Spine.
So in the next scene, Alex comes back with the pack, and Locke wants her to take him to the sub. And then Ben tells Locke about his deal with Jack, that he's gonna let him go, and very soon. And that the anomaly wiped out their communications, and that once the sub leaves, no one will be ever able to find the island. But Locke, ever convinced of his own ideas, he doesn't really care at this point. So the next scene, Alex and Locke are walking towards the sub, and she says, he's manipulating you. That's what he does. He manipulates people. He makes you think it's your idea, but it's really his. And then Locke just says, I'll have to keep that in mind. So at this point, real quick, let's talk. Here's a question. Did Ben really manipulate Locke, or was Locke going to do this anyway?
I think Locke was going to do this anyway.
I agree.
But I think Ben convinced him that he didn't want him to do it.
He basically said, yeah, okay, so Locke was like, I'm going to blow up this thing, and then from what Ben said, Locke was like, I have even greater reason to blow it up now.
Right.
Is that the sort of thing?
Exactly. But Ben's like, great, that's what I want you to do, but he doesn't want to tell him that.
But, see, that's the thing, it makes me feel like, I feel like Ben doesn't want to have the submarine, but does he really need to say anything? Locke's going to do it anyway, right? So, he doesn't really need to try to convince Locke to do it more because Locke's going to do it anyway.
I think if Ben had said, what do you mean? You think Ben should have just said nothing?
Well, that's the thing. If he's going to say something, he's going to convince him to do it, obviously. So I guess there's no real other way around it, but it's just like it seems like they're trying to get us to believe that Ben sort of manipulated him into something. And I just don't think he did. And I don't.
Yeah,
he was
going to do it already.
Yeah, I don't even really buy that Locke wants to do it even more now. I don't really think he cares about anything Ben was really saying. So I don't know. I was just wondering because it seems like they're trying to make us believe that, but it doesn't seem like that's true. Although I think there was that thing about Ben saying that, Ben said something earlier. I think when he was talking to Sawyer about conning, that the biggest con is to make them think it's their idea when it's really your idea.
Right.
Now, unless we're supposed to believe that maybe Ben told Mikhail that if they ever find you or whatever, mention the sub or something like that. So I don't know if that's where they're sort of going with that. Like it was a setup from the beginning.
Yeah, that seems unlikely. Given the fact that he took the C4, I think that's what he intended to do already. And I can see Ben not wanting to do it, giving him a little extra motivation because I don't think he wants to win Ben's favor or anything.
Yeah.
Not that it's going to sway him either way, but I think if Ben had said, you know what, perfect, that's exactly what I need, I think it might have thrown him off a bit.
But he still would have done it, I think. I mean, because he's doing it for a reason bigger than any reason Ben could give him. I think.
Yeah.
Which is his own reason.
But I still think it would have. I don't know. From Ben's perspective, I think it would have been weird for him to say that's what I want you to do.
Well, I think it sort of boggles my mind because on one hand, if Locke says, I'm going to go blow up the sub, and Ben goes, "Oh, that's great. You're really going to help me." I mean, I think that would have come off like a lie. Like you're just trying to trick me. You really don't want me to blow it up, so I'm going to go blow it up. But then if he does what he does and says, "Oh, that's going to cause a problem with my people," then he should sort of, he believes that, I guess. But it seems like anything that Ben says, he should think is a trick. Either way it goes. Mm-hmm. And it seems like either way it goes, he's going to want to blow it up anyway. So I guess it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Now, but, okay, refresh my memory. I know we talked about this, but Locke didn't hear about a submarine until he already had the C4, right?
No, Mikhail mentioned the submarines when they were in this flame station before it was...
Oh, did he say that? So he said that's how he got there the first time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. When he was lying about the Dharma stuff.
And then he said something like, the hostiles probably have it or they destroyed it
okay.
now.
Okay.
Something like that. But yeah, he did say the submarines before he had the explosives.
Maybe.
So...
No, I'm kidding. Okay, so the next scene, they get to the submarine, and Locke, ever the gentleman, apologizes for involving Alex, which I thought was a nice little touch.
It was, because he was a little bit rough.
Yeah, he was. I sort of thought maybe he would have said, I really wasn't going to shoot you or something, like, something like that. Like, I never would have shot you, or something a little more, but I like that they gave us a little something. And as Alex walks away, we see that she's being watched by Danielle, who's crying and sobbing and very sad. And they sort of are leaning towards gearing up for something there, obviously.
Definitely.
Then Locke walks towards the sub, a man on a mission. He's destined to blow this thing up. He opens it and he gets in. And he sort of heads somewhere like he knows where he's going. I guess he's just sort of maybe looking for the engine room or something.
I guess.
How he knows how to rig C4 is a question I think worth asking.
Sure.
I sort of thought he was just gonna like attach it to the hull or something, and just like blow a hole in the side of it. Because but I guess maybe something like that could be patched, or depending on how big the hole is, or that's what I thought. But of course he does one better and blows up the whole thing from the inside.
Right.
Quick question: who do you think their sub pilot is? Because whoever their pilot is can't come back once they leave.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking, actually. I was wondering who's gonna, because Jack and Juliet don't know how to drive a sub.
No.
So our pilot is
Jack can make miracles, but not that kind.
And yeah, Juliet driving a submarine is just silly. So.
Why is that, Justin? Because she's blonde.
Well,
what are you saying about blondes?
I'm saying they can't pilot submarines.
All right, I'll buy that.
At least not Juliet. I mean, maybe some blonde somewhere, but not this one.
Wow. Some blonde somewhere, but definitely not this one. Wow.
Sorry, Julie. I'm sure you're great with the genetics and all that, but...
Hey, she got a male field mouse pregnant.
Hey, that was great, but...
You don't think she can pilot a sub? All you do is press submerge, right? I love that line. Oh, that was great.
That was a good line.
Just press submerge and press go.
Submerge, here we go.
Maybe it's one of those new subs with like a GPS in it.
Oh, God.
With like satellite radio and a GPS.
And it just says like, rocks, turn left.
Exactly. School of Fish.
It was so weird to see the sub, after all this build-up.
It was a real sub.
Yeah, it was.
I sort of imagined it was going to look like one of those smaller, like, research subs, with the big glass front, I just imagined something like that, not like a military submarine.
Right. Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess it's Dharma's, so,
That's the thing. If it is Dharma sub, how did the others get someone who knows how to pilot a sub?
It's a great question. Ooh. I would throw out maybe if they were recruiting military type people, maybe they could recruit somebody who knows how to drive a sub. I don't know why they would do that before they knew there was a submarine around. But,
just in case.
You never know. We just thought we should have someone, now, they put it on their application or something.
Now, why do you think it was Dharma sub?
Well, because that's what Mikey said. And,
well, wait. He said it was Dharma sub?
Yeah.
Oh, he did say that, didn't he?
I believe he did.
Maybe he was lying, though.
Well, I go back to Damon Carlton and said we can believe him about stuff besides him being a member.
So that the sub belonged to the. Let's see. He goes. By vessels, you mean submarines? Yes, the initiative used one to bring us here. But I can only imagine that the hostiles either destroyed or commandeered it by now.
Yeah, so I'll take that as being the truth that they commandeered it.
So does that mean that the initiatives used the submarine to bring Dharma people there, but do you think? Well, how do you think the others got there?
Ouch.
Ouch, indeed.
Great question. Well, the post-Dharma others certainly could have used the old Dharma submarine.
Yay!
So there's an easy solution.
So
Juliet, for instance.
Yeah.
She's fine. And Ethan and Richard.
I mean, I have a theory that when he's saying the initiative used one to bring us here, he really means the others used one to bring us here. Replace Dharma with the others in most of what he says, and you've got the truth. That's how I feel about that whole exchange.
But if he says the hostiles commandeered it, I mean that would make that a lie. And they said he's not lying about that stuff, so I'm just gonna go ahead and believe it. Now, then it just becomes a problem as to how they got there, which I can't really solve. Maybe before Dharma it wasn't that hard to find. I don't know. But yeah, I can't do that. But just based on that thing, I want to go ahead and believe he's not lying about anything besides his identity. So
that small thing.
Right.
All right. I guess I believe Carlton and Damon. I mean, I guess they know what they're talking about.
I hope so. Otherwise, it would cast down on that. But
well, I would like to know when did the others take the Dharmarine, the submarine?
It should be a Dharmarine.
It should be a Dharmarine. Dharmarine. When did the others take the Dharmarine?
Hey, Billy, I want to get to the other side of the island. What should I do?
Take the Dharmarine.
Yay! I don't know why it needs a commercial.
I don't either. Seems plausible.
Oh, man, the Dharmarine. Wait, what was the question?
I don't know. When did they get when did they commandeer the submarine? And I mean,
presumably during the war.
Well, yeah, presumably during the war.
Oh, come on. There's no need to mock me.
I think there is a big need. That was a need. Come on. Of course, during the purge.
Well,
my question,
okay.
my point was, I guess like you were saying, when did they get someone to pilot it? And I mean, because when they take it, they need someone to pilot it.
I know what they could have done.
What could they done?
So they got there originally, right?
Okay, big leap, but okay.
I don't know how.
Yes.
They got there originally.
Yes.
So, they should have been there before Dharma, so there was some way to do it. I guess they could have had a submarine, in which case, blah, 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 this is all wrong.
I don't think submarines were invented until the 70s.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that rolls that out. So they just got there. They parachuted in, or they
Parachutes were the 80s.
Okay.
Like, remember parachute pants?
Ooh. So
Shake it off, buddy. Shake it off.
I'm trying. That really threw me for a loop.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, they got there somehow.
Okay, and then once they found out that Dharma had a sub, then they can recruit somebody who knows how to drive a sub.
Okay. Now, how do they get back to the real world to recruit somebody to bring someone back who knows how to drive a sub when they don't even know that they're going to get a sub yet?
That's rough.
Ouch.
I guess they already had a sub pilot, or Plan B, it's a plot hole.
Okay.
I can always go to that. But somehow they already had, it seemed like Mikhail may have really been in the military.
Yeah, and I could almost buy that he could have been their sub pilot.
Me too.
But, I mean, what did he say he was in? I don't remember.
He said he was in the something.
Did he say Army, or did he say Navy?
He said... What did he say? Oh, of course there's not a transcript here. Why am I looking on Lost TV? Oh, spooky. Please catch up.
He said Soviet Army. He had experience with field
go.
medicine in the Soviet Army.
Mm-hmm.
So, presumably he's not on a sub.
Probably not. But nonetheless, let's say he is, it makes it reasonable to me that there's someone out there who could be in some Navy who would know how to do it.
There's someone out where?
Among the others.
Oh, I thought you meant in the world. I'm like, well, that's true. Definitely true. Obviously it's plausible that they can have someone who knows how to drive a pilot. So, pilot a pilot. Pilot a sub. Yikes.
You don't want to pilot a pilot.
You don't want to pilot a pilot because he might not like that. I don't know what my point is. Obviously that's
you know
plausible,
what? You know what I want to throw out?
Oh, God, throw it out.
If they use the sub to get the boat, the one of the people that were with them was the one who knew how to pilot the sub.
I don't think true. I don't think the pilot left the sub, though.
Oh.
You wouldn't want to leave the submarine,
no?
unpiloted. Would you put it on auto float or something?
Yeah, just press auto float.
Press auto float. Submerge and auto float are the only two buttons you need these days.
That's it. So I was gonna say maybe it's Tom or Colleen, but then Colleen got shot, so it's probably not her. So maybe it's Tom.
But you think Tom would really want to leave the island, though? I guess if it's him, he would have no choice. Because someone has to pilot the sub. But, that's the thing. Whoever pilots the sub has to leave.
Yeah. You got a point. Maybe they have more than one person who can do it.
Okay, now you're just getting crazy. I don't think I'll buy that there's more than one sub pilot. No.
Okay, then I'll just say it's some, anonymous background character whose only function is so that this isn't a plot hole.
Okay, I'll buy that.
They know how to pilot the sub, and they have no importance to the plot of the show.
All
so
right.
they can just leave.
Crisis averted.
Yeah.
It only took 20 minutes. Nice.
Or maybe it was Tom, and now he just doesn't have to leave because of the circumstances. That's Plan B.
Okay. I'll buy that. You ready to go to the next scene?
Because I think he was there when Jack and Juliet showed up, right?
He was there.
Yeah.
I thought he was just saying goodbye.
Well, oh God. Maybe he was.
Hey, he bonded with Jack.
He did, somewhat. Good point. Yeah, sorry. We can move on now.
Okay, so the next scene, Ben is putting the chicken back in the fridge, which I thought was really funny. I don't know. Just very domestic of him.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really, can you imagine this scene back when we first saw Ben as Henry? Can you imagine him, in a regular type house, putting complaining about the chicken and, putting it back in the fridge with a little foil over it?
Mm-hmm.
You can?
No. I'm saying I agree that I couldn't imagine.
Oh, okay.
No, it would never have occurred to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's really weird. And this episode really took me back to those days because Locke is seeing Ben through the eyes of someone who last saw him in that state.
Mm-hmm.
For Jack and Kay, they've seen the new Ben, but Locke never really got to see the other Ben. So
yeah.
So it sort of recalled that time, and so yeah, I agree that would have been really weird if we had seen that's him in real life. I don't know, that'd be crazy.
Here's a quick question, and I already thought of the answer, so maybe I shouldn't say it. I was just gonna say, how did Locke find Ben? But he saw him come out of his house earlier.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Never mind.
I think that's why they had that scene. It seemed awkward to me that he's shaking Jack's hand. Like, they just shake hands. I don't know.
Well,
it was they weird. Just agreed right there.
Yeah, I sort of believe that. I sort of believe that because Juliet came to basically tell Jack, hey, like, Ben wants to talk to you. That's what it seemed like to me. So I think maybe Ben had just finally figured out maybe when he was going to let them go or something like that. And they came over and Ben basically said, okay, in the morning I'll let you go. And he shook his hand on that. I could buy that.
Fair enough. And also he shakes his hand again later.
Yeah. So, they just like shaking hands.
Yeah, I guess so. It's just at the time when I watched it, I'm like, come on, why are they shaking hands? Mm-hmm. It just seemed kind of ridiculous. Like they were only doing it so they could see him shaking hands with Ben and say, oh, maybe he's a traitor.
Yeah.
But yeah, fair enough.
So then Jack and Juliet comes in, and Jack says, I know you don't owe me anything, but I need to ask for one more favor. And I'm like, doesn't he owe you something, Jack? I mean, I don't know. You saved his life almost twice. Well, the second time is because you cut him up, but so maybe that doesn't count. But I don't know. I thought it was interesting. He said, I know you don't owe me anything, but I need to ask for one more favor.
I guess maybe he feels like the ticket home is payment enough for what he did.
Yeah. But is it? I don't know. Being held captive and now I'm going to let you go, is that really trading favors?
Well, let him go back to the real world, not just let him go.
Okay, you're right. So he basically says, I need you to let my friends go. And Ben says, and if I said no, would that stop you from leaving? And Jack says, of course, which really surprised me. And not in the sense that he said that, but in the sense that he said that. I don't know. When he said, would that stop you from leaving, I thought, I didn't expect Jack to say of course, because I guess I was thinking, if Ben keeps Kate and Saeed, and in a minute Locke, if he keeps them, captive, what good is Jack staying there going to do? That's why I guess I thought I didn't expect Jack to say of course, because it's like, well, if you keep him captive, like, what is Jack? I mean, Jack's going to be captive too if he stays there, so why stay? And actually, now that I think about it, it doesn't make any sense to me. What would be his motive for staying? Just so he could be with them and be captured with them?
I guess I see this as kind of damage control, because to me, Jack looks a little bad, kind of taken off.
Mm-hmm.
Screw this, whatever. Even though he says, yeah, I think like him saying, I'll come back for you, I'll get help. That, and then this saying, you gotta let my friends go, and I won't leave if you don't say you're going to. I feel like it's sort of attempting to alleviate the sense that Jack's kind of abandoning people, and when he seems like, a very heroic character in the show, and I feel like this stuff's an attempt to alleviate that sense that he doesn't care that much.
Yeah.
He's just kind of leaving for himself and all that.
I'll buy that because when he says of course, it really that was a really good sentiment that there's no way I would leave if they're still in danger. But why couldn't he have just said let my friends come with me? They're already here. I can take them out of your hair type thing. Why can't they come? And that's the thing. It seems like if Ben, I mean, obviously they can't do this because it's a show, But it seems like it would make more sense for Ben to say, hey, all you losties, get off my island. Like, I'm letting Jack and Juliet go home. You guys go with them. Like, all you people from Flight 815, just leave.
Do you think all of them could fit on the sub?
I think most of them probably could. I mean, if it's a real submarine, they have a lot of sailors on those things, dude. They could fit them in. They could fit 40-something people on there.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. It
didn't seem that big to me.
It didn't seem like a huge submarine, but I think most submarines could fit at least 40-something people.
Yeah. Mm.
They have those bunk beds on doubled up and all that. They could fit some people in there.
Yeah, the show would be over, but I don't know that that's what he wants.
Well, that's the thing. I guess that's my point, is what does he want? Why does he want them there? I mean, he doesn't want them messing with their area of the island, but then it's like, well, if you have a good way to get them to leave and never come back, it seems like he would want to take advantage of that.
Now, I don't think Locke would go.
I don't think Locke would go, no. Everyone else, I think, would jump at the chance.
Yeah, maybe Rose wouldn't go. But,
which means Bernard would stay.
Which means Bernard, Locke, and Rose show.
Oh, God. Oh, pass the beans. Here you go, Locke. Thanks, Rose. Bernard's like, can I have some beans? Shut up, Bernard. Sorry, Rose.
You're just a dentist.
You're just a dentist. Why don't you go brush your teeth? I don't have a toothbrush. Shut up. I don't know why Rose is so crotchety.
I don't either. She gets a little mean with everybody leaves.
I miss washing clothes. Oh, Rose. Lost.
Lost.
That's the whole show.
Oh, God. Yeah, that'd be really horrible.
Ratings hit.
Oh, man. I hope that once we figure out the others a little more, we won't think that that's a viable option.
No, I don't believe that's true.
But
I think once we figure out the others, we'll still... I think it'll just still be weird that he didn't think that they should all leave.
Yeah.
I think so. But maybe. I'll hold out hope that you're right about that. Because it would be better.
Yeah. That's what I'm hoping for. I mean, as of now, I don't know what to do with it. Because that's the thing. That's the thing that really bothered me about this whole thing. Because it seemed like, man, they're on the verge of rescue. This isn't good for the middle of season 3.
Mm-hmm.
We can't have this. So this episode sort of solved that dilemma.
Well, don't forget they still had that other boat. Michael and Walt left on the boat. Seems like they could leave on this boat too.
We got to talk about that because this episode makes it seem like the sub's the only way, and that's apparently not the case. So what happened with Michael and Walt? They were able to just find rescue on that little tiny boat. Seems like Jack could say, well, too bad about the sub, but you got this boat. Let's go. Mm-hmm. Michael and Walt made it, apparently.
I could actually see that being a point that Jack brings up about the boat, and then Ben has to basically say, I lied to them. They're like the same way Desmond tried to leave on his boat. He just ended up back on the island, and mm-hmm. we find out that like Walt and Michael ended up back on the island. Mm-hmm. They're just on a different part, and we haven't seen them yet. I could see that being being a way to bring them up, and then later, maybe at the end of this season or in season 4, we find out what happened to them and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would be kind of cool if they ended up getting shipwrecked on maybe the west side of the island or something.
Yeah.
And then they explore. They're on their way back to the beach. They came across all this other stuff, maybe another Dharma hatch or something, and that'd be interesting.
Yeah. It would be weird. I mean, Michael rejoining them after what he did, I don't know.
Man, how is Locke going to get over what he just did? I mean, how is Locke going to ever come back and people look at him the same after everything he's done the last couple episodes?
Well, yeah. He's not a murderer, but yeah, he doesn't look too good.
Yeah. I forgot he killed some people, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Hurley's going to be pissed if Michael ever comes back.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's going to go over too well. So...
I mean, he could just say, you know, they made him do it, and like, he had to get his son back, and, I mean, can you be that mad at him? He had to get his son back.
I think he could have done a better job without double murder.
Oh, you're too hard on Michael.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, I understand what he did, but I don't know. I think he could have done
I think in a court of law, he would be exonerated. They wouldn't charge him with murder.
I think you wouldn't charge him with something murder, but I don't think he'd get the full murder charge. But I think he definitely would get some lesser murder charge.
Nah,
because it was certainly deliberate and certainly premeditated to some extent.
Can you prove that he killed them?
That's not the point. I mean, you know.
No, I'm just being stupid, dude.
Oh, okay. You know, maybe they have video footage from the Pearl.
Oh, they might. Ooh.
In which case, that would be nice proof there.
Yeah. Well, and we've talked a long time ago about that video footage and where is it being recorded to.
It is very questionable.
And who is responsible? I mean, if it is being recorded, it's obviously not digital.
Mm-hmm.
Even if it was, you know, the storage would fill up at some point. But
right.
it's not digital. It's got to be analog, so it's on tapes. And who's changing the tapes, you know, and all that stuff. So.
Yeah.
And presumably nobody, because Dharma's dead. And from what we learned, I believe in the official podcast, Ben didn't know what was going on in the Swan Hatch.
Right.
So if Ben didn't know, then that means presumably none of the others were, you know, looking in on the video footage either. So.
You know, that tells me if they didn't know about the Swan, they shouldn't know about the Pearl either.
Oh, I'll buy that. I mean, the Pearl was buried. I'll buy that.
But then they got captured where all those tubes were, so they should have said, like, "What the fuck is this?"
See, and I think that's what's really weird. You know, when Carlton and Damon basically said that Ben didn't know what was going on in the hatch, that, you know, the experiment in there was, you know, a big sort of top secret Dharma thing. But, you know, I feel like the others, you know, after the demise of Dharma, the others were able to secure all the Dharma, you know, literature and stuff like that. You know, presumably the orientation video, you know, I mean, obviously if they didn't get into the hatch, they never saw it. But, you know, stuff like that, I feel like they would have had access to. That somewhere in all that Dharma information, there would have been some mention of the Swan and presumably what was going on in there. Mm-hmm. That's why I was sort of shocked at the idea that Ben didn't know. And I guess maybe, you know, they never found out about what happened in the Swan, and Ben had no reason to really, you know, pursue what Dharma was really doing, or some of the other things Dharma was doing. Maybe that's just the idea that there was no reason for him to research all that. Yeah,
I think the thing I like about that is that it explains, or at least makes more sense, why Ben was, you know, saying that stuff about how the button doesn't do anything and I never pressed it, and, you know, trying to cast doubt in Locke's mind, I guess, about the button and what it did. You know, if he knew what it did, then it seems very strange that he was doing that.
Yeah.
It makes more sense if he doesn't know that he's doing that, just to sort of mess with his mind. And also, he himself doesn't know, so maybe he's just curious.
Yeah. That doesn't negate the fact that he must have inputted the numbers, though.
Oh, he put them in, yeah.
Yeah. But but then he tells Locke he didn't.
Yeah.
So basically he says, I don't think the button does anything. You should input the numbers. But then when it's counting down, he, for whatever reason...
Oh, he has his chance and he doesn't...
And he has his chance not to.
I mean, that's problematic.
And then he goes ahead... But that's the thing, he goes ahead and inputs the numbers. I mean, like he said, he saw the hieroglyphics, you know, and I think sort of he saw him and got scared and input the numbers, but he claims he didn't input the number and nothing happened. So why tell Locke nothing happened if he sort of found out something did happen or would have happened? Because if you do that, I mean, if he really gets scared that the button might do something and he decides to enter the numbers, which apparently he did, why tell Locke not to enter the numbers? Because presumably Locke might believe him and not enter them, they could all die.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what happened, actually.
Yeah.
Locke did sort of start to believe him, and then of course with the Pearl situation.
Right. I mean, maybe he wasn't willing to commit, but he wanted to know what would happen if he didn't push it. So he tried to get Locke to do it.
Locke to what?
To not push the button.
But why do that?
Because he's curious about what'll happen.
So he has no real idea of what would happen, and he wants to see. That seems problematic because worst case scenario, like the island blows up.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe he's not thinking that far, or thinking that drastic.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what they told him about it, or he probably didn't see the orientation film, or hear this. I don't know. I don't know what he knew about it at all, as far as what they told him about it.
Mm-hmm.
Keep returning to it, and it keeps confounding me.
Keep returning to what?
That thing, that whole issue.
Yeah, it's they shed a little bit of light on that, but I mean, obviously it's still problematic that he sort of seems to believe it'll do something, or at the very least inputs the numbers, but then says he didn't. Seemingly
it kind of reminds me of Kelvin. It seemed like Kelvin had a similar problem of seeming to not believe, but then taking actions that suggest that he does believe.
Yeah.
They were, I don't know. I can't fix that.
Or unless it's supposed to be one of those, classic bin manipulations where he's telling Locke, don't press it, it doesn't do anything, so that Locke will press it because he sort of believes it will do something.
Oh, I see. I suppose that's possible.
Which those things, that reverse psychology is a dangerous game because
it certainly is.
If they don't believe you, then you get what you don't want.
Right. Or if they do believe you.
Or if they do believe you, if he believed that it didn't do anything, yeah, then you're gonna get what you don't want.
Right. Which is what happened.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe that was just bad calculation on his part. I don't know.
Oops.
Oopsie.
Or I guess maybe we could assume, which I don't think it's true, but what if he knew what would happen and he wanted the failsafe to be turned? Okay, this is obviously a lot of conjecture, but he wanted the failsafe to be turned, and he knew that would knock out the communications and limit the accessibility to the island.
Yeah. I mean, before I would have said he doesn't want that, but maybe he does after this episode.
Yeah. Well, if you got a box that'll give you whatever you want, why do you need to leave?
Yeah, I know. God,
Which
they could just...
I think answers one of the long-standing Lost Lowdown questions on how they got that mobile in maternity leave.
Oh shit! Seriously? Wow.
I mean, how else? We asked about that. How did they get that Oceanic plane mobile in Claire's nursery there? And I think that might answer it. That's the closest answer we've come to, I think.
I don't know how they would think to create it, though.
Well, that's a different question.
but it does at least answer how it could exist.
Yeah.
Because that was a big problem.
Or maybe what if Claire created the things in that room or something? They sort of had her wish what her nursery would look like or something.
Mm-hmm. But why would she choose an Oceanic plane?
Well, I'm thinking she just sort of generally thought about what she wanted the room to look like, and the room was created. It wasn't like specifically I want a plane mobile, but it was like that was one of the things that was in her head, like the plane or something, and so it just manifested itself like that.
Okay.
I mean, she's all drugged up anyway. But besides that, I don't. I feel like something like this box thing, if it works, very directly, like whatever you're thinking about, it'll create. Like, there's some problems with that because what if you think about a couple things at once, or how does it know which thing you really want if you're thinking about multiple things? And,
right.
There's a lot of weirdness with that, but let's go on to the...
I didn't think about the ramifications as far as the mobile go. I kind of forgot about the mobile.
Yeah, well, it just dawned on me. It's
interesting. It at least makes its existence possible in some reasonable way.
Yeah.
Reasonable in the context of the show. Because the idea that they would obtain something like that had that little song on it, it was just sort of insane without this magic box, which really could create something like that.
Yeah, so, and Claire had that dream too, with that plane and that and that song.
Yeah,
so
she did. Okay, so maybe it's from Claire. Maybe that's how they would think to get it. It wasn't them; it was her.
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. That makes that thing seem powerful. And does it work on everybody? There's so many questions around that thing.
Yeah, it also, this idea of reading minds and stuff, obviously the box sort of has to read your mind in some level, right? Mm-hmm. Unless it has some sort of oral interface. I don't know. Mm-hmm. It just reminds me of Smokey, and it reminds me of our little telepathy theory, that the others have some sort of telepathy.
Oh, no.
I can't connect that to anything, but this sort of mind-reading thing just makes me think that.
Mm-hmm. I think Smokey has some kind of mind-reading capability.
Yeah.
And possibly Smokey is connected to this box thing. Somehow. I don't know how, but possibly.
This has to be the most mysterious show ever written for television.
Yeah, this is rough. I can't say I've seen a show with more mystery. There's an awful lot of things running around here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I don't know where to go from there, but.
Well, let's go back to the episode.
Good idea.
So Ben gives Jack his word. I'll let them go just as soon as you leave the island. Which everyone saw that coming because he knew that. When Jack says, "Can I have your word?" and Ben can't give him his word because the thing's about to be blown up. So of course he has this little line. I'll let them go as soon as you've left the island. Which right. Well, I'll mention that in a second here. Juliet, she gives her one last quarter pucker, and she says, "Thank you for keeping your promise." Mm-hmm. And they leave, and like I was just about to say, Jack gives Ben this one last look, like, this seems a bit too easy. You just agreed to let my friends go just as soon as I've left the island. I think I like to believe Jack caught a little bit of some weirdness there with what Ben said. He didn't know how to take it, but he sort of thought something might be up.
Yeah.
Because he seemed a little suspicious of that.
Definitely.
So the next scene, we got Locke coming back from the sub. For whatever reason, he's wet. I have no idea why he's wet. Can you think of why he's wet?
Yeah, I wrote that down in my notes. I have no idea why he's wet. What I pictured in my mind, I wrote this down in my notes. Let's see. Oh, no, I didn't. What I pictured in my head is that he was getting out of the submarine.
And he fell into the water.
He just sort of he did that weird movie belt, whoa, and then he just fell backwards. In a nice 80s comedy.
Oh, wow.
And they just had to cut that scene for time.
And they had to cut the scene for time, of course. Oh, Locke, even when you're blowing stuff up, you have no dignity.
But it is a good question because they really didn't show why he would be wet.
Because when he got in there, he just went from the dock straight to the thing.
Exactly. So it seems like he could go from the submarine straight back to the dock.
Yeah, and there's no way we want to believe that he sort of went into the water and put the C4 on the outside of the sub.
Yeah, that's weird.
That would make no sense. How could he even see at night in the water? So that definitely didn't happen. Plus, of course, we saw him go inside.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine why he's wet. unless like when he went inside, he went to the shower and like soaked himself. I don't know. I have no idea why he could be wet.
I don't either.
He was not just wet; he was soaked.
But let me mention a theory that I read.
Oh God!
I really hate this theory, but let me mention it.
Okay.
The theory goes that Locke submerged a submarine. Okay.
He forgot to close the top.
Oh, I wish. No, that would be pretty funny.
And he drowned himself. The end of Locke.
Oh, Locke's death is so... I had to come back. But no, he submerged the submarine and he planted... And then what he did was swim to the surface. Wow, how did this work? This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
How did he get out of the submarine? No, okay, here's what he did. He programmed the submarine to submerge itself.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and then this is not even working.
That must mean he planted the bomb in the sub. He got out of the sub, but before he got out, he programmed it to submerge itself.
Okay, no. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. He went in the sub and programmed it to submerge itself.
Okay.
Right? And then he gets out of the sub and he hops back on the dock. Okay, and then the submarine submerges itself.
Okay.
Okay. Now he plants the C4 somewhere. Like he gets in the water and plants the C4 like somewhere on a dock or something.
Okay.
And then so the explosion makes him think he's destroyed the submarine, but in fact he has not. And the submarine's still down there.
No.
So that's the theory.
No.
I agree. No. But that's the theory.
What? Oh man. Part of me thinks half of that could be true.
Which half?
The half that isn't stupid. No. The idea that he didn't go plant the bomb is interesting because we didn't see him plant the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that he programmed the sub to do anything, I think, is preposterous.
I agree.
I don't think that sub doesn't seem like the kind you could like program to do anything. It seems like you'd have to manually, whatever.
Yeah, it ought to be an old sub, so it shouldn't be too programmable.
If he blew up he would have had to attach the C4 to the dock, right?
I guess.
And it didn't look like the dock blew up.
No.
I mean, the explosion came from the water. So unless the C4 was just sort of in the water, and like the sub wasn't there, but the C4 was like in the water, and it just sort of blew up on the water or whatever. I don't buy that either.
Like maybe he attached it to a life preserver or something like that.
Yeah, the explosion was too big though. I don't think C4 would have caused an explosion that big. C4 alone. It seemed like the C4 triggered something else to explode too. Mm-hmm. Which I'm glad that wasn't like a nuclear submarine, with like a nuclear reactor or something. Mm-hmm. That seemed like that would have been really bad.
The whole island enveloped in a cloud and wow.
I mean, I don't know what would have happened if a nuclear powered submarine explodes. I mean, obviously, I don't think it's tantamount to a nuclear bomb going off, but something bad would have happened.
Mm-hmm. They all get radiation poisoning and die.
Yeah, well, the island might heal them. I don't know. Some of them. It is interesting to think that I think A, he's wet, and B, we didn't see him plant the bomb. What that means, I don't know. I mean, obviously, they were at the docks. How deep could the docks be, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know if it's deep enough to have a submarine submerged too far down there.
But it's got to be deep enough for a submarine to get there.
True, yeah. But get there at the surface, though, right?
Yeah, but it's still, it can't be like too close to the ground or something.
Well, of course, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. That's interesting. I have no theories on why he's wet. I feel like either it's just a deleted scene and he did something else.
Mm-hmm.
What? I don't know. I like the idea that he sort of fell, but I don't think he's that bad. Unless hey, I might buy that when he was getting out, the island started taking his legs back or something, and he lost his balance, and maybe they're gearing up for another one of those things where the island where he can't walk anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And they just decided to cut that out.
Yeah, they decided to cut it out, or for time, or later or something. I don't know. Anyway, I thought it was weird that he was wet.
I want to talk, or just briefly mention, off podcast, you had a bit of an issue with the Paul Ferry and the idea that the Paul Ferry will take you to the barracks.
Yes.
As mentioned in the Pearl video.
Mm-hmm.
And this episode makes it seem like the Others Village is pretty close to this dock.
Yeah, do you have a theory about that?
It didn't seem like they walked very far. Do I have a theory?
I mean,
No.
I mean, do you think it's just a production thing?
Pretty much, yeah. Like it didn't. Basically, I would say the problem is the place where it looked like it was in episode 1 of season 3. Doesn't quite work with where it seems to be here.
Yeah.
But the idea is it's closer to the water.
The only other thing I can think is that the water that we saw was some sort of lake or something. And like I said before, there's some underwater conduit to the actual ocean. That's the only other thing I can think, is that it is sort of landlocked, but there's some way for the sub to get from that little lake or whatever to the actual ocean.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can think of. Otherwise, I think it's just a production thing where, obviously they need to get to the sub, and you really don't want the sub to be too far, really.
Right.
So, but then you want the others' barracks to be isolated.
Right.
So how do you really get both of those?
Mm-hmm.
You just show both and you don't explain it.
Exactly.
That's how. So Locke is coming back from the sub, from presumably planting the bomb on the sub, because that's what it looks like it happened.
You know what else?
Oh, what?
I don't think they crossed the fence.
Who crossed the fence?
Like, Block and... Block.
Block? Block and triangle. What are you talking about?
Locke and Alex.
No, I think they were within the confines of the thing.
So the fence went like all the way to the water?
Dude, that's why I think
Dude.
I'm trying to level with you here. That's why I think this lake thing, I mean, I really want to believe that it's some sort of small lake or pond, presumably man-made, and that it connects to some sort of underwater conduit that that I know it sounds preposterous, but how else do you put those two together, that they didn't
Production
go
error.
They didn't go through the that's the thing, they didn't seem to walk very far. So the fence around the barracks looked to be a pretty sizable area.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't walk through the fence, obviously, or unless there's some scene we missed where Alex deactivated it or something,
Which seems like an odd thing to take out.
Yeah, and it seemed like the submarine is too close to be outside of the fence.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna stick with my idea that there's some conduit thing going on.
Okay.
You got a better one, Mr. Laffy?
All I think is that it's a production error, but I mean your solution works. I feel like it's too preposterous. I know it's silly for me to say this, but I feel like it's too preposterous for them to do.
On a show with a magic box.
Yes.
It's too preposterous.
I can't even use that anymore. All the things I used to say don't work anymore.
Not in season 3. Not in season 3.
I have to come up with a new thing to say. Characters from off the island aren't just gonna appear on the island. Like,
oh yeah,
how can that happen?
Yeah, if they weren't on the plane, they'll never be on the island. Yeah.
I can't use that anymore. Because I was like, people have been, okay, whatever. That's just, I'm inclined to not believe that, but I guess it's at least possible. It would get them out of the jam they're in with all this.
And I could see the others, I could see Dharma, having the foresight to do that, to know that they're going to use a submarine to bring people back and forth to the island, and to know that the best place to have a secure location is in the middle of the island. So how do you get from A to B? Well, we'll just build another. They built a lot of stuff, and they did build all their most of their hatch is underground anyway, so they could have built an underground tunnel system.
They could have. They certainly could have. It's quite an undertaking. But, But they did a lot of stuff, so...
they did.
Yeah, fair enough.
So Tom, Ryan, and the rest of the guys, Jack and Juliet included, they come to the dock and they find Locke. We're not supposed to believe that dock is the Polyferry dock, right? I'm just curious.
Well, I mean, it's supposed to take you to the barracks, and it seemed pretty close to the barracks, so, I'm going to assume that it is.
So the dock that they were at with the submarine is the same dock we saw earlier when they were captured.
No. That was the dock where you get on the Polyferry.
Oh, I see.
And this
so that's
is where
not
it
the
takes
same
you.
dock. Okay, this is where it takes you.
Yeah.
Okay, now I was just wondering if they could be the same dock.
No way.
Doesn't make any sense, huh?
No way. That'd be crazy. That would mean they were like right next to the other village.
Production error.
Okay. Plus, it didn't look the same. Like this dock, the Polyferry dock had that extra part with the Polyferry stuff on it. This was just like a basic dock.
Production error.
All right, you can win every battle with that.
Boone's back on the island. Production error. Oops.
I don't know what happened. We just started writing for him, and there it was.
We missed his character. Boone, I thought you were dead. Yeah, so did I. So, how about those bananas?
Oh, God. That's,
They could do it. Boone, where'd you come from? The magic box, of course.
Hey.
Oh. All right. So they.
That's another thing the magic box could do if it's really what they claim it is. Seems like they could just say, "Bring me back all the dead people."
Yeah. And that, of course, gets into what is it really doing? Is it, if you ask for someone who's alive, is it transporting them, or is it what I sort of believe it's doing? It's manifesting your imagination. That's my belief.
Okay.
And so, the person in real life, if you say, give me George Bush, like George Bush is not going to disappear. You're just going to get this sort of metaphysical copy of him.
So if George Bush came to the island, there'd be two of them there.
Yeah. If you asked for George Bush and then George Bush came to the island, there'd be two.
Okay. So in your mind, Anthony Cooper's still out there. This isn't the real Anthony Cooper.
Ooh.
All right. I thought I got it.
I know. My answer, the problem with that is, like, okay, my answer is yes. Like, that's not the real Anthony Cooper.
Okay.
But my problem is I want whatever happens to this Anthony Cooper to really happen to Anthony Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my hesitation.
And that's the other thing, would this replicated version have the right memories and stuff, or would it just be like a blank slate, like how much would it know that the original person knew?
This gets into, to me, it gets into the physics of what's really going on here. This idea, matter can be neither created nor destroyed, and if it's really just replicating another Anthony Cooper, what does that really mean? Where is it getting, the atoms and molecules to do that from? And maybe on the show they could sort of get around the physics of that, the logic of that, and basically say, well, if it's really manifesting their imagination, that the energy is coming from their imagination, and the energy is transfigured into matter or something. But that's yeah. But then to think that it's actually you ask for something and it transports them there. I mean that's all other kinds of crazy physics going on there too. I think it's actually more realistic that it's just manifesting your imagination because we know that Smokey has powers similar to that. Yeah. I think what we've seen Smokey do is on the verge of something like that. So to me, it makes more sense than you can just manifest. Because it seems like to me, then like what Ben could do if it just transports people is like, say Juliet wants to leave. She's like, enough of this, I'm leaving. And she takes the sub and leaves. He could just manifest her back. He could just tell the box he wants Juliet, and then she's poof back on the island.
Right.
You know.
And it seems like they could just like pluck people from the world very easily.
Yeah. Why go? Yeah. Why go recruit people when you can just pluck people?
Just boop. She's gone.
Poof. Yeah, so I'm gonna nix the idea that it transports people. I think this Anthony Cooper is just a manifestation of Locke's imagination. He may be real. He may have all the memories of Anthony Cooper, real in all the normal senses. But I think
which is kind of shocking in a way. I mean, how would this thing know what his memories are, and how far would they go? Because like Locke can't know like everything about Anthony Cooper. I mean, all he knows is his experience with him, So it doesn't seem like he could provide enough data to really reconstruct an Anthony Cooper with all the memories and stuff that
I'm gonna say production error.
Okay. Wow, it's your go-to explanation.
It is now. First it was telepathy, now it's production error. I agree, and I think maybe this Anthony Cooper would only really know what Locke knows, which for us is what's important.
True.
Because obviously everything that we know about Anthony Cooper we know through Locke. So
yeah.
Maybe a question this Anthony Cooper couldn't answer is how did you kill Peter or something like that, because Locke doesn't know that.
Right.
So those are all questions that are interesting to think about. I don't know. I am very reluctant to go with the teleportation idea, though.
It is really problematic.
Now,
that's the thing.
Here's the other question. That's the other side of this that I guess we've sort of been ignoring, is maybe Anthony Cooper is really on the island.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely the other thing.
You want to wait to talk about that until we get there?
Yeah, I guess we'll get to that scene. We've already kind of started, but it's hard to not talk about it because it's such a big thing.
Yeah. But, so let's finish this scene up here.
Okay.
Like I said, Tom, Ryan, and the rest of the gang find Locke, and they sort of make him get on his knees, and then Jack says, "What are you doing here, Locke?" And what do you think I'm doing, Jack? I'm trying to save you. Oh no, wait, I'm not trying to save you. That's why you asked me that question. Locke says, "I'm sorry, Jack. Sorry for what?" Kaboom! Bye-bye, submarine.
And I'd like to point out for all you fans, that's pretty much verbatim the dialogue between Michael and Ana Lucia before he shoots her. I'm sorry. Sorry for what? Boom.
Nice.
Same thing basically. So just wanted to point that out. They're kind of reusing that device.
Yeah, they did that. There's some other line in this episode like that. Oh man, I don't remember what it was. It was a very minor thing, but it was something exactly what somebody had said before.
Are you talking about when the like nurse guy tells Locke like,
yes,
don't tell me what you can't do or something?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I don't want to hear about what you can't do.
Yeah, I wrote that down later. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. There we go. There was something in there. Yeah. So, yeah, Locke, of course, blows up the submarine, at least it seems, but I think he did. And we get that nice shot of Jack where he's really, really pissed. I mean, can you imagine after 80 days on the island and all the torture and terror and horror and the loss and the love,
and the heartbreak
and the headaches and the growing pains and the back pains. After all that, and he's been contemplating at least the last several hours that hope he's had hope, and hope is going to pull through, and he's going to get off this island, and he's thinking about getting back and trying to get his life back.
Who am I going to go see first? Ooh, I can't wait to tell people.
Yeah, I can't wait to see my dad. Ooh, wait.
Oh shit.
Damn. Oh, I should go tell my wife. Oh.
Oh. Fuck.
Nice. All right. I guess he didn't have a lot to go back to, but
no, not really. Yeah, sorry, Jack.
Sorry, Jack.
You can go back to being a surgeon, I guess.
Yeah.
He likes doing that.
I guess he likes doing that.
Probably.
So anyway, it would be very, I really want someone to hit Locke. What is it going to take for someone to just smack him just once? I'm really waiting for it, and I hope it's Saeed. I hope Saeed does it. I really do.
I want someone to slap him.
Yeah, no, I want someone to slap him. I would love if Saeed just slapped him.
I mean, a punch would be good in a way, but I think the perfect thing to do to Locke is a good slap in the face.
I think a slap would, I think a slap is somehow perfect for what he's done. Just
it is
because a punch is more
insulting.
A punch is more about hurting you. A slap is more about the meaning behind why you're getting hit.
Yeah, exactly. It seems more like the last episode. I was really hoping Kay would slap him.
Oh man, that'd be awesome.
After he shoved Mikey in, just like, what are you doing, Locke?
Exactly, man. That'd be the slap heard around the world. That'd be awesome.
It would have been hilarious.
Yeah,
I would have loved it. But yeah, you're right. It's about time. Somebody needs to give him a good slap someday.
Yeah.
And I agree, Saeed would be great to do that. He could definitely pull it off.
Yeah, like he could say, "Hey, Locke, that talk that I was saying we should have later, slap."
Here it is, bitch.
Yeah, all I wanted to say is slap. That'd be awesome.
Oh God, yeah, that would be really good. Hopefully, it'll happen.
I really hope that happens. Man, I wish Carlton and Damon heard our podcast. I really wish we could just get one person to slap him before this is all done.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Even Rousseau would be good.
Sure.
Slap, what are you doing? Why are you acting like an ass?
Lies, it's all lies.
Oh, slap. Oh, man. That'd be great.
Yeah, I agree.
So, the next scene, flashback, John comes to talk to Anthony Cooper, and he wants to know if he killed Peter, which, he pretends that, I don't know, what, you think I had something to do with it? Oh, man. Whenever a character insinuates, you committed a murder, the thing to not do is to ask, you think I committed a murder? Because you're always guilty if you say that. Because they're telling you, I think you did it. You think I did it? Come on. How could I do it? I'm acting incredulous.
You know what, though? I bought him.
You bought him?
Everywhere he said.
Oh, you bought it?
I bought what he said.
Wow.
I bought him.
New Year's Eve, Justin. I mean, what is it?
He totally
New Year's resolution, Justin?
Like, the way he delivered the lines, he just seems sincere to me.
He's a con man.
He conned me.
Nice.
Like and the weird thing is, what I was trying to say earlier is that at some point I forgot that this flashback was about him getting in the wheelchair,
mm-hmm.
and I realized it before this scene, and I'm like, okay, something's gonna happen where he gets in the wheelchair,
mm-hmm.
and then he goes to visit his dad, and I'm still thinking once his dad said that, I'm thinking, okay, somebody else did it, and that's who's gonna put him in the wheelchair.
Wow.
That was what I thought. He put me off guard. Can I call him? And then he points to the phone, and it never occurred to me that he's just gonna attack him.
Well, I didn't. By this point, I thought the dad was the reason. I didn't know how it was gonna happen. I thought it was gonna be more in Locke trying to stop his dad, physically or something. And definitely not in this scene did I see this coming, but no, I definitely didn't believe him when he said he didn't do it. I can't believe he bought that, but
it just seemed like, part of it was I didn't have the impression that his character was one who would do that.
Yeah.
He didn't seem like a killer, and he's like, I'm a con man, I don't care about some kid, whatever. I've been, people have kind of sniffed me out before, I'm just gonna move on, whatever. I bought him, or I bought. What do I want to say?
I don't know why you think you can buy him. That's illegal in the United States.
I didn't buy him, and I wouldn't want to buy him.
He's a bad man. Why would you want to buy him?
He is. He's a very bad person to buy. No, I bought what he was saying. It seemed believable to me the way he delivered it. Like it just seemed right. Like I felt like that's what he would do if he didn't do it.
That's a credit to the writers and to the actor for pulling that off. I mean, and believe me, I'm not saying he didn't seem sincere, but I just, I sort of just saw through that because I'm like, well, who else could have killed Peter?
Right.
At this point, they're not going to bring in somebody else.
You're using like reasonable, like I guess meta reasons or something why he's lying.
AKA common sense.
Yeah. Like, I mean, and I do that sometimes too. Like at the end here, when Jack's like, or during this episode when it's like, man, Jack is poised to leave. I'm thinking it's not going to happen,
Mm-hmm.
Something's going to prevent it. When I find out Locke's going after the submarine, it's like, that's it. There it is.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to prevent it. And the reason I know that is because, I know Jack's not going to leave, not because of the show itself, but because I know he's the main character and he can't leave. You know what I mean? That's not like part of the show. So it's sort of like that. It's like writing reasons why he's got to be the one. Who else is it going to be?
Yeah.
And it's all very logical. But yeah, I agree. I guess it's a credit to the writing and the acting that it just completely took me in and really shocked the shit out of me when he just like shoved him out of the window.
Can we get to that, please?
Sorry,
Skipper. We're almost there. So yeah, basically Cooper explains, why he's still in town. Like he said, he doesn't really care about the boy. And this whole time when he's saying that, I'm thinking, yeah, you claim you don't really care about some kid or whatever, but $200 million, that's still running through your head. What's easier, to go find someone else who wants to marry you within 2 months, and with that much money, potentially up for grab, or get rid of this kid,
Right. But I'm just thinking he's not going to take that step. He's not willing to commit murder, so he's going to move on. And no, he can't get that much in 2 months or whatever. But he's just going to go try to find something else. Like it's not like he has a deadline or something. I'm assuming he's just going to move on, to a different situation where he hasn't lost the advantage.
Yeah. Well, and that's the other thing too. I guess for me, everything he was saying was making me sort of think he did it, because and the second part when he says that his fiance called off the wedding, she couldn't handle after Peter's death. I was thinking, in a situation like that where you just lost a child, to me it would seem like it would bring her closer to him. Like she would lean on him for support, and sort of would want to go through with the marriage more now that Peter's gone, because she sort of doesn't have anybody else. So when he said she couldn't handle it, she called off the wedding, postponing the wedding maybe. But to call it off, I thought I didn't really buy that.
I can see having grief make you push someone away. I think that happens.
Yeah, I'll buy it happens, but I just thought he was lying about that. Like
marriages and stuff sort of breaking up because the kid dies. I think that's definitely happened. And it seemed reasonable to me that she would sort of withdraw instead of getting closer to him.
Mm-hmm.
I can see, the other one happening as well, but I don't. It doesn't seem crazy to me that she would react that way.
Yeah, I just bought it that way. I just felt like at this point I just feel like he lies about everything. It's like Ben, he just I don't feel like he can really be trusted, and he comes off with that nice smile, and he's pouring himself some whiskey, and even though it's 2:00 in the afternoon or something, but I don't know how late it is. It just looked early, and McCutcheon whiskey, by the way, as I'm sure most people saw, which is interesting that he drinks that too. It's the what is one of our listeners said something very funny that I wrote down that I'm about to go find, and it's right here. Jane Doe said, "McCutcheon whiskey, the official drink of rich yet horrible fathers everywhere," which I thought was very apt.
It is, definitely. That's yeah, Widmore fits that description as well.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not as bad. I don't know. As far as what have you seen him do, he doesn't seem as bad as Cooper. But
I bet Son's dad drinks McCutcheon whiskey.
Probably. He definitely. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you got to be rich to afford it.
Yeah.
And, somehow, if you're really bad, I don't know, you're drawn to it.
I'll buy that. So Cooper says, "I'm a con man, not a murderer," and
that's where he's just playing into my my
you're
belief about
you're
it.
right. You are right. You're not a murderer.
Yeah, like, I know, exactly. See, oh, you're all right. I mean, something weird happened with this kid, but you had nothing to do with it.
Here's a kidney. You totally would have given him your kidney at this point.
Oh, maybe I would have.
Yeah, you need a kidney? Sure. Can we go hunt? So he says, I'm a con man, not a murderer, and then he Locke says, well, if I call her, will she verify that the wedding's called off? And he goes, that was the thing, man. When he said there's the phone right there, no one ever says that if they're telling the truth, and no one ever does that. I mean, in a movie, or a TV show, they never say, oh yeah, you can call her if you don't believe me. I mean, they never do that. They never do that. So at that point, I knew he was really lying. I just there's no way. There's no way. And I was actually curious because I thought Locke was just going to say that. Like, if I call her, that's what she'll say. I was surprised that he was like, well, there's a phone, and Locke actually went to go call her. But that's just how stupid Locke is. But I thought it was one of those situations like, yeah, you could call her, and he sort of is just bluffing, and Locke goes, oh, okay, fine, I believe you, and then that's the end of that. But then, of course, we get this one of the best scenes ever in Lost. He goes to pick up the phone, and bam! Cooper bum rushes him out of the window. And Locke falls 8 stories on his back to the floor, to the concrete, and Lost mystery number 42 is solved. How did Locke get in the wheelchair?
Yep. I couldn't believe it was his dad again.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it makes sense, but I'm like, this guy has done everything bad to you. Like, shit.
I mean, you can see why Locke is so screwed up.
Oh, yeah.
It's just insane
how can you not be? Like, man, what an awful, awful situation. Like, it was bad enough that he lost a kidney. Like, this is even worse. Like, he can't even walk anymore.
Yeah, and it's, you would think as much money as Cooper has. Well, I was going to say you think he could buy a kidney, but that's illegal. I guess you could buy one on the black market, but that's probably not as hard as just conning Locke out of one you know is pretty much going to match.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess he did the right thing. I mean, not the right thing, but I guess in the situation, I would have taken Locke's kidney too. No.
Yikes.
Slip of the tongue. He did the logical thing for someone of little moral character as he.
Indeed. Yeah.
So the next scene, it's the aftermath. Locke is in the hospital. We find out from the detectives that Cooper has fled to Mexico. Presumably, Locke has told them that he feels like he's the one who killed Peter.
Yeah.
And they say he fled to Mexico and then disappeared. And then Locke's physical therapist comes in, and we see Locke's wheelchair, his 4-year prison, and he says, oh, I can't do it, I can't get in the wheelchair, and then he says, John, you fell 8 stories and survived, I don't want to hear about what you can't do. And as we said, we can blame this guy for having to hear that phrase for 3 seasons. We can blame you.
It all goes back to this guy.
Yeah, little did he know when he would start.
God, he even had Echo saying a variation on it.
Yeah.
It was a whole thing. Yeah, that's weird. I guess we see the birth of the phrase.
We did. That's crazy.
Besides the wheel, how he was injured and the first time in the wheelchair, and it was all very, I don't know, like origin story or something.
Yeah, it's like a meme or something. Like it just got replicated. He keeps saying it all. Don't tell me what I can do. I fell 8 stories and survived. But me, I analyze really stupid stuff like this, and I'm like, well, surviving 8 stories is not something that you sort of consciously did. I think it's more a tribute to luck than anything else that you survived. Not that he, ooh, John, you can do anything because you consciously willed yourself to survive from falling 8 stories, which is what that line implies, but.
Yeah,
but it's nice.
No, there's a fallacy there, but
it's
like many things, like many things, it still has impact, even though it doesn't quite hold on.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice phrase for his moral support,
Yeah.
So, I'm not dissing it. I'm just bringing it up. So he picks John up and puts him in the wheelchair, which is, I thought, very reminiscent of when they pick him up and put him on the plane. And then Locke starts to cry. It's very sad. They did a good job of making that wheelchair look very foreboding and like very confining.
Yeah.
So the next scene, we've got Locke. He's chained up in this little room, and Ben comes in. And then he goes, "You really gone and done it now," which I'm like, what is this, 1960s? Where's that line from? "You really gone and done it now." It's like a line from Leave It to Beaver or something. "Oh, Beaver, Mom, Ward." They're always saying their names on that show. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So he goes. He tells Ben, "Well, we both know you wanted it to happen." Blah blah blah.
Nice try.
Yeah, no, don't act like you're disappointed. Like,
oh, well, look at what you've done.
Locke, whoever gave you the idea to do something like this? So Richard uncuffs him, and he says, letting Jack go. Ben says letting Jack go would have been a sign of weakness, of defeat. That would have been the end of me. But to kill him would be cheating, because my people heard me make a promise, and breaking my word, well, that would be the end of me too. And I'm like, man, your people are really hard to please.
Yeah,
they want it both ways, apparently.
Yeah, they're tough. And not only that, the end of Ben would be him breaking his word. Like, man, this guy lies like so much. I can't believe that would be the end of him.
Well, Juliet had that thing, like we just talked about. She said, "Thank you for keeping your promise." And I think there was some other thing before about promises or your word. And we know that they feel like they're very sort of moral. So I think this idea of promises makes sense.
He said that too to Michael.
Oh, is that? Yeah, I knew somebody had said that about promises.
He said something like, "Yeah, we gave you our word and we stick to that," or something like that.
Yeah.
So that thing is there, but it's just interesting because Ben lies all the time.
Yeah, I just don't feel. To me, the problem with this sort of duality of what he's talking about with Jack, letting Jack go versus killing him, is like, I feel like the people would understand that you made a promise to let him go. So why would it be a sign of weakness if they understand the first part, which is you made him a promise? How can you be weak when you're upholding your promise? That's what I don't get.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like he's just saying stuff.
Oh yeah,
you're just saying stuff.
He's just a talking and a talking.
Man, what are you saying? You don't even know, do you? All right. And he goes, that would be the enemy too. And he says, and then you come out of the jungle to make my dream come true. Which is very reminiscent of what he told Jack about finding out he had the cancer, and then, lo and behold, the surgeon falls from the sky. Right. Literally. Then Locke says, "You're not going to start talking about the magic box again, are you?" And Ben goes, "No, I'm going to show you what came out of it." Nice little foreboding line there.
Mm-hmm.
So they're walking down the corridor to go find out what came out of the box, apparently. And he says, when I asked you if it hurt when you broke your back, I didn't really mean physically. I mean, obviously, it's going to hurt. What I want to know was what it felt like when your own father tried to kill you. Dun dun dun. How did you know? And Ben reasons that his dad was the reason that Locke destroyed the sub, that he's afraid of him, and that the island is the one place he'll never find him, the one place he can never get to him, and then that Locke has some sort of communion with the island, and he's, which makes him very important, which I think is one of the few true things Ben has ever said. We sort of know that to be true independently, so... interesting. He said,
"No idea what you're talking about." Of course.
Yeah. Which I guess he means in general or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was an interesting line, though.
Yeah, like whenever you talk about something, you have no idea what you're talking about. But I guess he means in relation in terms of the island or what's going on with the island.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll buy that. Locke doesn't really seem to know what's going on. I mean, he seems to have a vague idea. I mean, because that whole thing when he lost his voice, that crap, he seemed to know how to get it back.
Yeah.
And
I agree, but I feel like he's operating on like pure intuition. I don't think he really knows specifically what the deal is with the island.
Yeah, you're right. I'll buy that. Yeah, it's basically more of a feeling than a real knowledge of what's going on.
Yeah, and it's working, but yeah, he can't. I don't know. That line really stuck out to me.
Yeah, and then so he says, Ben says, "So what do I want? I want to help you, John." Why? It's a bad John voice. The Ben says, "Because I'm in a wheelchair and you're not," which is like we talked about that bookcase line. And
right.
He goes, "Are you ready to see?" Which is an awesome line. So basically, Richard takes the keys and he opens the door, and Locke looks in. Now, this is a point of contention, I think, because I think this explains sort of what's going on here, is exactly how this plays out. He looks into the room, and it doesn't seem like he immediately sees his dad. Now, we can talk about this, but to me, it looks like he sort of looked in the room and was sort of looking for what the point was, and then he sort of sees his dad. Now, as small as the room was, it shouldn't have taken him less than half a second to see his dad sitting there, right? Yet, once Locke is looking into the room, it takes him a couple seconds to actually realize that's his dad. So my little half-assed theory is that his dad just sort of appeared there after the door was open. That, before the door was open, the dad wasn't there. What do you think about that?
Really?
Yeah. If you watch the scene, now maybe this is just an acting thing, a directing thing. They wanted to give him a little time before he reacts to seeing his dad. But the way it plays out, he's looking in the room several seconds before he reacts to seeing his dad. Do you want to go through the tape?
Yeah, I mean, I remember how it played out. It seemed to me that the way they shot it, it seemed like the door opened and like he could see the left half of the room, and he sort of circled around the door, and then he sees sort of as we see, I guess, and then they cut back to him, and I think he's sort of confounded for a second. And then he says, "Dad." I didn't get the sense that he was just like looking at him and not reacting for some long amount of time.
I mean, but by the time the door is open enough for him to look in, he still hasn't reacted to seeing his dad. I mean, I know what you're saying about how the door is opening and he sort of peers around. But I mean, even by the time he should be able to see his dad, he still hasn't reacted. Because he looks in for a couple of seconds, then he reacts. Facially he reacts, and then he says "Dad." So I don't know. I just read into it that I just feel like he should have seen his dad right away. I mean, the room wasn't that big.
It didn't seem like he didn't to me. I didn't get the sense that there was this great time where he wasn't seeing him there. I also can't imagine he just popped in and he wasn't more shocked by that than his dad being there.
I mean, I think if he saw his dad like materialize in front of him, I think his response still could have just been "Dad." Like, what just happened, Dad? Like, is that?
I think he would be more shocked that a person appeared in front of him than because that would be weird and crazy. And plus, like, why did they take him there if his dad just appeared there?
Well, obviously, he's telling him about the box, right?
So you think that room is the box?
I don't think that room necessarily is the box, but I'm saying, I mean, I don't know where the stuff comes from when the box manifests its stuff, but what I'm saying is, obviously, at some point, if the box conjured up the dad, then, he had to be manifested somehow, so I don't think it's crazy to think that it happened before Locke's eyes.
But Ben says here's what came out of it. If nothing was there, I mean, what is he talking about? And why take him to that room? You know, if that room's not like the box.
I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, I think they might have drawn it out a little bit for suspense and stuff, but it didn't seem to me that there was some weirdness with him looking and not reacting. And I think, if they wanted to communicate that, they could have done a much better job.
Yeah, but they don't always do that, though. I mean, there's plenty of cases where they sort of hold their hand on stuff like that. I don't know. I think it could go either way. I mean, I think they definitely. I mean, it's one of those production things. You don't really know what they're trying to go for. But I think it's obvious that he should have seen his dad way before he reacted to seeing his dad.
It wasn't obvious to me. The way the scene played out didn't.
I mean, you think he would wait several seconds for his face to respond when you see the guy who put you in a wheelchair? You don't think he would immediately react to that?
I didn't see this waiting that you're talking
well,
about.
Maybe you should go look at the footage again, because when I saw it, there were several seconds before he reacted.
Sorry, guys. Okay.
Everyone, go look at your footage. I'm sure you TiVoed it.
Here we go. Okay, so he's opening the door. So he's standing to the right of the door, so the door's blocking him initially.
The door is blocking a little bit
He
initially.
peers around the door. All right. And I feel like, he peers around the door. He opens the door. He's looking.
Yeah,
okay,
see how long it takes him to look in that room? Like, to me, that's too long. He should have seen
it. wasn't that long. It wasn't that long.
The room isn't that big. Why would it take you all that time to find your dad in a room that small?
I don't think it took him that long to find him. I think it took him that long to react, which wasn't that long.
I think it was several seconds.
I can see him taking a couple seconds to be surprised before, like, his expression changes. I don't think that's crazy. Like if I'm confronted with something completely absurd, it might take me a second for my face to change because I'm so sort of shocked by what I'm looking at. I don't think that's I don't think there's anything wrong about that.
Okay. I disagree, but I mean, I think if I saw the guy who was responsible for ruining my life, I would react a lot sooner than that.
Like, boom. Like, nah. I think his reaction was
that's
about
why it's
right.
I mean, that's usually what a reaction is. It's pretty immediate.
But you've never heard of, like, someone seeing something and being sort of frozen by their surprise, like.
Well, obviously, there's a such thing as a delayed reaction. Yeah,
having some big grand, not a delayed reaction, but like being sort of so shocked that you're just kind of frozen, by shock. Not like, you're going to immediately like make some crazy face or something.
Well,
like
how's that different from a delayed reaction?
A delayed reaction is just like you don't realize that you should react to something, and it takes a second. Like this one, like you are reacting, and sort of your reaction is at first to just be kind of frozen, and then and then it sort of hits you. Okay, what's going on? And then and then the sort of some sort of you get unfrozen, and you have your whatever emotion is appropriate to the situation.
Okay.
Like at the end of this thing, for instance, I mean, I sort of stared at the screen for a little bit because it really surprised me, and I didn't have like a grand reaction at first. Like it took a second. It's sort of just Plus, I think there are all sorts of problems with him not being there.
Yeah.
So. And the way it was shot, it just seemed pretty obvious that he was there already. So, and like the only piece of evidence is this facial expression. So, and I don't even think that's unreasonable. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I'm gonna go with him being there.
Okay.
Already.
I just wanted to bring up that idea. I'm gonna go with he was there already because, I don't think that the box would have really conjured him up already bound and gagged or whatever. So I think, when they if the box brought him there, then they got him and then they tied him To me, that's what makes me think he was really there. The sort of the logistics of his being already tied up.
Well, and the fact that Ben said he was going to show him, why would he take him there if he wasn't there? Because that was just an empty room.
He could have known he was going to be there. I mean, it all depends on how this box thing worked. Did he? Because if we go with the idea that he really came from the box, did Ben just say, go to the box and say, I want Anthony Cooper, and the box knew what he was talking about? I mean, I want to believe that the box works on, taking what you're thinking and making it real, and we don't have any reason to believe that Ben knows who Anthony Cooper really is or what he looks like. So I feel like it's reasonable to assume that the box would take Anthony Cooper out of Locke's head versus out of Ben's head.
I agree, yeah.
So that's what I was thinking. He was saying, let me show you what came out of it. It was basically like Ben knew that if that room is the box or whatever, or maybe that's just where the box put stuff. I don't know, but he knew that Locke's proximity to that area would manifest his dad.
Okay.
And potentially he didn't know what it would manifest. It could go that way too. He didn't really know what was going to come
He knew
out of
something
it.
would show up, but he had no idea what.
Yeah,
okay.
And he may have just guessed that it would be his dad because he gives that whole speech about his dad right before this. That's your biggest fear, that's your biggest thing, and so, And the same thing happened, in terms of Smokey. Same thing, Smokey did the same thing with Echo too. It showed him his dead brother, the most sort of important person in his life or whatever, in terms of what's going on with the island. So
yeah, he never saw him pop into existence though.
Well, presumably he saw him turn into Smokey right before Smokey killed him.
No, he walked away and then Smokey appeared. He never actually saw him sort of change.
We didn't see him change, but I think if you're in that situation, it's not crazy to believe you could have saw something. But I know what you mean. He definitely walked away. But
yeah, and I think I don't know why it couldn't have appeared before he opened the door. Why would it wait? And also, as you said, him being bound and gagged doesn't make sense either. I don't know why it would appear that way.
It could have waited because it's reading his mind, or whatever. But
well, why did it need him to be right there to read his mind? Unless that's the box, which I don't really buy. It just seemed like a storage room to me.
Yeah, I don't know. It just depends on what the box is, and where does, even if the box is somewhere else on the island, where does it put the stuff you ask for?
Right. And maybe it puts it there, but why couldn't it have read his mind before he got right in front of the door?
Yeah, true. Yeah, good question. I don't know. Add it to the list of questions that are many.
But yeah, I think I guess I didn't even consider that to be one of the theories, but I guess we'll throw that in the ring that he just appeared in front of him as he looked in the room. But I think there's also the possibility that we brought up before, which is that they brought him there.
Yeah.
Because they found out Locke was there. Presumably.
Now, do you mean they brought him there now, or you mean they brought him to the island once they found out Locke was on the island?
They brought him to the island once they found out Locke was on the island.
Oh, interesting.
That was another thought that occurred to me, that maybe even this magic box thing isn't true, and that they brought him there, and something like that.
I think when they said "Bring me the man from Tallahassee," they were talking about Anthony Cooper.
Oh yeah.
I think Locke's dad has been on the island for a while. Now, how he got there, I don't know. I don't think I know I brought up this whole box manifesting Anthony Cooper thing, but I don't think that's true. I just feel a need to bring up as many theories as we can. But
so you're playing devil's advocate.
Yeah. I don't really think that happened, but I did. I just I'm trying to imagine how this box works, and I noticed that little thing with Locke's reaction, so I just tried to put those two things together. But I think Anthony Cooper got here in a more realistic way than the box. Although I don't know, but you think that at some point after they found out that Locke specifically was on the island, that they went and got Anthony Cooper. Why would they do that?
Well, I don't know. I'll have to see what they're going to do with him being there.
Okay.
I feel like we don't know that yet, and I guess I don't have a really good theory as to why they would bring him there. But I don't necessarily believe that that's true. I guess what I'm saying is if the magic box thing isn't true, then that's what I think happened.
I think either way you go, there's problems. I mean, I for one think the box thing is true just because I think it's cool. So I want it to be true.
Well, fair enough, but I unfortunately it might not be.
I don't want to buy that Locke's dad has been on. I'll buy that Locke's dad got on the island somehow. I don't want to buy that they brought him there because they knew Locke was there. Because to me, I'm like, well, what's the point? They're just going to keep him around until something like this happens? Like, I don't buy that. What's the point of having him here just because Locke is here? Mm-hmm. I just don't buy that I feel like if he's on the island, it's for something else. Either, he accidentally got there too, or, they took him there for some other reason. But I don't want to believe they brought him there just because Locke is there and they're just having him hang around until they might need him. Because I feel like a lot of the other stuff that would have happened, I feel like Ben's thing about the island, about the box when he says, let me show you what came out of it. I feel like he didn't understand Locke's thing with his dad until when he saw what came out of the box, which of course is me assuming that Anthony Cooper came out of the box. Mm-hmm. Which I don't really believe, but this whole thing about Locke being most afraid of his dad, and that's why he blew up the sub. I feel like Ben would have said that earlier if Locke was if Anthony Cooper had been on the island before, that he would have known that before. It seems like he figured that out after he saw what came out of the box. Because his first ideas was that Locke didn't want to leave the island. Locke wanted to blow up the sub because he didn't want to leave the island because he wanted to keep his, the use of his legs. But then
he says, "Bring me the man from Tallahassee" before he even gives that theory.
I definitely agree, but it's not until after he presumably sees what came out of the box that he realizes that Locke's reason for blowing up the sub was the dad thing.
So you're saying he said, "Bring me the man from Tallahassee," but he had never seen him.
Never seen him. I don't know. I'm just trying to put together, Ben's line about the real reason Locke blew up the sub with the fact that Ben said, "Let me show you what came out of it," and that what came out of it was his dad. And that Ben had already given some reasons why Locke was trying to blow up the sub, and neither one was the dad.
Right. Yeah. I don't know what to do with that. I feel like that stuff was... I feel like he doesn't bring up the dad because they want to do this thing at the end. But I think, to me, it seems plausible that other reason might be a reason also. Like, it might be, at least a part of the reason why he would do it. Even if maybe this is the bigger reason or whatever.
Yeah, I think...
I feel like that other reason isn't invalid.
It's got to be a pretty small reason, I think, just because, the idea that the sub exists doesn't really mean you'll ever have to leave the island. But so to me, it'd have to be a pretty small reason, but I can still see it being on the list.
Right. I agree. But the sub exists doesn't mean Anthony Cooper has to come to the island either. So.
Well, but the sub existing means that someone can maybe come back to the island, not which is different from Locke. Someone forcing Locke to leave the island.
Yeah, but there could be another sub. There's other. You don't have to take a sub to get there. It's not like it's impossible.
Well, but he's just blowing up all the ways he can. Probably. I'm sure if he found out something else. Like if he knew they had another boat, I think he might go after that too.
Mm-hmm.
But I see your point. But I just think it's less of a reason that someone, because I mean he doesn't want to leave the island, so the only way he would leave is if someone made him, and I think that's less probable than somebody coming to the island than someone trying to make him leave. Because he could just go hide in the jungle or something, and go hunt boar.
Mm-hmm.
Go hunt boar with Desmond.
Oh God. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so let's if we can, let's get off of the fence here, because I know I'm on the fence. Who do you think the man from Tallahassee is?
Anthony Cooper.
Anthony Cooper. Okay. How sure are you?
Pretty sure. 95%.
95%. Okay. I'm trying to think if the man from Now, do you think that can the 5% of you that's unsure, what about this? Maybe the man from Tallahassee is someone who is able to, use the box. Like he's like the official box man. The same way everyone has sort of their old other functions. Mikhail was at the communication station, and Miss Clue seems to work with the kids or whatever. Like he's like the box man.
Okay.
And so when he says, "Bring me the man from Tallahassee," the man from Tallahassee comes, and Ben says, "Go get me Anthony Cooper." And so he goes to wherever the box is and gets Anthony Cooper and brings him to that room.
But if he just says the man from Tallahassee, when did the man from Tallahassee talk to Ben?
He would have had to talk to Ben after Locke got captured.
Oh, okay. And then he says, "Go get this guy." Yeah, with the way the episode plays, then that means they never showed who the man from Tallahassee is.
Okay, well here's the other side of this. If you believe, like I do, that the man from Tallahassee is Anthony Cooper, then that negates the idea. Well, I should say, do you think that he came out of the box then?
I'm not sure. This is hard for me because if the magic box is real, it seems too powerful, and it just seems too easy, and like they could just have all sorts of people appearing now, and I don't think that's good. It worries me. So I don't want to believe it's real, at least not in the way Ben described it, where you imagine something and there it is, and the fact that if this Cooper appeared via the box, I mean, that opens the door for, just about anybody to just wish people to appear on the island.
Yeah.
And it just seems kind of ridiculous. So in that way, I kind of hope it's not true. On the other hand, it is very interesting, and it would be kind of depressing if he, gives us this crazy, mystical kind of idea, about the island, and then it turns out that's just a lie, and they just kidnapped Cooper, and that's it, or he got there by accident, If he got there by accident, I find that crazy, but whatever. I guess Yumi wrecked on the island. Why can't Cooper have two somehow?
Yeah.
Even though, at a certain point, stop wrecking here people related to people on the island.
Yeah.
But I find that kind of mundane, and disappointing. Also, that the thing is just a lie. So in terms of what I want to be true, I don't even know. Both of them are problematic. I guess if I had my way, the magic box would be real, but not as good as Ben described. It's sort of not that easily controllable, and it can't just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And there's some kind of rules that it obeys, that keeps it from being this all-powerful device where they can just do whatever they want. Give us a plane with a pilot that can take off in the water so we can all leave. Some bullshit like that.
Well, it was interesting that this is sort of similar to what Ben said, that he when he found out he had cancer, that he all of a sudden God answered his prayers or whatever, and a surgeon fell out of the sky. I mean, do you think that if this box has any of these powers, that he could have said, bring me someone to fix my cancer, the box sort of engineered Desmond not pressing the button, and to some extent, or engineered the plane like diverting. Maybe the box made the plane have the mechanical problem, and that's why it turned around, which helped it be in the right place at the right time for when Desmond didn't press the button.
Right, but then I'd wonder about how much engineering did it do as far as getting Jack's dad to go to Australia, so Jack will go to Australia. So I mean, there's a long chain of events there that make me question whether it can really. It doesn't. And also, what?
I was gonna say, it doesn't have to be that long. I mean, the box could just sort of look for the best opportunity, and the nearest opportunity for a spinal surgeon to be in the area would be, for it to divert the plane when Jack is gone. You know what I mean? It doesn't necessarily have to be a long chain of events. It could just look for the best situation. And it could have been that the best situation, like, for instance, if Christian didn't go to Australia, which means Jack didn't go to Australia, then it could have been that, it would have been another 10 or 20 years before it could have engineered that or something.
But also, what your theory suggests is that this box isn't supernatural in the way I thought, in the sense that things just appear, wherever, and that's it. In your theory, it sort of engineers a real world situation where what you want appears.
You might be able to do both. I don't know.
Like, in the sense that if Locke wanted Anthony Cooper there, it would have created a situation where Anthony Cooper crashed on the island instead of making him materialize.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fairly plausible, because I think, if Ben had this problem, how come he couldn't have just wished for a surgeon or wished for the cancer to go away, wish for something along those lines,
right?
And it happened, if it works the way he says it does.
That's why the thing is too powerful, it just as he describes it, it just seems too good. So I'm gonna assume he can't just do that, but maybe he did just wish for him. I guess that's possible. But if he
go ahead.
But if he thinks the box is responsible, I don't know where it's going with that. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, maybe the box does just sort of engineer things to happen the best that it can.
I mean, manipulating real-world events like that is pretty powerful.
Yeah.
But it's sort of a different kind of powerful than what I imagined, of just materializing objects.
Yeah, I think it's... I guess I say it's better. I mean, it's less crazy than just materializing things, I think.
Yeah.
It's still crazy.
It is still really crazy to engineer in what sense did it engineer the situation which, Desmond didn't press the button? I mean, that depended on, Desmond seeing the rip in Kelvin's suit and then...
Well, I think the simplest explanation, if the box just can sort of engineer things to happen, the simplest explanation is that it somehow knew that what was going to happen with Desmond, right? Like, it didn't do anything, but it just sort of knew what was going on with Desmond. But the only real thing it did was to know that Jack was on the plane, and the only thing it really did was to create the mechanical problem which made the plane fly over the island. That's really what it did. It had a couple pieces of knowledge, but what it really did was make the plane turn around.
Okay.
That's the simple.
Well, now, having the knowledge is pretty impressive, and also doing that thing on that plane. I mean, even though, it may seem like a minor thing, it's still, it's this box on this island. Like, how can it mess with a plane's electronics?
Oh. Production error.
But it can production error it.
That's right. It did it by production error.
But I think, but I see what you mean, and that seems less insane than
manifesting human beings.
Just like, boop, and there he is, And the other thing, like you said, I want this to be the real Anthony Cooper, not a fake copy of it, to where he's like, I don't know anything that you don't know, and I don't even know,
Because you can't. I don't feel like you can get any real closure on what's going on if that's not the real Anthony Cooper.
Exactly. Like, he can't really address him the same way. He's just like a weird, like, copy, it's like AI or something.
Yeah.
He's just like, he can just like, well, I'm kind of like him, but I don't really know. Sorry, what I did. I don't know. It just seems crappy if it's not really him. And then the whole thing of people just disappearing from the world is a problem. So maybe what you're saying is true. I don't know.
Wait, what am I saying? Oh, that it just engineers stuff. I was like,
right.
What was my point? I forgot.
That's the way it works. But I think, unfortunately, I also want to keep it a possibility that the others brought him there, and that he just crashed there by pure accident, and that the magic box doesn't exist.
Maybe he was trying to win the heart of a young lass, and he decided to do a solo race around the world.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course, because he had to regain his honor.
Of course, because without honor, you're not a man.
Oh dear, I can't imagine.
Yeah. So okay. So I hope we're not going around in circles too much here. So we believe that Anthony Cooper is the man from Tallahassee.
Yeah,
but
I'm really confident about that.
I agree. I'm like 95% sure. I think. Yeah. Okay. Now. Why? Okay, and we have no idea why Anthony Cooper would be on the island already, right? You sort of think that the others brought him there before and just sort of had him this whole time, kind of thing.
That, or an accident, or the magic box is real and it manifested him there.
Okay, now that's my question. Do you really think the magic box manifested him?
I don't want to believe that. If that's true, then I think the magic box has to be kind of limited. Like, it can only, like, it has its own weird rules that it goes by, and maybe it can manifest people, but you can't just walk up to it and ask for anybody.
Yeah, and I really think the key to all this magic box thing is really how Ben described the box. I think once we figure out in like season 5 or something, like, what this box is all about, I think we're going to be able to take what he said and really understand, because obviously he's using a metaphor, so things can't be taken literally. I really think we're getting stuck on what he said, but I think it's more loose than that. I think, like you're saying, like it's effectively what he said, but it doesn't sort of work the way he said it works.
Right.
Like. And I don't know. I don't really know how to rationalize that, but that's sort of what I'm thinking, is that this box thing doesn't work specifically the way he said it, because he is just using metaphor or whatever, or analogy or whatever. So that's
by his own admission.
Yeah. So that's why I stand on that.
So you're going with magic box real to some extent?
Yeah, I'm going with. There is some sort of thing that can sort of do what he sort of said.
I see.
And I'm sticking to that. Sort of.
Yeah. I'm going to go with 60%. Something like that, and 40% it doesn't even exist at all, and he's just there for some rational reason.
Okay.
That's about how I feel right now. I feel like that's a real decent possibility, but I guess I'm leaning towards something like it being there. It seems a little weird to bring up this thing if it's not real. I don't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was just going to ask. Do you think he's just making it up? And that's the thing. If Anthony Cooper is there for some logical reason, then why would he tell Locke this came out of the box?
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, other than he's just a liar.
Right. And there could be some reason for that. Like, I needed you to think that the island had a box because...
Oh, God.
Some crappy thing like that. I think it's possible, but maybe I'll go down to 30% for that. It's sounding crappier and crappier.
Yeah.
I don't want it to be true, but on some level, the magic box just seems too crazy to be real. So that's what's kind of tugging me in that direction.
Here's a question.
Okay.
Is there anything, with what's happened on the island so far that we can attribute to the magic box? Like, can the magic box be used to explain something crazy that's happened?
Well, you used it for the mobile.
The mobile, yeah.
I said that really weird.
You did.
Sorry. I was vacillating between mobile and mobile.
Yeah.
And it turned into like mobile.
What? Can you pronounce it either way or something?
I think so.
Okay. I think I always say mobile, but
I think so.
Mobile? I don't know.
I think mobile is acceptable.
Okay.
But perhaps it's, you would say that way in some region. I guess mobile. I guess when I think mobile, I think the gas company as opposed to mobile makes me think of only the thing you hang on the kid's crib.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was one thing, but that's obviously a pretty minor mystery in the grand scheme of things.
Like for instance, the FAMP that the others had. The fake camp, all that stuff. Maybe he said, "I need a fake camp with
the thatch door
and the door, dude. How did they get that door?"
That would explain that,
yeah.
Which I definitely was wondering. I watched that again, and I love how the Dharma logo on there is like a door logo, like it's the door hatch. It's just the door.
It's just the door. The door tells you that there's nothing but a door.
Such a weird touch. Yeah, that would explain. Like, I could buy they can make those like huts. Mm-hmm. That seems reasonable to me to some extent. But that door, man, I don't know how they constructed that thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe so. Maybe they used the old box for that.
Now, and here's another question related to this. Do you think Dharma knew about this box situation?
What I'm worried about is the box turning into a catch-all where you can just explain anything with the box. Like whatever theory, whatever like problem or weird thing that happened. Oh, that's the box. I worry that it's going to turn into that.
They need something like that, though.
Yeah, I guess
I think I'd rather have some answer than no answer.
I just don't. If it explains everything, it just seems really weak and like a cop-out.
Yeah.
I don't like that. I want them to actually work a little harder.
Well, speaking of copping out, you didn't answer my question.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think
I missed it?
Do you think Dharma knew about this box thing?
Oh.
I mean, that's a pretty good reason to be on the island.
Sure is. I think they were doing other stuff there.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to go with... Oh, God. This is hard for me because I just don't even know.
Oh, what does New Year's Justin think?
But New Year's Justin only...
I just love throwing that in your face.
New Year's Justin doesn't know anything that isn't obvious.
Yeah, I know. So, what do you think, New Year's Justin?
I don't know.
Isn't it obvious that something?
I don't know. I'm really on the fence with that because I don't know what evidence to even use to base a conclusion on about whether they knew about it or not.
Use the good evidence.
Like you said, that would be a reason to be there, surely.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with... Boy, this is hard. I'm going to go with yes.
Wow. Now, here's a question. You said yes. Here's a question.
Oh, no. Let me answer questions about it.
No. Not, well, yeah, this is... Okay, do you think that this could have been one of the reasons that there was the purge, the fight between Dharma and the others? That maybe Dharma found out about this box situation afterward, after they got to the island? And, maybe they were working together for a little bit or something like that, but once they found out about it, that's when the real trouble started?
Maybe so.
Maybe so.
When I said yes, I was imagining they knew, like, before they decided to build on the island.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. Where are you standing on all this?
Oh, don't ask me that. I guess, I sort of don't want to believe Dharma knew about about the box. I feel like they had a lot of other things to deal with than some magic box. They got their own problems. They've got plenty to deal with than some magic box somewhere on the island. And I feel like the box would be a really guarded other's secret. And I almost feel like most of the others don't even know about the box. Although they seem fairly, close knit, so maybe they know about it.
I mean, I would think Jacob would know about it.
I think Jacob is the box.
Oh God.
Okay, kidding. Unless I'm right, then I was serious.
Right.
So I'm gonna say I don't think that Dharma knew about. I mean, I do like the idea that they did, but I'm gonna say I don't think they did.
Okay. Interesting.
Because I feel like Ben has a lot of island secrets wrapped up in his head, and I think that's probably the biggest one. But although he told John, so could it be that big? Yeah, I guess that may not be the biggest one, but maybe the most powerful one or something. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Do you think they ever found out, or they just never knew?
I don't know. Both.
It's so hard to guess. God, man, I'd love to see an island flashback. Like this. All these details. Who knew what? Who was doing what? Why were they doing what they were doing?
Yeah, dude, I think we should give up podcasting. This is becoming too much. This is not what I signed on for.
What did you sign up for?
I wanted a quick, breezy, weekly discussion, 20 or 30 minutes,
A light jaunt, even?
Yeah, like our Grey's Anatomy podcast. That's what I wanted.
Yeah. We could just discuss the emotional states of the characters.
That's all I wanted. All this mystery and woulda, coulda, shoulda stuff, dude.
All you can do is sigh.
Too complicated.
It is. It is quite complicated. It's actually really complicated.
Yeah. Son, this is complicated. This is what complicated means.
Yeah.
Now think about what your thing is.
The island and the various groups and how that all came to be. I mean, yeah, that actually is complicated. That would take more than a sentence to explain.
More than several sentences. In fact, at this point, we can't explain it.
It's tough. I think we're slowly getting there, but it's so slow that we can't. If we revisit it each week, we seem to get nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things where if you step back from it, you can see the progress, but while you're in it, you just can't. You can barely tell.
Yeah, it seems like we just get the tiniest thing that doesn't really. We haven't gotten that thing that makes it all come together.
God, remember when the biggest mystery was Smokey?
Yep.
Like, wow, what's that about? Yeah, nobody cares anymore.
That was it, man. That's all there was.
Yeah.
It was for a while there, until they found the hatch, it was pretty much Smokey and nothing else.
Smokey and Jack's dad kind of thing.
Yeah.
But it was very minor things.
Very minor.
What are they going to eat?
Yeah.
Where's all the board gone to?
That's all they had. And then it was like, ooh, what's in the hatch? Ooh, it's all about that.
Yeah.
And then it was over, and yeah. They're really good at dragging us along with relatively minor mysteries in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, who attacked Sun?
Yeah.
Yeah, who cares? Oh man. Will Jennifer find out if Sun can speak English? All those great mysteries of the early seasons.
Oh god, the good old days.
Okay, so we obviously have more questions than answers on this whole box situation and Locke's dad situation. I think at the very least we'll go down with pretty much everyone else. I bet is that the man from Tallahassee is Anthony Cooper.
Oh yeah, that's one thing that New Year's Justin can speak on.
Okay, good. He needs to start pulling his weight.
Every now and then he actually has an opinion.
So, one last question about the episode specifically. Do you really think Locke would have called his dad Dad? I mean, I don't know what else he would have said, but Dad just came off strange.
It was the right line, but I think you got a point there.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what, to make that scene work, that was the thing for him to say.
Mm-hmm.
But him calling him Dad is kind of weird, considering their history.
Yeah. And considering how little of that time he was, quote-unquote, his dad.
Right. Right. Yeah, I agree. He probably shouldn't have said that.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that up.
But, you know,
but I agree.
Anthony or something doesn't really have
yeah. Mr. Cooper?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, no, he needed to say that. I'll buy that.
He did. Even if it's sort of preposterous. I guess with Desmond, Jack Desmond said, you.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they got. I guess he could have said that, but that would have been weird.
I mean, he really didn't need to say anything. We knew who he was.
Yeah.
So it's not like we needed him to clarify, like, oh, that's your dad, like, but it still works.
It is. It's I don't know. It has impact, even though it's sort of wrong in some level. So, yeah. I want to invite you, sir.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, geez. Don't invite me to things.
To speculate, if you will, perhaps, on what's going to happen. Because I'm trying to think, based on what this situation sets up, like, where is this going? What's he going to do? Do you have any thoughts on that?
A lot of the plot lines of this show seem to center around people getting over their past, or I should just say their past. So I think this is Locke's turn to come to grips with his dad and all those issues that he's failed to deal with, which I hope means he won't die afterwards, because that seems to happen to some people. But God, if they killed Locke, wow.
I know.
I don't know what they would do.
I can't imagine them killing Locke. I feel like he's unkillable.
Yeah. Well, he could be reborn as Locke the White.
Oh, God. But Locke, I thought you were dead.
No. Fly, you fools. He turns into Gandalf. I don't know.
I am not Locke anymore. I am Locke the White.
Locke the White. I've returned to guide you all to the Promised Land, to Mordor, where the One Ring shall be destroyed. The one box to rule them all. Oh, that's great. And Ben is like Saruman, and wow, that totally works.
Wow, for a little piece of Lost Lowdown history, we're kind of veering into the very first Lost Lowdown there, where we talked about Lost Middle Earth. And
we did.
We went on the bulletin board, and there's this whole theory about, Lord of the Rings characters and who they were on the island. And all
Forgot about that.
If you look back to our very first post, it's like 5 minutes long, and that was the first episode of Lost Lowdown.
Wow, you're totally right. I totally forgot. What? Wow, I gotta go listen to that. We totally did that same thing about Lost and Lord of the Rings.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, wow, we've come full circle.
Full circle. 25 podcasts.
Yeah,
that was our little first podcast, right?
Yeah,
not podcast number 1, but the thing we did before podcast number 1.
Exactly. Yeah, it's 5 minutes long. It's the very first post we made. It's not even on Hipcast. It's that other system.
Yeah,
I think it was through your blog.
Yeah, or something like that. So you probably have to go to our website.
Yeah, you have to go to the website. It's not on the feed.
Yeah, it's not.
It's really short. The audio quality is pretty bad. It's us on the phone.
Yeah.
But I talk about the Ana Lucia drunk driving thing, and then he talks about this post that was on Lost TV.
Yeah. Wow.
And that's it. That was the beginning.
That was the beginning of such a glorious endeavor.
So yeah. Anyway, I just had to bring that up.
Yeah. Wow. That's really interesting. So you want me to speculate on what now?
I think you already did. I wanted you to speculate on what was going to happen with this. So what do you envision?
Oh,
like,
I didn't say anything.
Conversations or something where...
I think I started to speculate, but I didn't actually make a point.
Yeah, it somehow veered off into this whole Locke the White. And, you said he was going to die because he got over his problem.
Oh, no, okay, that was my first point, was that I think the whole point of this is that Locke has to come to grips with his dad, and he's gonna hopefully be able to get over all this stuff. He's gonna be confronted with that. That's where I think it's sort of going in general. Now, specifically, like what's gonna happen when this scene picks up next time? Obviously, Ben is gonna have to explain, what happened, how Cooper is here. I'm sure I'm sure Cooper will get a chance to speak. I think Cooper's. I mean, I'm just obviously wildly speculating here, but I think Cooper's going to be sort of really confused about what's going on, and I think he's going to be confused about how he got there. And God, I don't even know what's going to happen after that scene. I mean, what do you do? Do you? I think basically Ben is going to use this as an opportunity to prove to Locke the power of the island. And he's gonna try to coerce Locke into sort of bring him into his fold and use him for whatever he's gonna come up with. But the guys will be for Locke to investigate the real mysteries of the island. Mm-hmm. Now, what's gonna happen when they're sort of done with Anthony Cooper? Because obviously he won't be on the show forever. I think Locke will kill him.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he'll outright just like get a gun and shoot him. I think there'll probably be some sort of scenario where there's some action and there's some big thing going on, and maybe Cooper's trying to escape or something, and he's got a gun, and Locke's got a gun, and maybe Anthony's about to shoot Ben or something, and Locke shoots Anthony, thereby seemingly proving his
loyalty.
Yeah. So that's my wild speculation about the next couple of plot lines.
I mean, I don't think he can kill him in vengeance, or I don't think that would constitute getting over, his issues.
Yeah, no. I just think he's gonna have to die, right? I mean,
just because he can't be around.
Just because he can't be around, it doesn't make sense for him to pull a Desmond and run out into the woods.
Oh God!
And presumably they can't get off the island any other way. Now, if the box manifested him, maybe the box can de-manifest him. But I really think Anthony's gonna need to get shot, and I think Locke is the one to do it.
Okay, interesting.
Because I can see a scene. They have all the why did you? I mean, I don't want to see Locke asking why, because he knows he's not gonna. He should know he's not gonna get a real answer. Mm-hmm. There is no real answer besides that Anthony's the con man and he doesn't care about anybody. But, I could see Anthony or even Ben, prodding Locke and saying, you'll never be over him, you're weak, you're whatever, blah, blah, blah. And, I could see Anthony saying that. And Locke said, oh, yeah, and he shoots him or something.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to have one of those scenes where he says, I know you, John Locke. You're not going to pull that gun. You're not going to pull that trigger. And then he does. He pulls a sun.
Oh, no, not a sun.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the boat engine starts up.
Exactly. You'll be surprised how many times boat engines just randomly start up when someone has a gun.
Mm-hmm. Strange. Very strange. Okay, I just, when I see this, it's like, wow, that's really shocking. And I just think, man, I don't know where this is going. Like, I don't see a clear path from here. I mean, I can see him trying to, get over his problems and stuff, but there just doesn't seem to be, I don't know, to me, I don't see what's going to happen. Like, it was clear when they saw Jack, running with the football. It's like, they're going to have to investigate this and all that, but I don't know. This situation just seems too weird. I don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah, well, I just told you what they're going to do.
You did, and that's why I asked.
Okay, there you go.
So, yeah. I wish I could join in, but what I think is sort of like what you think. I don't feel like he's going to kill him, but I guess he has to, disappear somehow. So I don't know how to solve that dilemma.
I think killing him, I mean, if he you're right, he can't sort of kill him in vengeance because I don't think the audience would sort of like that. But I think killing him will sort of. I think he's going to kill him to prove that he's over him. And how they're going to pull that off, I don't know.
Okay. Well, it'll be interesting to see. I definitely think this is...
I mean, if he's never over him, that's just lame.
Yeah, no, obviously at some point he has to get over him. If you want any growth in your characters, you need... this is his, big problem. So, he has to get... By the end of the series, he better be over him.
I wonder, and I think Anthony's going to... Anthony probably doesn't even know Locke was in a wheelchair. And that's the thing. I think Anthony probably is stunned that Locke is alive. I think that's going to be a big thing, is he probably just assumed Locke was dead because he, flew the country.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that'll be a big thing. I don't know. I can't wait to see when the scene picks up. I don't know if Locke is just going to be so stunned he won't know what to do, or if he's going to go try to attack him, or, I mean... I don't know how much fidelity he has to his dad at this point.
Fidelity.
Nice, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised I said it myself. I don't think I've ever said that word before in my entire life. Not because I'm an infidel, but just because I don't use that
infidelity word. Comes up all the time.
Yeah.
But, fidelity, not really.
How many points? 4.
I'm gonna say 5.
Wow,
that's pretty good.
Okay, I'll take 5. I'll take 5.
Quite familiar with the word, but you can't use it that often.
You really can't.
So I like that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, he really shouldn't be too loyal to him now, but obviously he has a lot of issues with him that he needs to get over. So. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do. They can't end up playing football together or anything.
Oh God.
And also, I want to point out, this is one of those things. People have been saying that Anthony Cooper's going to show up on the island. I've read that before and thought, ugh, come on, you people and your crazy theories.
Crazy, yeah, it's purgatory, right, people?
Yeah, okay, sure, he's going to appear. And when this happened, I'm like, damn, if this can happen, all sorts of shit can happen. But now what I'm going to go to is my thing of, well, they've done this once. They can't have another person show up like this. They can't have Jack's dad. Of course, he's dead, but they can't have somebody like that sort of just appear too. That would just be really crappy.
Yeah, it would be crappy.
That'll be my new thing. Well, they already did that, so they won't do it again.
Yeah. I mean, saying Anthony Cooper, would come on the island, I mean, I think at a certain point was a wild guess. Before this episode was a wild guess. Yeah. If somebody would have said, I think he's going to get there by some magical box, then I'd be like, okay, well, you're really right, aren't you, mister? But, it was a wild guess. And I think if we think about it logically, the same way we know that Locke has to get over his problem somehow was, how is he going to do that? And the best way is if he can confront his dad. So, it obviously in hindsight it makes sense now that we see his dad on the island. But
right.
But yeah, I know what you mean. It's well, they're setting a precedent here that almost anything can happen.
Yeah. Yeah, why not all sorts of other flashback characters showing up, And I never thought that was something that was going to start happening. I always thought, the flashbacks are separate and they're not going to converge. Having him on the island is just really weird to me. We've seen him a lot, and going back to season 1, and it just he's always been a flashback character, and it just really is bizarre to have him on the island.
It would be like if Christian was on the island right now, alive on the island. It'd be like, whoa, what are you doing here?
Exactly, yeah. It's the same, because it's just man, you here? What?
And the other thing I want to mention is that, presumably Anthony Cooper is the real Sawyer, so Sawyer might have an opportunity to get some revenge, too.
A lot of people brought that up, that maybe Sawyer will kill him.
Yeah.
As opposed to Locke, since, he whatever, seems more likely to do it for some reason.
Yeah.
Maybe because he killed someone else who he thought was the real Sawyer.
Now, to me, the only way for that to happen is 2 ways. What's so funny?
The only way for that to happen is two ways.
Oh, is that weird? For the only way to be two ways?
Mm-hmm.
The only way can be one of two ways. How about that?
Okay.
Is A, somehow Locke and Anthony Cooper escape, and they get back to where Sawyer is at the main camp, and then like blah blah blah, Sawyer finds out, kills him, or Sawyer comes looking for ostensibly, the gang, but really for Kate, and then he stumbles upon what's going on. Mm-hmm. So, and I sort of think it'll be the second one. I could see in the next episode or something Sawyer deciding to go find Kate.
Yeah.
How he knows where to look? Well,
yeah. That's maybe him and Hurley will go in the Dharma van.
Oh, they should totally take the Dharma van because I'm sure there's a Dharma map in the Dharma van.
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
They need to look in
the Dharma van has the Dharma anything.
And they need to look in the Dharma glove compartment for the Dharma van, for the Dharma map in the Dharma van. And they could Dharma find it.
Oh, God. They'll have to be Dharma careful because there's a lot of Dharma jungle.
They need to be damn Dharma careful. And watch out for Dharma polar bears and Dharma smokies. It's a
Dharma hatches.
No, it's a Dharma dangerous Dharma world out there.
They're like Google. They just attach.
Yeah, it's Google Mail, Google Talk, Google World, Google Earth, Google Shopping, Google McDonald's, Google Walmart, Google Walmart Beta. It's got to be beta for a while.
We're working out the details here,
right? Google. Pretty soon we'll have Google Bank. I'm sure they will. You can store your money online. I mean, they already have this pure online banks anyway. Why not Google Bank?
Of course.
And they'll buy. That's what they'll do. They'll buy PayPal, and they'll take over, and then they'll call it Google Bank. Mm-hmm. I mean, they already own YouTube.
It's so gonna happen.
Google YouTube.
Google too? Yeah, of course. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, just a matter of time.
Anyway, I think since he's a real Sawyer, it seems like Sawyer ought to become involved at some point.
Yeah, I feel like Sawyer. I think it actually makes sense for Sawyer to go try to find Kate. I don't remember the next on Lost, although I remember it being really interesting. But I don't remember actually what happens on the next on Lost.
Yeah, I was after the debacle of last week, I was thinking about maybe cutting out next on Lost because I don't want to be spoiled again.
Yeah, I mean, it sucks because I think that was really the first time that they really spoiled us that badly.
Yeah.
And that was the Canadian version too.
It was.
Yeah.
Shame on the Canadian version.
Which the Canadian version is usually more interesting because they actually show like full scenes almost.
Right.
But and it's not so sensationalized as the American version.
Usually more mundane scenes.
Yeah. Hey, pass me a banana. Okay.
Okay.
You gonna
peeled or unpeeled?
Yeah. You want me to peel it? I can peel my own banana. Thanks.
Don't forget to tune in next week for It All Be Lost.
Stay tuned for Big Brother.
Oh God, yeah, that's Canada for you.
Oh, Canada.
I think
isn't that their anthem? Oh, Canada.
Oh, Canada. Yeah, that's it.
Nice, I knew that.
We stand on guard for thee. Anyway, Oh, Canada.
Thanks.
Anthem for you. I'm not a singer, but blah 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 blah.
Yeah, we know how it goes.
Exactly. So,
what are you trying to say? I don't know.
What were we talking about?
We were talking about what's going to happen with Sawyer and Kate and the real Sawyer.
So as far as next week on Lost, I actually did see it, the American one, and I guess it's pretty safe to say the American one usually doesn't give away major plot elements.
It just
the American one is actually usually actively deceptive.
Yeah, exactly. It just makes you think something else is going to happen.
Yeah. They pretty much just lie to you about what's going to happen. Like the American preview for this episode chose a few scenes very carefully to make it look like Jack had betrayed them.
Oh, nice.
It showed like where he goes, answer the question, Kate. And it just took that in isolation.
Yeah.
And it made it seem like he betrayed them. But like if you see it in context, you understand that he's not like, gone over to the other side or anything. Like it's really clear, but they really made it out. Like they showed him shaking hands with Ben, and they just kind of played up the idea.
You don't need much, though. That's the cool thing about editing. You don't need much to make you think that line and shaking hands with Ben and playing football. Then you might think, oh no, what's going on with Jack?
Exactly, yeah, and I really thought that's what was going to happen, sort of, but it should have occurred to me what was going to happen, but at least as a possibility. But yeah, so that's what you can expect with those, and so with this preview, I don't really know what to do. They did seem to be. Do you remember any of it? I'm hesitant to even talk about it.
I guess let's not talk about it.
Okay.
I don't really remember any of it, and
there is what I would call a major spoiler in it, in a sense.
Okay.
Because it gives away something in a kind of vague way. It gives away something. So if you want to be completely spoiler free, I'd recommend maybe staying away from it. To me, it's not too bad. It's not as bad as the lock thing, but it's pretty significant. So. Yeah, anyway, I'm thinking maybe staying away from that stuff. Because I really like watching Lost spoiler-free. It's been a lot more fun for me.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm the kind of person, I don't really like to read, like, movie synopses before I go watch a movie and stuff like that. Like, because I like to be spoiler-free as much as possible. But then, of course, I think like most people, you sort of want to know what's going to happen. Get a little semblance of what's going to be in the next episode. It's hard not to try to do both. So
it is, yeah, it is very tempting, and usually a full episode description actually comes out, before the episode airs, and it's always very tempting to sort of see what's going to happen because they're usually pretty accurate and. But I found when I've gone, I haven't ever gone that far, but I found when I've done more spoiler hunting, it's been not as good as when the episode gets to surprise me.
Yeah.
I always enjoy that more. So I don't know. So we used to do actually a full on spoiler section on the podcast, and we sort of stopped doing.
Yeah, I think our long-term listeners probably have noticed how, as time has gone on, we went from having a official spoiler section to now, like, pretty much not talking too much about spoilers and only talking about the Next on Lost, and now we're not really going to do that anymore either.
Which Next on Lost is something that's aired, so it's probably the mildest spoiler you can get.
Yeah.
Because it's if you watch it on TV, you can see the next week on Lost.
Yeah. And everyone watches it on TV.
Mm-hmm.
Especially us.
Especially us.
We wouldn't download
extra watch it on TV.
Yeah, we extra watch it.
Yeah, no, of course. How else would we watch it?
There really is no other legal way. That's all I'm going to say about that.
You got a good point. So... yeah.
Oh, well, you could watch it on ABC Online.
Oh, you're right. You can do. That's what I do.
Oh, is that what you do? I watch it. Yeah. I watch it when it comes on TV, dude.
I actually live in a place where I don't get ABC through the antenna, and I don't have cable, so I watch it online. That's through ABC.com.
Nice.
They have lots of shows there. Other ABC shows. So.
Yeah, they do.
So that's nice.
Like Grey's Anatomy, thank you.
Hello. So yeah, anyway. What was the point of this? So I guess we will not maybe do Next on Lost anymore?
Let's just play it by ear.
I guess so. I think for this week it's good not to do it.
Okay, I'll buy that.
Maybe some week when there's nothing to talk about, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, right. I think we're already close to the 5-hour mark here, so there's plenty to talk about.
Mm-hmm. So I have a couple more things to bring up before we sign off.
Okay, well, we've got a couple things to do before we sign off.
Oh, like what?
Well, we got some stuff to bring up from our comment section.
Oh, yeah. That's one of the things.
Okay, and then I got a couple of other questions that we didn't get to talk about yet.
Okay, so do I. I have one question and one comment from the comments.
Okay, how about you do your question, and then I'll do my questions, and then you can do your comment, then I'll do my comments.
Okay, that sounds like a plan. Okay, so my question isn't really related to this episode per se.
Okay, then I can't answer it.
But it's actually... what?
I can't answer it.
Okay, so it's about Rousseau. And the question is, when she first captured Ben, or her trap did, she was telling Saeed, he will lie for a long time. All he will do is lie. Lie. And then more recently, when Kay was questioning Mikhail, she said, don't listen to him. All he will say is lies.
Uh-huh.
He will do nothing but lie because there are liars, those others. But my question is, why does she think the others are just, liars? Where is she getting that? Especially in the case of Ben. What gave her the idea that all he's going to do is lie? Like, according to her, in her episode Solitary, which is episode 9 of season 1, she says she has never seen the others before. She just hears them whisper, like that was her line.
Well, when they whisper, they lie to her.
Oh, okay.
How she knows that, I don't know.
They whisper lies.
They whisper lies to me. Okay, good point. I really think that. Are we to believe that Ben was the first other that she's ever seen?
If it's not, then she saw an other sometime between Solitary and that episode, one of them.
Which I don't buy.
Also, she got the idea that they lied all the time based on that.
Okay, now here's the thing. I'll buy, from what we've seen so far, I'll buy that Rousseau has not seen another before Ben, because presumably the others are always in O-Town, which has a sonic fence,
right?
Or they're in the mini island. So I'll buy that she, they have no real reason to be traipsing across the island. Now, the only thing I think that she could have seen them with is when they were actively kidnapping the Losties.
Right.
But she is closer to the south side where Jack and them are than the north side where most of the kidnapping took place.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll buy that she never saw them. I think it's a little bit harder to buy that she never found where they lived, but then again, she didn't have a real reason to be scouring the island. If she felt that Alex wasn't there anymore. For whatever reason. So I'll buy that. Now, okay, that's one issue. But why does she think they will lie all the time? I really think she's setting up Ben lying all the time as Henry. Mm-hmm. I just think she's setting that up. I was actually looking over that where'd it go? Looking over that part, and she goes, Saeed says, "Wait, Danielle, don't you." You could have killed him, and she says, if I wanted to kill him, talking about Ben in the net, if I wanted to kill him, I would have killed him. This is when, that's right, she lets him go, right? Ben starts to run away. This was always weird to me.
This scene is really weird.
It's really weird, like
Saeed cuts him down.
Yeah.
And she doesn't seem to want to, and then he just sort of runs away in this very silly, clumsy way.
Yeah, do.
Yeah.
And
I'm gonna make my escape now.
Yeah,
Here I go.
Very Charlie Chaplin escape.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it was like, and his being shot was Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah. Oh, this modern world.
You got me. I'm falling over.
Modern times. Yeah, it was weird. It was weird. So anyway, she shoots him, and then he says, "Wait, no, you could have killed him. If I wanted to kill him, I would have killed him." So he says, "You shot this man with no provocation." Danielle says, He's one of them. Tie him up. You should take him to your doctor. He's no good to you dead. Okay, now there's an interesting line, meaning he'll be good to you alive. He can tell you stuff. But right after that, Saeed says, and then what? And she says, you talk to him, Saeed. As I recall, that's what you do. But know this, he will lie. A long time he will lie. So, which means at some point he's going to tell the truth. Otherwise, there's no reason for her to, insist that that Saeed talk to him. And she knows that he's a torturer. So yeah, in long story short, I can't answer your question. I don't know. I don't know why she thinks that, other than she just believes it to be true.
Like, they took my baby, they must be liars.
Yeah. Now I'm under the impression that Danielle knew that they didn't take her baby the way she says they did. That either she gave it up, like Claire was going to give it up, give her baby up, that is, or something like that. Like she sort of knew, like I said before, it would explain why they know Alex's name, stuff like that. Why they know to call Alex Alex, if Danielle was sort of partially volunteering to give the baby up, or if one of the others who helped kidnap Alex was part of Daniel's team. God, there's so much going on. I hate this show. Jeez.
I know. It's all over the place.
All over the place.
There's so many little like, besides the big things, there's all these little things. Like, what really went on here?
Yeah. And
Henry Gale himself is a mystery.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, specifically in that last episode when Danielle says, Mikhail is going to lie. Whatever he says will be a lie. She was wrong.
Yeah.
Like, he pretty much told the truth that whole time.
He did, yeah. She was wrong.
Makes me think she's a mole.
There are those who believe that. I'm not one of them.
I think she's Karen DeGroot. Can't prove me wrong. She's about the right age. Kinda. The Groot sounds French. Not really.
Yeah. Groot? Maybe the day part.
Yeah.
But, yeah. The Groot. Yeah, I don't know what kind of name that is.
Sounds, the Groot sounds German.
Yeah.
The day part, I don't know.
Yeah, the day part's a little weird.
Dutch or something, I don't know.
Yeah, they made it up.
Yeah, exactly. So, is that your question? Because I have no real answer.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring it up because it just occurred to me today. I was thinking, like, why did she just think they're going to lie all the time? She has no basis for that, She's just like...
Sorry, go ahead.
She's just sort of assuming that they must lie all the time, I guess, because there's just no... Unless she's being very deceptive, she's really...
Well, that's the whole thing. When she captured Saeed, she thought he was lying the whole time. And she thought he was one of them. And
right.
She didn't believe anything he was saying either. So she, I mean, you got to give her points for consistency.
Sure, I will give her points for consistency.
Other than that, I don't know why she thinks that. I mean, it would make sense to a certain degree that these sort of bad people would lie. But she's really set on it, so I don't know. Yeah,
it's just the idea that they just have whatever. I mean, I think it's probably just like you said, kind of a writing thing,
Yeah.
To just kind of foreshadow what he does, and it's I don't think we're supposed to think about it that much.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to go, well, maybe, back when Ben was Henry, maybe he's lying. Rousseau said he'd lie. I think that's what we're supposed to do, not go and say, well, how does Rousseau know?
Right. It just, it puts that doubt in there, because he seems very sincere to me when I watch it again. So, then they drop little clues that he might be lying, but we also have Rousseau immediately warning him. So it definitely serves a function. But yeah, I agree. I think if you think about it too much, it just seems kind of wrong. So anyway.
Now, I have a series of questions.
All right, a series.
Series.
I like nothing more than a series.
Well, that's what you'll get. Do you think Locke was born on the island and or has any previous connection to the island?
Locke?
Yes.
John Locke.
John Thaddeus Locke. That's not his middle name, but...
Was born on the island?
I'm just asking you a question, kind sir.
No, I don't think he was born on the island.
Okay. Would you like to know why I asked that?
I'm thinking, and I'm starting to see where you might be going with this.
Okay, well, maybe we should go there together.
But go ahead.
Well, what do you think? I mean, I'm only saying that because of his connection to the island.
Oh, really? I thought maybe you were going to tie in Cooper being on the island. And, like, if Cooper was his dad, maybe Cooper was on the island, too, at some point, and that would explain him being there now, and,
Sure, why not? No, I don't want to go down that road.
Okay.
Because I feel like I can't justify any reason why Cooper would have been on the island before.
Right.
And he seems like the kind of person that, like, I just don't see him doing the con game his whole life if the island exists and he knows about it and it's got all these magical powers and all that stuff. And so, I mean, I guess there could be a way he could have been on the island and not really been privy to some of that stuff. But I was mainly just wondering about, where did Locke get this connection to the island? And that maybe we'll find out that he was sort of born here and he's part of this sort of indigenous people or something. So something to think about, I think.
So maybe his parents aren't really his parents.
It could be.
And something I sort of thought earlier.
Because we don't really know that was his mom, right?
I think we do know that that's his mom.
How do we know that?
Because I think he like hired a private detective, and I think he like confirmed that.
Which I would buy that to a point, but of course people can be paid to say anything.
Yeah. But why would he lie?
Why would who lie?
The private detective.
Well, Cooper could have paid him to lie.
Oh, I see.
I mean, to me, the only big missing piece as to if Cooper and that lady are his parents or not is that how would Cooper know to go after Locke's kidney unless Locke was his son? Unless he just sort of somehow found him or had somebody track down, through medical records who, that would be a big undertaking, I think. Who in the area has a matching kidney, like that kind of thing,
and know that he needs a father figure and doesn't know his parents and will act as him. And seems kind of preposterous, but, it's one of those things they could say.
Yeah.
But I don't think so, I guess. My initial reaction is that not that he was born on the island, but that the island sort of chose him to have a connection because it saw some sort of potential in him, or it believes he will be good for whatever the island wants. That's the sense I got. Not necessarily that he was born; they had to be born there.
Yeah,
but,
the idea that Cooper's not his real dad could also explain why Cooper is so cruel to him.
Yeah.
Because they're just basically strangers in Cooper's eyes. And it could have been that Cooper didn't really know that the kidney was going to match. That he found out about Locke or, how sort of desperate he was or whatever. And he just sort of hoped that it would match or something.
Yeah.
Because, it's a con and not all cons work.
Right.
You know, sometimes you con someone into marrying you, and you find out they really don't have the money they said they did. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I know for personal experience.
Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I mean, it is a con, and it could just be a con. I just my initial thinking is to not want to believe that, because it just seems too weird at this point.
Really, at this point, it seems too weird.
Yeah.
At the point when they talk about a magic box.
Yeah.
It seems too weird. You really said that.
I did,
Okay.
and I stand by it. I understand that it might seem odd after, considering those other possibilities, but I just in terms of the story and stuff, I mean,
you don't think it might make sense from a writing standpoint that one of the big reveals is that Locke was born on the island? I mean, I could see that being a really interesting reveal.
They could reveal that. I don't know. It doesn't. I just don't think it fits in.
Okay.
It just doesn't look right to me. That's possible. They could do it, I guess.
Just a wild thought. Here's another question.
But it's one of those things that if it happens, I will be very, very, very surprised.
Oh, of course. That's the whole point of the show, right?
Yeah. And they're gonna have to work to make that story point actually hold.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to do some explaining.
They really don't have to work that hard though. Like, because I remember last week you told me you thought Locke was gonna go blow up the submarine, and I was like, eh. Like, I was like, I'll buy that that's what eventually happens, but I didn't want to buy that that was his goal all along, and it was. And they didn't really do too much explaining. They just said, Ben came up with a couple theories, and that's it. Like, we don't really know why he did it. So they don't have to work that hard.
But I think they would for something like that. I mean, they could. I guess they don't have to, but I think they should.
They should. I'll buy that.
For a reveal like that, I think you better explain, wait a minute, what about all this stuff that makes it seem like he wasn't born on the island? What's the deal with all that? And I feel like all that would take some work, his early life and how all that went down. But they could if they wanted to.
Yeah.
But I feel like the island can choose you even if you weren't born on the island. Like, I think the island had an interest in Echo too, and I definitely don't think he was born on the island.
And of course, Rose has been healed. So I mean, I'm just wondering because he seems to have a bigger connection. Just throwing it out there. Here's another thing that we sort of talked about back and forth on the message board thing on the comment section. The whiskey from the plane, or was it from the Dharma drop? Which, is a minor point, but your contention is that it's from the Dharma drop, right?
I'm not convinced of that anymore.
Oh,
after you pointed out that how expensive it is.
Yeah.
But I don't want to buy it being on the plane either. But between the two, I guess I have to say it's on the plane.
Well, here's the thing. Yeah, and here's the thing. I agree. I think it's on the plane too. I will put in about 20 or 30% that Cooper was on the plane, and that's how he got to the island, and that the others may have kidnapped him from the the north side of the island where Ana Lucia was.
Oh, you think he was in the tail section?
Yeah, that he was in the tail section. Now, of course, a guy like that should be flying first class, and Locke would have seen him, but I think that might be a reason why. He wasn't in first class, because Locke would have seen him in all this other stuff. So I think that's a viable reason how he got to the island. I think it's.
I don't buy that he's a good person either. That can't have been why they took him.
No. Yeah, I won't buy that either.
Because he's compared to like Locke, he's really far from a good person.
Yeah, no, I'll buy that. I don't know why they took him, but I could see, either they took him or he's been. I mean, what else could he have been doing this whole time? He looked relatively healthy, so I mean, I don't know if he's foraging for himself, but if he's on the plane, that can explain why the whiskey's there.
It could, yeah, that's a fair point. I just don't think it was on the plane. I find that really weird.
Oh, and that's the other thing. We knew that. It seems like they're trying to make that either what's going on or make us sort of believe that, because we knew that, Sawyer went to Australia to find the real Sawyer, and if the real Sawyer is Anthony Cooper, that could be those two things put together.
Well, then that would just be coincidence, because he went to Australia after a specific guy that guy sent him after. He didn't just go to Australia like, I'm gonna look for Sawyer here. He was going after a specific person who was living in Australia. You know what I mean? Like, he has no idea Anthony Cooper is the real Sawyer.
Oh yeah, of course.
So he wasn't going after Anthony Cooper.
Well, what I'm saying is the guy who told him that the real Sawyer is in Australia could have known that the real Sawyer, Anthony Cooper, was in Australia, but still sent him after this other guy.
I see.
Which is, sort of more of a coincidence thing, but I think that's important that Sawyer went to Australia, presumably to get the real Sawyer, and he wound up in Australia, which is where all this stuff is taking place. So I mean, for that to be a coincidence, because they didn't have to send him to Australia to kill a fake Sawyer. That's sort of pointless, I think. Oh, I guess he got to get on the plane somehow. Mm-hmm. So by pointless I mean really important.
And that guy, wanted that guy dead because he owed him money or something. He happened to be in Australia. I mean, yeah, it made it not important, sort of where it is, but you had to get Sawyer on the plane, so that was the excuse.
Yeah. I still think there's some evidence there that he could have been on the plane, but we'll see. And I think it's the most plausible. I mean, do you think it's the most plausible reason how he got there, or you think the box reason is the most plausible reason? What do you think, magic box or plane? Something that we know to exist?
Like, I find more plausible that he ended up on the island some other way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As far as, not necessarily materializing and not necessarily being on the Oceanic Flight 815. I mean, there's plausible and there's, what I think that is going to happen in the story.
Yeah.
Because in real life, him being on the plane is way more plausible.
Yeah.
But in terms of the story, I don't necessarily think that's true. I don't feel more confident or more inclined to believe that he was on the plane than that he materialized out of the magic box.
Yeah.
And even though, in real life there would be no contest, but in Lost, it's much closer.
And I think there is some similarity, like we said before. Ben says, I needed a surgeon, one fell out the sky. And if Ben is trying to pull some con over Locke, he can create this idea of a magic box. And then, but no, all this time he's had Anthony Cooper this whole time, So I don't know.
So did they take him because of Locke, or did they just? Because I can't see them just taking him.
Yeah, I don't see them taking him because of Locke, though.
Okay.
Now I don't know if he stumbled upon their place, or if he was with the other survivors for a while. I don't know. I mean, maybe they took him because he was really bad. Like, they take good people and really bad people, and not
really bad people.
Not like the sort of bad people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think it's definitely a possibility he was on the plane, though, especially with the whiskey. And we know that most of Sawyer's stash came from what he got from the plane. Because most of the stuff from the Dharma drop was food stuff, and most of that presumably went to the group stash. They had a little kitchen pantry thing they had.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of the guns came from the hatch, but yeah, you're right. Most of it, the medical supplies and stuff, were from the plane.
Yeah.
So and the heroin, well, that wasn't from the plane either. But it was from a plane.
It was from a plane. It was Paraban at some point.
But the magazines and stuff, that's plane stuff.
Yeah, that's all plane stuff.
But I think, I would say my crappy theory about the whiskey is that it was just some rich guy who was on the plane.
Named Anthony Cooper?
Some nameless rich guy on the plane.
It seems to be a pretty, well, I don't know what to think about that whiskey. You know, it seems to be a fairly obscure thing. You know, only the finest of horrible dads drink it. But I don't know. I got another question though.
Like Hurley could afford it, but I can't see him buying it.
Hurley is not a whiskey drinker.
He is so not a whiskey drinker, even though he did drink it.
He sure did.
But you think he would be like, "That's mine" or something? I don't know.
Yeah, and I don't see him buying something that extravagant. Not for himself,
No.
and not when he's on a trek to, for his life in Australia. He's gonna go stop and.
I'm gonna get me some whiskey.
I'm going to the duty-free store so I can buy some really, really expensive whiskey.
That's the other thing. I don't understand why someone would take that with them. Like, it's so valuable. Like, why buy it in Australia and take it to LA? Like, it just seems like a bad idea.
Well, if you're rich and that's your favorite whiskey, and to me, something that expensive, you'd have to special order. You can't just walk into a store and buy it. I mean, most stores wouldn't carry something that small that's that expensive because someone could just rob them very easily. So I feel like, that's the kind of thing, you special order, so wherever you are, you would take it with you. If you go in Australia, you would take it with you so you can have your favorite whiskey. Because, like in that scene when he tries to kill Locke, I mean, it's fairly early in the day and he's drinking. So, and don't forget, he did somehow need a new kidney, so it could have been a alcohol-related thing. Although alcohol is usually more liver, but
hey,
who knows? He could have already had a new liver from somebody.
I don't think it's good for the kidneys either.
Can't be. So that's the thing. I don't think it's that implausible that you would want to take your really expensive whiskey with you, since it's hard to come by, with the idea that it's your favorite.
I guess it just seems risky, and I'm imagining.
How's it risky? What, the plane might crash on an
it could
island?
break or something,
That's a small risk.
It's super valuable.
That's a small risk, though, I think. If you store it properly, it'll be fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's...
Well, what are you going to do? You'd rather not have your favorite whiskey when you go on a trip?
It better be pretty fucking good.
Dude, it's like $10,000, $20,000, $50,000, or whatever $1,000. It's probably really good.
Oh, God, it better be like... Yeah, you can't mix a whiskey like that. You gotta just drink it.
Oh, don't mix it. Oh, no. You don't want to ruin it.
God, that's just, yeah, okay, fair enough. But I don't see why someone else couldn't have had it. It doesn't have to be him.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be him. And I could see them saying, if we find out he was on the plane, oh, well, where was he? Oh, he was in the back. That's why Locke didn't see him, or that's why he didn't see Locke. I could see them saying, he got a last minute ticket and that was the only one in the back because maybe he found out Sawyer was after him. Like maybe he knew the fake Sawyer or something, and he saw the fake Sawyer was killed, or for whatever reason.
Playing with Sawyer and Locke.
Yeah.
Like fucking shit, man.
Hey, it's a small world on this island, so.
Yeah. To me, I take that whiskey thing as being kind of like the Apollo bars where they have the ad for the Apollo bar on the side of the bus that hit the guy in Juliet's flashback.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just one of those things that they use to tie things together, but I don't think it means necessarily that those characters have to be connected like that. Because it was on the plane, that means whoever we saw drinking it, it has to be one of them on the plane.
And I agree, and I wouldn't think this until we saw him on the island.
Well, yeah, I agree. Right. That would be a good reason to think that he might have been on the plane, because how did he get there?
Yeah.
But I just don't, I don't think he should be on the plane.
Why not?
It bothers me on a fundamental level.
Why not? We could get another 48 Days episode where we see what happened to him this whole time.
God.
That'd be cool.
And he just crashed with the tail section, and they took him for no apparent reason.
They'll explain why.
And they've been hiding that from us this whole time. Man,
is that really that crazy?
Please no. Please no.
It's not that preposterous.
Locke didn't see him. Of course, Sawyer wouldn't recognize him, so that's not a problem.
Yeah.
But,
And plus, when Locke was carried on, I think his head was kind of down. He was sort of embarrassed, and he wasn't really like looking around too much.
Well, I would think you would see him in the waiting area, outside before they board the plane.
Nah.
Like, hey, wait a minute. I mean, I don't see everybody that's on a plane, but I like to believe if I knew somebody that well, I'd see him.
You'd like to believe that. Doesn't mean it's true.
Yeah.
I got some more questions, buddy.
Okay.
So
put me down for no on that one.
No on him being on the plane.
Yeah.
All right. Everyone heard it.
Okay.
So here's a question: If Cooper has been on the island, presumably this entire time or for a while, why was he tied up? And specifically, my question is, if he's been with the others, there's a couple ways where this could have happened. I mean, either he is with the others and they sort of give him a little bit of free reign or something like that. Then, of course, why tie him up just to have to come meet somebody? Or he's been prisoner this whole time, which doesn't seem to make any sense. Why he was gagged, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or was he gagged? He had a thing over his mouth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, that's the thing. I feel like if he had just materialized there, then they could sort of get him, tie him up because he doesn't know what's going on. But if he's been there for a while, he sort of knows what's going on. I mean, he sort of knows these people to a certain degree, even if they are his captors. So having him tied up like that seems really strange to me.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Maybe that partially gave me the impression that he sort of recently showed up. Mm-hmm. And that this whole magic box thing is more like what happened.
Yeah.
Than the on the plane thing, in which case he would have been there a long fucking time. 80 days.
Here's an idea. I'm just throwing them out there.
All right.
What if the others knew? What if Cooper was on the plane, which I know you don't like? He crash landed. He crash landed on there, but he didn't really end up with the others. With any group, with the North group. Obviously, he didn't end up with the Losties in the South, but he didn't end up with Ana Lucia's group. And he's sort of been on his own this whole time. Or maybe maybe it was him and a couple other people or something that crash landed in a different part of the jungle, and they never found anybody else or whatever, and they've been sort of on their own this whole time. But Ben knew that he was there, so when he said, "Give me the man from Tallahassee," like the idea is, Cooper wasn't with them at O-Town, but he was there on the island. That's all I got.
And they just went and kidnapped him like right then and there.
Yeah.
Within the next few hours.
Yeah.
They kidnapped him and brought him there because they just knew where he was camped with his third group, the other 48 days.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they were holed up in another hatch we haven't seen or something, or I don't know.
If he was on the plane, I still... Them just going to get him real quick and whatever, that seems a little weird. But the idea that he was never with the tail section or the main fuselage section, that's more plausible, assuming he was on the plane. But they just know where he is and they just go grab him, boom, that's it, no problem.
I mean, you don't think that's what they did when they had the list of the people in the tail section and they said, go get me these people? That's exactly what they did. They went and grabbed them.
It wasn't that easy. I mean, they ran into some problems.
Well, but because there was a lot of people there. But presumably this is Cooper by himself or with just a few number of people. How big of a fight could they have put up? Especially considering that they could have gone with guns versus, when we first saw the others, they didn't have guns and stuff like that.
Right.
For no apparent reason.
They did have an old army knife.
They did have an old army knife. Which, is very good for cutting apples. Right, Ana Lucia? I think she was eating an apple.
It just seems awkward to me, but, yeah, I mean, I guess. Assuming he was on the plane. Man, if they really do that, oof. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I don't know.
Hey, why can't Locke's dad be on the plane? Jack's dad was on the plane.
All right.
Good point. I got another question. Let's see.
And how did they know about him?
How did who know about what?
Like, how did the others... How did the others know about Anthony and his little group?
Because he's on the list.
He's on the list?
Production error. Banana department.
Oh, boy.
Business card.
Wow. Bookmark.
Bookmark. Okay. No, seriously. I'm just shouting out Lost Lowdown quotes.
He's got his own problems.
Well, they had a copy of the manifest. At least Hurley did. So, and presumably they could have, if they had contact with the outside world, they could have found out who was on the flight and found out who was dead, and who was still alive and who was missing. And they could have just come across them in their trek across the jungle.
How did they know that was him, though?
I thought I was asking you the questions.
Oh.
What happened here?
I forgot. I'm question boy.
You're question boy. I'm answer man. Because you get the questions.
I give the answers and you ask the question.
Yeah, it means, yeah, exactly.
I'm the one who gets questions.
I get the answers, you get the questions.
Right.
Exactly. Don't you forget it.
Okay.
So, I'm done with my questions. You want to go to your Lost Lowdown listener comment?
Oh, that's it for your questions?
That's it.
Okay.
Just a couple.
Yeah, oof. I don't know.
Oh, can I tell you one quick thing?
Sure.
My grand theory of what's going to happen on the island.
You have a grand theory?
Oh, I know. I'm like Einstein. Not as nice hair. Grand theory in the mildest sense. A micro grand theory. I don't know. I'm thinking, the same way that the others sort of that Dharma sort of got killed off and died, and that the others sort of took over reign of the island. I'm thinking the Losties will sort of kill off the others and then reign on the island.
Really?
And they'll become like the new others. Like they'll take over and live in O-Town and all that, and I don't know if they'll be interested in the others' projects, but that's just sort of where I see the thing going, the sort of cyclical thing.
You don't think the rest of them are going to want to be rescued?
There's no way off the island.
They just won't have a choice, so they'll just move in.
They'll just get married and have kids.
If they have access to that stuff, yeah, I agree. I can't see them killing off the others, but then again, what are they going to do with the others?
Yeah.
Something's got to give at some point, right? The others can't stay there forever.
Yeah, they can't.
Or can they? I don't know.
Survival of the fittest. Kill or be killed. Every man for himself.
All right.
Live together, die alone.
There we go.
Enter 77. Power on. I'm just naming titles here.
All the best cowboys have daddy issues.
Exactly. What Kate did. It went from poignant quotes to episode titles very quickly.
Oh, there's a fine line there.
Yeah, there's a fine line. So what's your user comment? Your listener comment?
Oh, we're going over that now? Okay. My user comment is from Bruce.
Bruce. Oh, Brucey.
He had the following to say: good does not mean good moral character, but rather good for what, and by the way, good is all capitalized.
I think that's for emphasis.
I would yell it, but I think it would be obnoxious for people. So
yeah.
Just wanted to let you know. But rather good for what the project entails. Obviously, if I'm looking to cure cancer, I would need cancer patients. Thus, if you have cancer, you are good for my project. However, of course, having cancer is not good. Oh, good. You have so many meanings. So let me respond to that because after that we go on to some other points, or maybe we don't. Let me see. Oh, I guess he keeps anyway. Anthony Cooper is John Locke's father, which means they share DNA. Okay, I agree. The person who has shown to have the highest ethical and moral character is arguably, I think you meant, Jack Shepherd. Anyone wish to argue? Who's not on the list? Okay, so I guess he's just noting that.
Yeah.
Who has the lowest moral and ethical character? Ben.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think that's reasonable to say. Jack Shepherd having the highest ethical and moral character. Oh, I don't know. Maybe. That's
well,
not
I guess
crazy
I guess when he says anyone wish to argue, you would wish to argue. Do you?
I wouldn't necessarily wish to argue. I think it's a fair point.
I'd like to chime in and just say that while I agree that Jack probably has the highest ethical and moral character and Ben conversely has the lowest, it's all about perspective, I think, in terms of what's going on. And that I mean, I don't know what Bruce's point is specifically about this, but in terms of the others, I think Ben thinks he's on the high end.
Absolutely.
So in terms of what his goals and motivations are, I think that needs to be factored in there too.
So the main thing I wanted to say to respond to this is to the first paragraph about the meaning of good in the context of the others. Like, to me, it's pretty clear that they do mean good moral character. In light of the way it's been said before, when they've talked about being good. It certainly seems like they mean in the moral sense. When Henry said to Ana Lucia, good people who are leaving you kill 2 people, good people who are leaving you alone. Like, it doesn't seem like he's saying they're good for my projects, Like, it seems like he's saying they were good, in this moral sense. And Goodwin also, when he was referring to Nathan not being a good person.
Nathan? Nathan. I thought you meant Ethan.
I didn't. I meant Nathan, who he killed.
Yeah.
He says he wasn't a good person. It certainly seems like he means morally, not like for our project, because it seems like plenty of people there aren't good for your project that you didn't kill.
Yeah.
It seems like he really does mean morally, and I judged him, and that's why I killed him.
Yeah.
So it seems like all the plus, of course, the most sort of explicit version of this is most recently when Mikey in the last episode said, Kate's not on the list because she's flawed and you're angry and whatever, frightened and all this stuff, like all these sort of failings, I guess, of moral character. I think, to me, it's pretty clear that is what they mean. Whether their list is sort of right about who has the good moral character, that's worth debating. But I do think that's what they mean.
Yeah,
by good.
I tend to agree. I do think it's interesting what Bruce brought up about projects, and it sort of made me wonder if some of those instances of good could be looked at in terms of what their goals are, because obviously in general. In terms of the moral character, that when they're rating people, they're thinking about whatever was going on with them on the island. But particularly, we know that they do have these projects that they're working on. So I thought it was interesting that he brought up maybe they meant good for the projects, but I just can't see any instance of that working though.
Right. That's the thing. I agree. I think it's a fair point. I just disagree. That's all.
All right. So, I got several people that said very interesting things that I wanted to bring up. Some are comments and some are questions. Fifi Martini says that, why did Locke go with them to begin with? He didn't know about the C4 until they were almost there, so what was his original motivation to go? And I'll let you handle that question, boy.
It's not about motivation, it's about knowing where to look.
Oh. That's not her point, though.
I would say I don't have a good answer for that, and I mean good in the whatever. Never mind.
Good for the project sense.
Yeah, I I would say at that point he was sort of following Echo's stick. You know, when he originally went, he was following Echo's stick.
He was doing what with Echo's stick?
He was
What is he doing with Echo's stick?
He's following it.
Oh, okay. That's odd.
He's pursuing it, you might say.
I've never pursued another man's stick.
Oh,
wait, is that true? Okay, well. Explicit podcast.
He's we need it this time. He was following the message on the stick, I should say.
Oh man.
Echo's stick had a message for Locke, and it spoke to him in a sense. I feel
that must be a powerful stick. Oh, put the kids to bed, ladies and gentlemen. It's like 1950s.
Yeah.
Innuendo.
It is, yeah. We're doing that like... He wears a pink handkerchief, that one. What was I talking about? Oh, so I get the sense that he had this vision with this stick, and he was just sort of following it in the way he follows things that he thinks the island wants him to do. And so initially it was just this, like, it's going to lead me somewhere kind of motivation. You know, I want to follow this stick. And once he found that and found out about the submarine, he sort of got his new mission.
Oh, God, you got to follow that stick. Oh man. Do you want to put in there a little bit that he was going to help Jack, maybe?
Oh no, it was never about Jack.
Okay, all right.
No, I think
a little bit, right?
Yeah. I think he did care about Jack to some extent, and I think in this episode, well, you know, he gets there and he finds out what Jack's doing, and he has what he wants to do, and he's just like, whatever. I don't know, but I agree. Yeah, I think partially he was going for Jack.
Nice. That's what I think too.
Because I think he does care about Jack to some extent, but he cares more about destroying the submarine apparently.
Let's see. The next thing. Let me see what I'm reading here. Okay. I think this is. This is Paul and NYC's response to what Fifi just said. He says when Ben was, which I think is a valid point too. When Ben was captive in the hatch after he was outed by Saeed, he told Locke that he was originally coming to take Locke back with him. That he thinks Locke is worthy. Since Locke has a strong connection to the island and obviously wants to stay there, he was probably motivated by that speech Ben gave to him. Mm-hmm. So I'll buy that too.
I thought of that, and actually, when I saw the American preview, when he just says, "I'm not here for Jack," like I thought he was going to say, "I'm here for you,"
mm-hmm.
You know, for Ben. That is,
yeah.
Because I thought it was going to be a weird like reversal of the speech that Ben gives to him.
Yeah, that would have been cool.
I was coming here for you. Like I thought it would be a cool thing where he was going there for them, and he sort of wanted to make good on this promise that Ben made, and that was where I was thinking I was going before the Canadian one totally spoiled it for me.
Yeah. Now, do you think that Ben was just making that up? I mean, obviously we know that Locke has a connection to the island, and now Ben knows of that connection, but I just didn't seem to buy it the first time.
I didn't either, and I got the sense from Mikey's speech that Locke isn't on the list.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's possible that Locke isn't on the list, and yet he has this connection with the island, because I don't think the island cares about the list, necessarily. Mm-hmm. So maybe Ben wants him because of that, even though he's not on the list. Well, just like he wanted Jack for his surgical skills, even though he's not on the list.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is that Mikey obviously didn't seem to know that Locke was not in a wheelchair until he got there. That's the impression I got. So I don't know if most of the others, like all of the others besides Ben, anyone who read Locke's file still thought that he was paralyzed. Mm-hmm. I mean, at some point, obviously Ben knew at some point, but
Ethan should have been able to tell.
I agree. I think at some point someone should have mentioned that, and maybe Mikey knew the whole time, and it just came off like he just sort of found out. But obviously, he was just sort of bringing that up. But
yeah, I think part of that was foreshadowing for this episode.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it could be true that what Ben said, that once Ben saw Locke in the hatch and he saw he could walk again. He knew the island had something to do with that. And so do you think that maybe Ben, because I mean there's a question about why Ben went there in the first place. Mm-hmm. Do you think part of the reason could have been that he was wanted to see Locke walking on his own, for his own eyes or something like that, like to see if the island really healed him?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe so. I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't believe. Like, how are they going to lie about that?
Ethan is a big liar. You can't trust anything that guy says, literally.
I mean, in a sense, he was a really big liar.
Yeah.
But, so it's a fair point. Yeah, maybe so. Or maybe he really...
really wanted to see what was up with the hatch?
Maybe, given the fact that he knew he had the cancer at that point, the fact that he knew Locke was healed so miraculously, maybe he felt like he should go track this guy down and, try to figure out how that works.
But he didn't seem to do that. He didn't seem to really spend a lot of time investigating that aspect of Locke. All he seemed to do was just to cause a little havoc between Locke and Jack. And even though he had the cancer, he didn't even seem to be that interested in Jack. I actually don't want to talk about that part of Lost anymore. I really hate. I mean, I love to watch it, but I really hate that whole thing with Henry. It still doesn't make any sense what his motivations were, and what that whole thing was about. Let's move on, please.
Based on what happens later, it does seem pretty ridiculous. Like, and the way the whole thing played out, and the Michael leaves, and then Clue gives him the list for these people, and the only reason they want him is to do surgery on Ben, but they get them in trade for Ben, and and they had those people sort of right there in the hunting party already, and they didn't take them then for no apparent reason, and the whole thing is really problematic.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck were they doing with that? Maybe one day it'll all come together, but so far it seems like a real mess. So good point. Maybe we won't address that, but at least maybe we can believe that he went there for Locke, even though he didn't act like it.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand why he wouldn't act like it initially when he still got the what do you call it? The deception going. He hasn't been discovered yet.
Mm-hmm.
Before Saeed digs up the body and all that.
Yeah.
Of course, he's not going to say, "Hey, Locke, what's your deal?"
You look like the kind of person that used to be paralyzed.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that, shall we?
But once he's found out, yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't do that, and also why he wouldn't be more interested in Jack. He really should have been a lot more interested in Jack. But maybe he was hedging his bets with Locke that he could get magically cured, which doesn't make any sense either.
Yeah, it doesn't. Okay, here's another comment / question from our old pal Vicky H.
Vicky H.
Hello, Vicky H.
The original Lost Lowdown fan.
Yeah, pretty much our first fan ever. The only one we care to talk about. No. She says basically if the only way out of the island is the submarine, what happened to Mike and Walt? We sort of covered that a little bit. Because she says they went by boat.
Right.
So do you believe that that they really got off the island, or far enough away from the island to get to civilization?
If they did, then Jack should still be able to leave.
What?
Because he should just be able to take a boat.
Oh, okay.
Like the fact that the sub blew up shouldn't prevent him from leaving.
Mm-hmm.
Which it clearly seems like it's intended that it will.
I think someone has to say, "Hey, what about that boat?" And someone needs, and then Ben's going to have to say, due to the currents around the island or something, or I mean, it's a motorboat, but still, See, that was the thing. It could be explained why Desmond couldn't really get off the island because he's got a sailboat. So you could believe that the wind currents or the water currents or whatever, like, sort of prevented him from leaving. But when you have a powered boat, what's the excuse, you know? So what's your answer? Yes or no?
Yes or no to...
Do you think they really got off the island? In the general sense of getting off the island.
I guess it's quite possible that they didn't, but I'm going to say... God, I have no idea. I'm going to say yes. Okay. Mainly because I don't think they're going to come back into the story in any kind of major way.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, you know, if Michael came back to the island, he's got some splaining to do by some very mad people.
Yeah, his departure was you know, wrought with betrayal.
But then the other side of that coin is I don't see how they can, you know, because I believe the Carlton and Damon said we'll see one day what happened to them. And I don't see how they could write anything that's relevant. Other, you know, if they get rescued, okay, well, boo-hoo, who cares? You know, but like, look, I don't know why they're crying. But like, what?
Oh, I thought that was you.
Oh, maybe I'm crying.
Yeah.
Why would I cry?
Because you were sad for them for being rescued.
That's a happy thing.
Well, happy tears.
Oh, okay. Happy tears. I just don't see how it could be relevant unless they get what happened to them. I don't see how whatever happens to them can be relevant if all they do is get rescued.
Right. Well, I would assume that if they do get rescued, that there will be more to the story. That they'll tie them in somehow, them being rescued, and then something else happens.
You know what'd be interesting is if like, you know, Michael and Walt gets rescued, and was a couple things, but what if Michael sort of like does some investigating, you know, with Dharma and what's going on the island, but he does it in like America, you know, like he tracks down people who knows what's going on and maybe tracks down the DeGroots or something. That'd be interesting if he starts this other plot line off the island. That'd be kind of cool. He like
the Detective Michael.
Well, he like meets up with Nadia or something, and then they eventually come across Penny. That'd be awesome. That'd be cool.
Now they should never know. Like, how does Penny know? Oh God.
How does Penny know what?
Like, how would Penny know that Desmond is connected to this plane that crashed?
Oh.
Because I always want to, I think Penny, you know, she's this off-island character looking for Desmond. I want to think if somebody gets off the island, they can go find Penny, but I don't see how she'd have any...
I got an answer for you. You ready?
Okay.
The answer is not production error, I promise. The answer is, say for instance Michael gets rescued, right? And he basically tells the authorities, okay, this is the general area where the plane went down. Like, I don't really know specifically, obviously. He knows the general area. Now, that gets out into the world, like where the plane went down. Of course, crews are trying to find it, blah, blah, blah. And then Penny sees this sort of map of the area where the plane went down, and she knows that's the area where they found the anomaly. It's the same area. So she ties those two together. So she goes maybe to track down Michael to figure out what happened, and lo and behold, Michael describes somebody named Desmond to her.
Okay. That's almost plausible.
Oh, it's very plausible.
Like them landing somewhere else on the island and living there.
Yeah.
That just sort of bothers me. Even though it could be true, I guess. It just seems really weak or something. Like,
well, what are they going to do with Walt and his powers? I mean, obviously they don't seem to be doing anything with that anymore. I mean, obviously he's not on the show, but I mean, they're just going to drop that? Like, they're never going to explain what was going on with that, with his like crazy foreknowledge and magical powers?
It seems like that isn't going to go anywhere. Unfortunately, it seems like they had a plan for it, and and for some reason they couldn't execute it in time before the actor got too old.
Yeah, it seemed like he ruined it by puberty or something. Like he just grew too big too fast, and they were just like, well, we can't have him on the show. Yeah. I mean, because I'm thinking now that maybe whatever powers Walt had could have been tied into this magic box thing.
Right.
You know?
I know.
Like stemming from the same source or something.
A lot of people were thinking he sort of manifested that polar bear somehow.
Yeah, and the bird.
Way back then.
The bird.
Yeah, the bird too. And himself, I guess.
What if he manifested the island? What if all of Dharma and all of the others are all just a manifestation Walt created? Wouldn't that be cool? By cool, I mean crappy. Okay.
I'm gonna say, man, that kid has a crazy mind. Like, damn, there's a lot of stuff to think about.
Yeah.
Complicated, like, interrelationships and.
It can be that complicated. The writers of Lost created it.
Oh dear.
Zing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like whatever plans they have for Walt, they're gonna somehow get him in the show, but I don't think it's gonna work out with Walt. I don't think he's gonna really play a part anymore.
Yeah.
At this point, like he's probably way too old now. He was getting there already.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so it's just like they wanted to do that with him originally, and I guess their planning just wasn't very good. And,
I mean, you don't think they thought of that, like that they thought he would get older? I mean, obviously, you know, he's going to get older, but I mean, you don't think that factored in?
I guess not. I mean, I guess when they were originally casting, you know, I mean, when they cast for the pilot, they didn't even know if they were going to get picked up.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I feel like they didn't think of it. It didn't occur to them until it was too late.
Seems like if they really wanted to do it, they could just cast another actor.
If they really wanted to do it, but I guess they're choosing not to deal with it instead of casting another actor.
And that's the thing. I don't think they can have both Walt getting kidnapped and Michael doing what he did to get Walt back. I don't think they can have that and us find out, you know, have them on the show. They can't have both. You know.
Yeah.
So I think they said, well, let's just have him get kidnapped, and we can have Michael betray all these people, which will be interesting, and then they can get off the island, and we won't have to deal with Walt and his growth spurts.
Mm-hmm.
So here's another comment from Fat Hartman. I should read this before I say it. Let's see, what does it say?
I want to say real quick, I wish the Walt storyline wasn't dead. When I watched those early episodes of Lost, that stuff is really interesting. I love those scenes in the first season, you know, when he's like, when he says those weird little things, you know, oh, that's okay, son, we can stay here and whatever, and no, we can't.
Yeah, yikes.
Love that. It's creepy and weird, and you know when he tells Locke not to open it. And all that
don't
stuff.
open it, Mr. Locke.
I really enjoyed all that stuff. So it was yeah, I don't know.
This is something we talked about before. Fat Cartman was mentioning about maybe, you know, we talked about it, but the box allowed Jack to fall out of the sky, as it were. Mm-hmm. So we already talked about that. So Joe brought up a theory that I thought was interesting that sort of correlates to a theory that I talked to you about off podcast. He says, is it a coincidence that Locke and all the other Losties for various reasons came to the island at this time, or was it orchestrated? I know at this point the plane crash has been explained as a coincidence or just bad luck, but remember, we haven't even met Jacob yet, and the way the others talk about him, he just might be capable of something like that. And I thought that was an interesting point because as I talked to you off podcast, I came up with a wild theory that maybe Jacob has an ability similar to Desmond's, and that he can foresee the future in some way. Presumably something to do with the island gives him that ability. And the idea that Jacob could have the power to see the future would make plausible a lot of the things like the lists. Like he's able to know who's going to come to the island. You know, he knows the plane is going to crash, so he can know who's going to be on there. You know, and so he can, you know, they can find out information about them and find out, you know, whatever, who's the good people, who's the bad people, and have all that stuff prepared. You know, in the season premiere, you know, it seems like either Ben is just really on top of his game when a plane crashes, or he was sort of, you know, he sort of knew a plane was going to crash at some point, because he was very much, you know, good when you go here, Ethan, you go here, you get lists and blah, 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 and you do, you know, he was very much on top of it. So that can sort of go either way. Either he knew it was going to happen at some point, not necessarily when, or he's just a really good leader. And the other thing, this idea of Jacob sort of explains, you know, if Jacob has this power to see the future, is, you know, we talked about Claire and the whole thing with her and you know, with the psychic Malkin and her getting on the plane and all this stuff. And there's that, as you mentioned, there's that cut scene from the what episode was that?
Question Mark.
From Question Mark, when Echo goes to talk to Malkin, that he basically says someone paid him to tell. What was the line? Someone paid him to tell a pregnant girl to get on a plane. Was that the line?
Yeah, someone paid him to tell a pregnant girl to get on a plane and give her baby away to a couple in L.A. Something like that. Something very specific.
Yeah, very strangely specific, and that could be explained as, you know, Jacob knowing, you know, potentially that Aaron is important, or specifically wanting Claire to get to the island, sort of engineers that. He has someone pay Malkin to do that. So anyway, I thought it was we talked about it at length a little bit before off podcast. So, but I thought it was an interesting point to bring up that Jacob might be have the same powers that Desmond is experiencing right now, which would explain some things.
Definitely. I'm hesitant to believe it for one reason, that they've got Desmond doing it. If they have another character do it, it seems kind of, I don't know, redundant or something.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of bothers me. And I don't know how good his powers are. Like if they're as good as Desmond's or better or whatever. If he's too good, I think there's a problem with him not predicting certain things that occurred that, you know, might have been better, you know, to have played out in a different way.
Mm-hmm. And the other part of that theory was the idea that, you know, Jacob could be dead by now. Yeah. And he wrote some of this stuff down. He wrote these lists before and that, you know, they're just using this stuff now, but he's not actively, you know, predicting the future, telling them what to do. Right.
Now, I don't want to think he's dead.
Yeah. Just because you want to see him.
Yeah. Maybe I guess that is the main reason. But I want to think he wrote these lists, like, after. I guess that's because I don't believe he was precognitive. Mm-hmm. To the extent, I mean, precognitive to the extent of knowing every person is going to be on this plane that's going to crash. I mean, that's pretty, you know, specific. That seems a little better than what Desmond's got, mm-hmm. Which is a sort of general sense of how someone's going to die or whatever, specific person. Knowing that a specific plane is going to be in a place and who exactly is going to be on. It's very sort of detail-oriented.
And it could have just been he knew the plane was going to crash, and not even necessarily why. You know, he just got a vision of Flight 815 crashing or something. Mm-hmm. And so after the plane, you know, took off, or as soon as they could, they just got a flight manifest and then researched the people.
So how long ago did he see this?
Oh, I don't know. I don't have enough of my theory to speculate on anything like that. I don't know.
Desmond's visions seem like pretty close to the time when they happened.
Yeah.
You know, within a matter of hours or so, and you know, so if he had a vision like that, I mean, it seems like he must have been alive pretty recently.
With the box, you know, thing going on, Jacob doesn't even need to have powers himself, technically. I mean, he could have asked the box to give him a list, of the good people or something. Oh, no. Hey, it's possible.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's the box being too powerful, I think.
Yeah.
That's worrisome to me, but it's possible. I want to think Jacob isn't supernatural. No. That's not what I mean. I think Jacob's not supernatural.
Oh, okay.
I'm not going to say I want to think that, because I wouldn't mind if he was, but I just don't.
Okay.
I feel like he's just a human being, but he's like Ben, but bigger.
He to me, Jacob has to be more like more on the mystical side. If he's just another guy pulling strings, that's just sort of boring to me because we've already seen plenty of guys like that, Mm-hmm. And Ben is you can't get better than Ben at a character like that. So to me, Jacob needs to be completely different, Mm-hmm. He needs to be more mystical. Maybe he's off in the jungle somewhere in some secret hut or something, and I don't know. But if he's just another guy,
if he is alive, where is he?
Yeah, if he's just another guy pulling strings, that's just boring to me.
Yeah, it is boring, but I somehow think that's the case. I mean, I don't think he's going to be a boring character, but I just don't think he's going to have supernatural powers. He might not be like Ben in the personality, but I guess I just don't think he's gonna have supernatural powers.
I think he will, specifically because that seems to be where the show is going in terms of the mystical powers of the island, and I think that's going to converge into us finding Jacob. So I think the two are going to be related. Okay. I mean, I don't know if he's going to have powers outside of like maybe what the island gives him or something, but I think there's going to be something magical about him.
Okay. Yeah. It's possible.
It's possible. Wow, it's also possible we've been recording for like almost 6.5 hours. Is that possible?
I guess it is.
We're almost done, I think.
Oh yeah. Luckily for us and our listeners.
Yeah, this is if the time is right, this is the longest Lost Lowdown ever.
The editing might make it shorter.
The editing might make it shorter, so it depends. But
previous one.
This might be the longest one ever. So if you're listening to it, you listened this far, you should pat yourself on the back and congratulate yourself. Tell all your coworkers you did it. You put it on your resume.
Come buy a T-shirt from the website.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Send us $2 via PayPal.
Please.
So another listener, you know who, which I don't.
Who?
Yeah. Said.
Sorry.
Said,
well, Evan Costello humor.
Yeah. Who's on first? You know who's on first. Okay.
But who's on first?
You know who's on first.
I asked you.
I asked you. Oh, let's call the whole thing off. So you know who said, I heard some people say that Anthony is the smoke monster, showing Locke his worst fear.
Oh boy.
Hey, it happened to Echo. That's all I gotta say.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I gotta say, I don't know.
Oh, okay, then you're not lying.
That's all I have to say. It happened to Echo.
Really.
Who knows? I sort of think if the box is really involved, then there is something like that going on. Not necessarily Smokey, because I think if the box is real and it's pretty much the way Ben described, then it's akin to Smokey. Like they're of the same ilk. Whatever makes Smokey work makes the box work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't buy that he's actually Smokey. I can't see Smokey. I mean, that would mean the others have some kind of control over him. Mm-hmm. I wouldn't think they'd be able to tie up Smokey, for instance. Or that he'd allow himself to be tied up unless they're really in league with Smokey somehow.
Yeah, I could see. I mean, I would only see it if Smokey has the same goals as they have, so Smokey doesn't mind presenting itself as being tied up.
Right.
Because it's sort of, I don't. It just depends on what Smokey's all about, obviously.
Previous to this, and whatever, I think Smokey is is more the island,
Mm-hmm.
who I feel isn't necessarily in league with the others. I think it just has its own agenda that may or may not agree with the others, depending on the situation. So I don't think it's Smokey, but it could be connected to the box, and it could be sort of similar to Smokey, but I don't think it's actually Smokey.
Okay.
So that's my stance on that.
All right. Well, I think that's all of my all the points I want to bring up from the comments. Great comments, by the way, guys. I mean, wow.
Indeed.
After we issued that challenge, I think we're up to, as of right now, we're up to 116 total, obviously. A couple extra posts here since we've been podcasting, which we'll read sometime. I think as far as our 30 unique post challenge, we're pretty close. And the new post will go up Wednesday, so you guys have until Tuesday to post in this one to win your prize, and you're pretty darn close. I think, Justin, you wanted to read the names?
Wow, that was a weird noise.
Sorry.
Read the names?
I believe I'll turn the floor to you, and whatever that means. And
all right.
You can read the names of the people who have posted thus far on our list. And actually, there's a new person who posted. I don't know if you saw the new person at the very end.
No, I haven't looked.
Okay.
But I will, because I read them all.
Yes.
Yes, I do. Okay.
So we'll just do a Lost Lowdown listener roll call.
Yes, here goes. I want to thank the following people for their comments. Jerry, Anonymous, David 3, Justin, that's myself, Paul and NYC, Bruce, Claude, that's you, you know who knows who that is.
We all do, apparently.
Kuryenko, Fifi Martini, 420 Brownie, 419 Brownie, Fat Carman, Julia, Marshall, Luber, Joe, Vicky H, indeed. Makari Q. Now that's a rough one. I'm not sure how to pronounce that. You might want to let us know that sometime.
What?
I'm curious.
Makari Q?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I go with Makari Q. It could be Makar Q. It depends on how you want to pronounce that.
Makarik.
Well, the Q is
like that.
the Q is in caps, so it should be
Is
an
it?
initial.
Oh, okay. I thought it was all okay. It's in caps. So yeah. Anyway, I'm curious about the pronunciation there. Visit Turkey
With a question mark.
with a question mark, which is why I said it that way. Radnak, Jane Doe, Malcolm, Stu, Alice, and Mark. So thank you for your comments.
And I'll just add Dr. Quartermass, who just recently posted after we made that list.
Thank you.
And you know, as far as the contest goes, you know, I personally don't think Justin and I should count part of that 30. But you know, if there's only 28 out of the 30, we'll count ourselves. But I think you guys will get 30 on your own. And this very conspicuous 419 Brownie, we're going to have to go to the jury on that one as to if said person counts. It's a little conspicuous there, 419 Brownie.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, thank you guys for posting.
Maybe he's a clone.
Maybe it's a clone, a zombie clone. I'll buy that.
Me too.
We appreciate you guys taking the time, especially the newer people who don't post because the other people post anyway. So thanks for coming out to post. And keep it up if this was your first time. A lot of great comments. And we are going to put together a Lost Lowdown forum very, very, very soon. A couple people have mentioned that, and that was sort of been in the works. And if anyone's ever run a forum, you know how hard it is to get a forum up and running.
Apparently.
It's not an easy task.
Just try getting the colors to be what you want.
Yeah, there's all kinds of little design things that should be simple in this day and age, but apparently aren't. But look for that soon. Justin, I think you also want to mention our newer Frapper people. And I also want to issue an unofficial challenge to anyone who's not on the Frapper to get on the boat and join the Frapper.
Get on the boat.
Because that's where the party's at. The Frapper.
It sure is.
You want to go to a
real
party.
fan, you're on the Frapper.
Hey, that's what we always say.
Mm-hmm. So the new people, at least since the last time, we haven't really done this every week. So I'm sorry if I didn't call you out before because it was a while ago before we were doing this. But anyway, the newer people on the Frapper, Michael from Roseville, California, Mark Olensiu from Ithaca, New York, Kayla from Cambridge, England, David 3 from Jacksonville, Florida, Amanda from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, of course, and you know who, also from the comments, from Portland, Oregon.
Nice.
So, yeah, thanks for joining.
All very fine people from very fine places.
The Frapper is slowly growing nicely.
Slowly growing.
It's I can remember when there were 5 people on there.
Yeah, and 3 of them were me and 2 of them were you.
Mm-hmm.
And just FYI, for those who know who they are, we are on the Frapper.
Yes, we certainly are.
We certainly are on the Frapper.
We don't have pictures though, so
we don't, because that would be in violation.
Yeah.
Of something.
But if you look at the non-picture people, I think it's even towards the bottom. You'll find us.
You will find us there waiting intently. Well, buddy, I think we're done.
I agree. Whew.
This was a good podcast, great episode.
Oh man!
In terms of the contest, to bring that up again, there's been some interesting ideas for the prizes. I particularly like the lost sort of A to Z, going through each alphabet, picking a topic from that letter, and discussing it. I think that's cool. Podcasting about all the theories about what's going on in the island in general, I think is a lot of work, but I think that'd be cool.
Mm-hmm.
We will also most likely do a talk shoe podcast for whatever prize podcast we give you guys.
Talk who?
Talk what? Yeah. Which, for you guys who don't know, Talk Shoe will basically it'll be a live podcast. You guys can listen in as we record, and potentially, get in on the conversation. That's
potentially.
That's sort of the hardest part is, having other people on there because the volumes are different and the quality's all weird and it's just not a perfect program yet. But it's the best one out there for that, I think.
Moderating, deciding who to go to, getting it all working.
Yeah, it's just, it's better if we just all meet in one room at one location. I say Vegas. How about that?
I agree. Vegas is good.
Vegas 4th of July.
I'll be there.
I'll be there. Will you be there? I'm looking at you. You know who.
Of course.
All right, I think we're done.
Oh, I wanted to say I also like the idea of doing an episode commentary.
Oh, that's true. Yes, the episode commentary. That's where we sort of watch an episode and podcast live with the episode, as it were, sort of.
I think that'd be a fun thing to do.
That would be fun. Well, we should do it soon if we're going to do it, I think.
So anyway, they're all options we are considering, but the contest isn't over yet, so go comment.
Yeah, there's still, I think the total is, not counting us, is like 25 or 26. So we need 4 of you valiant listeners to go post so your fellow listeners can win a prize.
Especially if you haven't posted before. If you have, well, you can post too. But
if you posted before, yeah. Got to get the new people out there.
Yeah. Just, get your, make a small bit of your time.
What are you saying?
I'm sorry.
Make a small bit of your time. Justin, ladies and gentlemen.
It's been a long podcast, man. I'm not, my sentences
You're
are
telling me
less
6
coherent.
hours? 6 hours wiped you out? Come on.
That's what I'm telling you.
Wow. Baby. What a wimp.
I am a baby.
Go cry to mama.
Maybe I will.
I think you should. Okay, guys, it's been fun and awesome, and if you made it to the end, I mean, come on, you're just a saint. Look forward to we look forward to the next episode. It looks pretty good, and we'll be back with our podcast next week as usual. Thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.